It really is a flower. Another delicate voice floated over, brother, we sure do have good luck, we only just got here and we have encountered a flower. Sima Yu's face fell as she heard the voices. The two of them were treating them as if they were invisible. She turned around, and saw about 10 young people come down from a gigantic spirit beast. The oldest looked like he was a man of 20 to 30 years of age, and behind him were 3 girls and 6 boys. Brother, there are others here too. The girl in the jade green dress said as she looked at Sima Yu and the rest. The man was handsome, but his malicious gaze made him appear less attractive. He looked at Sima Yu and the rest and said. This is the flower that we found, please be on your way. Sima Yu raised an eyebrow. Were they planning to snatch the flower away from them? Are you all blind? She said angrily. What do you mean? The girl in the ruby red dress huffed. I mean exactly what I said. Sima Yu said. We clearly arrived here first, but you guys are claiming that this is a flower that you guys have found. We're standing right here in front of you and you can't see us, if you guys aren't blind I don't know what you are. You are the blind one. The girl in the red dress took out her whip and pointed it at Sima Yu and team. Whatever you say, we found this flower, you guys should get lost before our kindness runs out. With that, the people behind her stepped forward to stand at her side, and glared at Sima Yu and team. No wonder when we first met my master asked why I was not robbing him. So everyone here is a thief. Sima Yu said. What do you mean by stealing? We definitely saw this flower first. You guys should get lost if not, we will destroy everything, including you and the flower. The hysterical boy proclaimed. Sima Yu glanced over at Bei Gong Tang, and Bei Gong Tang nodded, and with one move, flew up to the cliff and dug out the flower from its roots. This flower, from the moment it bloomed, shared its properties with the entire mountain. Whether it was the flowers, branches or leaves, they could all be used as medicine for alchemy. Especially the flowers, it was an ingredient that could not be overlooked in the making of the pills that Mo Sha had given them. Seeing that Bei Gong Tang had completely ignored it all to dig out the flower, the other troop burned with anger, and the red-dressed girl swung her whip at Sima Yu and screeched, how dare you steal our flower? Grab them all. The others heard her commands and rushed towards Sima Yu, and Sima Yu fearlessly charged forwards for an attack. When Fatty Chu charged forward first and moved into the other team's area, he gave the hysterical boy a punch in the face, and that boy was no longer able to fight. Well done, Fatty Chu. Sima Yu cried out, seeing Fatty Chu's great powers. They never thought that Sima Yu and the rest would take one of their own people out so quickly, and seeing that Fatty Chu was so strong, they quickly called out all their contract beasts. Contract beasts? We have that too. Sima Yu called out his own beast, and her divine spirit beast gave the other team a great shock. Even their lowest ranking beast was a rank 5 spirit paragon. But that's just comparing their powers, how could they battle against such spirit beasts? The moment they saw the spirit beasts, they knew that they had reached a dead end, and although they were few in numbers, they were extremely strong and though they wanted to snatch the flower from them, they also did not want to be beat into a pulp by these people. 10 minutes later, other than the 3 girls who were just slightly hurt, the 7 men were beaten so badly that they were barely able to get up from the ground. Sima Yu looked at the bunch of them, who were groaning in agony on the ground, and said, it has always only been me taking from others, no one can take from me. The next time you want to steal from someone please make sure that your eyes are seeing clearly. We will spare you, but others might not. She looked over at the girl in the red dress with the whip, saying, the next time you point that whip at me, be careful. I won't spare someone just because they're beautiful. Let's go. With that, they sat on their own contract beasts and left the cliffs. The group waited for them to leave before they got up, albeit with much difficulty, and took out pills to eat. Brother, who are those people, how do they have so many spirit beasts? The oldest man had been beaten out of his mind, and said, each of them have a spirit beast that is almost equivalent to the power of a spirit paragon. If they're not forces from the primordial lands, then it could only mean that they are one of the big families in the primordial lands. I saw it just now, they have 3 spirit saints, and the other 3 are high-ranking spirit overlords. Even that little girl is a spirit king. Their bone age doesn't look very old, but they are definitely of greater powers than us. The girl in the jade green dress said. The bone age referred to the true age of a person. This was different from a person's appearance that can change and reverse as a person trains. A person's bone age was always growing. I thought that this could be a pleasant fate, but I never thought that we would be beaten like this. If they really came from up there, or maybe from the primordial lands, then we have really messed with the wrong group. Brother, what should we do from now? The girl in the red dress asked. What else can we do? The man glared at her, saying. If things are really like this, then we had better avoid them. This isn't our homeland, if they kill us here we will just die in vain. Let's just treat our wounds. Although he felt indignant, they could only let things be this way because they could not afford to get into the bad books of those from the primordial lands. After Sima Yu and the rest left the cliff, they continued into the mountains. Little Tu said that the deeper they go, the more he could feel the treasure that Sima Yulan had said was there. Before the sky darkened, they came to camp at another mountain, as the whole mountain had no vegetation, but only bare rocks. Sima Yu placed a protective barrier around their camp, and they started to have their meal. That smells so good. Another group had come in their direction, and a voice had spoken aloud before they had even come close to them. Sima Yu felt their presence from before they entered the mountain, but she had not reacted. After all, where they were now was not their own territory, and she could not sense any malicious intent from the people. Everyone's in good spirits. A girl with a spirit disguise said to them. Sima Yu and the rest nodded at her to acknowledge her statement. It is late, can we share the space here? The girl asked. This place does not belong to us, you can do as you please. Wei Ziqi replied. They encamped close by, and a fatty ran over to them, looking at Sima Yu and Bei Gongtang's roasted meat, salivating hungrily. He was the one who had called out upon smelling the meat. The lady walked over, saying, We are from the Restless Continent and my name is Guo Pei Pei, how about you? Restless Continent? Could it be that the Restless Continent was rather famous, seeing how confident they were? We're from the Yilan Continent. Wei Ziqi answered. Yilan Continent? Guo Pei Pei and group looked at Wei Ziqi and the rest, surprised. Are you guys really from the Yilan Continent? That's right, what's the matter? Sima Yu could not understand the reason for their shock. From when the Little Realm appeared, we have never come across anyone from the Yilan Continent. Guo Pei Pei smiled, saying. You guys are probably the first in a few 10,000s of years to come to the Little Realm. So we're a little flabbergasted, please don't be offended. Sima Yu nodded at them. Indeed, they had never been to the Little Realm. What are your names? Names? I'm Wei Ziqi. He introduced himself, and then went one round to introduce Sima Yu and the rest. Guo Pei Pei also introduced her people to them. The chubby one who was drooling at the sight of the cooked food was called Guo Liang, and he was Guo Pei Pei's beloved younger brother. Guo Pei Pei looked at Guo Liang's behaviors, and knocked him lightly on the head. Why did you hit me, sister? Guo Liang rubbed his head, staring at Guo Pei Pei. Guo Pei Pei frowned, yelling, Swallow your saliva, you're embarrassing me. Guo Liang was displeased, but he held back his unhappiness and turned to smile affectionately at the people who were cooking, saying, Yu, this. Sima Yu looked at him and smiled, asking, You wish to eat some? Guo Liang nodded fiercely, unable to take his eyes off the roasted meat. Guo Pei Pei held onto Guo Liang, saying, This brother of mine really loves eating, please don't mind him. That's alright, we all love to eat. Wei Ziqi said. We do have some food that's in excess, you all can join us, but if you want more, you will have to make it on your own. Sima Yu said. So it was normal after all. She used to think that her appetite was out of the ordinary, but the more she interacted with others, the more she realized that most people also enjoyed eating. Alright. The way you have roasted this meat is rather particular. Can you teach me? Guo Liang ran over to ask Sima Yu upon hearing what she had said. Sure. Sima Yu nodded as she proceeded to put the meat that was already roasted into the pot, and waited for Guo Liang to come to her place so that he could watch Bei Gongtang roast the meat, while she pointed out to him what condiments to add, or when to flip over the meat. Guo Liang was definitely good with food, because this skill was not easy to pick up, but he was able to catch the skills naturally and familiarize himself with them quickly. It was almost comparable with Fatty Chu's talent. When Sima Yu noted that he had learnt most of the skills, she moved to the side to continue eating her roasted meats, and also passed the plate of roasted meat around to the others. Guo Pei Pei was initially a little hesitant, but after she had a bite of the roasted meat, all of her hesitations disappeared and she ate heartily. The rest of the members of the Guo family followed her lead, also proceeded to partake of the roasted meat. At times like this, how can we not have some good wine? Fatty Chu said, and took out flasks and flasks of wine, and each person took a flask and started to drink some wine. Bei Gongtang glanced over at Sima Yu, who was standing idly at the side enjoying her meal. My, can this punk slack off? Guo Lang saw that everyone was eating happily and shouted out, Leave me some too. I haven't had any yet. Wei Qizi laughed, and put down her flask to come by Guo Liang's side, saying, Let me take over. Alright. Guo Liang passed the meat he was roasting to Wei Ziqi, and went back to his previous seat, continued to drink from the flask Wei Ziqi had previously drank from, not caring that Wei Ziqi had previously taken some wine from it. Ouyang Fei also stood up, coming to Bei Gongtang's meat rack, saying, You go rest, I'll do it. Alright. Bei Gongtang did not really wish to continue roasting meat, so he left his position to Ouyang Fei, and joined the group. Yu, I do wish to eat some meat porridge. Bei Gongtang said, unhappy that Sima Yu had left first. Sima Yu put the meat she was holding down, and took out the cooking equipment to start making porridge. Because they had been eating meat so much of late, she was also getting sick of it, and they were only eating meat today because the three large men had expressed a desire to have meat. Guo Liang saw that Sima Yu had such equipment, and said, These are all spirit instruments, if you use them for cooking they would definitely make the food taste even better. Why hadn't I thought of that sooner? Guo Pei Pei looked at him incredulously, saying, When have you ever seen alchemy masters use such equipment before? You're right. Guo Liang scratched his head, saying, Those armament masters have all gone up. If I wanted them to alchemize these kinds of things, it would be like speaking into the void. Unless the armament masters in the Yilan continent are able to buy and sell such things. Yu, where did you get your spirit equipment? Our armament masters are the same, how could they create these things? Sima Yu said. Then where did you get these from? Guo Liang asked. Fatty Chu made them. Sima Yu replied. It's all because he is a glutton, so he becomes extremely enthusiastic when it comes to the making of these things. Everyone laughed at Sima Yuyu's remarks, saying, I guess Fatty Chu is an armament master with little resolve. Fatty Chu said, unbothered and still having his wine, said, this is called applying what you have learnt, and this is what you taught me. Then Fatty Chu, you should make some for me too. Guoliang said. Don't worry, I will definitely make it up to you. Wait till I'm less busy, then. Fatty Chu said, not rejecting his request. But they were here on a mission to look for opportunities, where would they find the time, really? Fatty Chu, what about all the things you made last time? Wei Ziqi asked. In the past? Those aren't worth mentioning at all. Fatty Chu replied. He was still a very principled person. How could one parade around things that were not made to an acceptable standard? So you have more stuff, Fatty Chu. Guoliang looked at Fatty Chu, saying. Since you have some inventory, sell me some. Just in case you don't have the time to make something for me, I can't just miss out on things made by an armament master. Fatty Chu was pestered by Guoliang for a long time before he took out some equipment. All of which were meant for cooking, such as meat racks and the like. All those things were items he had made for Sima Yuyu, but because they weren't great, he made new ones when he had refined his skills to make better equipment. For this to happen, Sima Yuyu and the rest would always joke about whether or not they would finally see a day where they would be able to use his equipment to feed them all. When Guoliang saw all the equipment, he got extremely excited, touching and admiring everything, his mouth hanging loose in admiration. Fatty Chu, I want them all, how much will you sell them for? Fatty Chu shook his head, saying, but I'm not selling these. The moment he said that, Guoliang became extremely anxious. Fatty Chu, how could you not sell them? No, if you won't sell them to me, then I will pester you until you do. From you eating, drinking, sleeping and even any single move, I will pester you endlessly all the way. Previous chapter was taken aback. This Guoliang was a little overexcited. Wei Ziqi smiled from the side, saying, Fatty Chu means, all these things will be given to you as gifts, you don't need to spend money to buy them. Really? The joyful news came too quickly and Guoliang could not believe it. Fatty Chu nodded, saying, these things weren't made very well anyway. Since you want them you can have them. Anyway, if I take them for a evaluation no one would want them. Thank you, Fatty Chu. Guoliang was so excited that he almost bear hugged Fatty Chu. Guo Pei Pei helplessly shook her head as she watched her brother's behavior. When she saw that Sima Yuyu and Bei Gong Tang were fiddling with something at the side, she walked over and asked, what are you guys doing? Making porridge, for boosting one's beauty, suited for a lady. Sima Yuyu said smoothly. You can have some when it's done. Guo Pei Pei looked at Sima Yuyu, saying, you're a grown man, how would you know what a lady needs to be nourished? Sima Yuyu was actually making the porridge for herself and Bei Gong Tang, and so when Guo Pei Pei had asked her it had slipped. Why was it that she was like a hooligan in comparison to Guo Pei Pei? Bei Gong's body isn't well, and so I make stuff often for her. She was just surprised for a while, but was able to retain her composure quickly. Bei Gong Tang glanced over at her quickly, but didn't say anything. I see. Miss Bei Gong is lucky indeed, having you all to care for her. As she said that she looked over to Wei Ziqi, who took over Bei Gong Tang in roasting the meat. Right, you all have different last names, so you're not from the same family, right? We're not, but we're as good as family. Bei Gong Tang said. We came as a group from the age of about 15 or 16, and we have lived together for 6 to 7 years to date. In this time we have always been together, and we're closer than family. It was rare to hear Bei Gong Tang to say such sentimental things, and Sima Yuyu felt strange hearing those words emerge from her lips. That must be nice. Guo Pei Pei said enviously. A big family like hers made it hard for them to have such sentiments for each other. Lady Guo, what is the restless continent like? Sima Yuyu asked. The restless capital is one of the 10 great capitals, full of great talents, and many of our leaders and families are in the primordial lands holding some power. One of the 10 great capitals? How do they rank them? Bei Gong Tang asked curiously. Guo Pei Pei was rather surprised that they were unaware of this. But when she remembered that they were people from a captive capital, the thought that that might just be so, because they would have never been a part of the goings-on between the capitals. She explained patiently, the rankings are determined by the talents that come out from those lands. Every 500 years, there will be a competition between the capitals, and the results of the competitions will determine the ranking of the capitals. That competition recruits all the talents from each capital? Sima Yuyu asked. That's right, all the talents under the age of 200. Guo Pei Pei said. This competition is usually held in the higher lands, and those who are outstanding in their talents will be chosen to represent their capitals in the competition. Those who do well might even be given an opportunity to join those in power. Doesn't everyone who achieves a divine rank get to enter the upper lands? Sima Yuyu asked. Ha ha ha. Everyone from the Guo family laughed as they heard what she said. A girl named Guo Fu smiled and said, it's not like that. Everyone who achieves a divine rank gains the ability to enter the upper lands, but they don't necessarily get to enter. Why not? Fatty Chu asked. Because it is too hard to survive in the upper lands. If you don't have a powerful background, then you are easily wiped out despite your divine ranking. Guo Fu said. What? Fatty Chu blinked. Was the upper lands always so cruel? Guo Fu definitely isn't exaggerating, though. Where we're from, even all those who have achieved the divine ranking would not always go up. They usually will wait until they are even more strong and powerful before they go up. Only those who have been chosen by the upper land powers would go up. Guo Pei Pei said. You guys can go up to the divine rank status? Sima Yulu asked in surprise. Yes, definitely. Why? Why, can't you? The Guo family members asked Sima Yu and the rest curiously. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, in our capital we can only go up to achieve the maximum ranking of a spirit paragon, and after that we are unable to move up anymore. Except for gaining another sacred beast, we have no idea how else we can increase our ranking. I heard that the Yilan capital has long been called the suppressed capital because the rules and sanctions are so strict. Maybe it is because of that you are unable to achieve even greater rankings. Guo Pei suggested. Lady Guo, you said that it is cruel up there, what do you mean by that? Fatty Chu asked. What I've heard from an uncle was that in the upper lands, it is common to have tens of thousands of people dying every day. Guo Pei said. It doesn't sound like very much, but it adds up with each day. How many people must have died from the past until now? Fatty Chu swallowed his saliva, saying, so many people dying each day? Wouldn't they all die and disappear eventually? If this was the Yilan capital, surely the entire population would have been wiped out in a matter of days. EY. Hearing what he said, the Guo family members laughed again. Guo Liang shook his head, saying, every capital has such a great number of people, and the spirit masters live for really long and must have numerous descendants. Although there are many people dying each day, there are also many more being born each day. Although many have died, there are people born to replace them. So, we don't have to worry about the entire population disappearing. Do you know how many capitals there are in total? Fatty Chu was in great shock. They used to think that the Dongchen kingdom was huge, but as they traveled more, and saw the Yilan capital, they realized that the Dongchen kingdom was indeed small. And after hearing what they had said, it turns out that the Holy Lin capital was just a speck of dust in comparison to the rest of the world. What we heard is that there are thousands of capitals, and the primordial lands is one rank above ours. I heard that there are some lands that are at war with the primordial lands, but this world is too big, and we don't know if what we heard is true. Guo Pei said. Clunk. The meat that Fatty Chu was holding fell to the ground, because he was utterly shocked. Sima Yu's hands had also stopped stirring the porridge, and her ladle had almost fallen into the pot. Wei Ziqi and Ouyang Fei had also forgotten to flip the meat over, their faces plastered with shocked expressions. Guo Pei looked at Sima Yu's team's expressions, and know that what she said has shocked them tremendously. So she combed her hair, saying, actually, no matter how big this world is, as long as we are always moving forward, we will get to our goal of going to the upper lands one day. That's right. This world is nothing much, it's just that this is the first time you are hearing this, that's why you're so surprised. Guo Fu also said. They had not a single clue about what was outside the Yilin country, and so they had never expected to hear such information that would give them such a great shock. It took a while before everyone was able to regain their senses after the shock. I really never thought that this world was that big. Wei Ziqi rubbed his chin, sighing. Thankfully they had decided to come out back then, if not they would have always only known that small place called the Dongchen Kingdom, and forever remain ignorant of the outside world. Sima Yu was able to absorb the new information better, because she had known about the endless universe before. In the universe there were many tiny planets that even people at the present time are unaware of. Other for those that were already discovered and seen, there were still many other planets in the great distance. There could perhaps even be other life forms outside of their planet. Even if we raised the Sun as an example, and using the Sun as the center, the planets that were known of included Mercury, Venus, and the other 8 major planets, a few hundred known moons and perhaps even a few billion little bodies like tiny suns. And how many galaxies there were in the universe would be impossible to know for sure. It felt like the primordial lands had their own sun, and the other capitals were from another galaxy, orbiting around their own sun and owning their own moons. The world was indeed larger than we can comprehend. This is the conclusion that Sima Yu got out of what she had heard. But, no matter how big the world was, their world would always be in their hearts. For their worlds would be as large as their hearts could embrace it. As she thought about that, she started to calm down and continued cooking her porridge. Wei Ziqi and the rest were also slowly accepting the information. It was definitely because they have spent such a long time with Sima Yu that they were now able to accept things more readily. No matter how big this world really is, all we can do now is strengthen ourselves and become more powerful. Fatty Chu said, gathering his hands in a fist. That's right, we can only rely on ourselves to be able to see the rest of the world. Sima Yu nodded in agreement. Sima Yu saw that they were not overwhelmed and discouraged by what they had heard, and nodded in satisfaction. The porridge is ready. She put out the fire, and Bei Gong Tang and the rest took out their own bowls to get a bowl of the food, and had a hearty meal along with the vegetables that Bei Gong Tang had cooked as well. The food you cook is really delicious. I ate so much roasted meat that my stomach's all bloated. If I had known that there was more to come I would not have eaten so much. Guo Liang rubbed his round stomach, saying. Guo Pei looked at her brother helplessly, and gave him a light punch. How could someone be this embarrassing? But it was true that this night's meal was the best meal she had ever had in her life. The Guo family had also eaten their fill, and had never eaten this much before. Whoa. Suddenly, a howl came and awakened the full and sleepy bunch. Crash. Not long later the sounds of a fight were heard, and although it was rather far away, they all felt a sense of impending doom and fear. Looking at the ruckus, there must be at least 2 apex spirit paragon spirit beasts fighting one another. It's coming from the heart of the mountain. Sima Yu said. Looks like there are many treasures, which is why this place attracts so many parties for battles and fights over them. How do you know that there are treasures here? I have once gone to another small country, and this small country and similar rules, only those who had not reached the apex ranks of spirit paragons could enter. At that time I saw many aboriginal spirit beasts, and they normally do not attack people unless they felt threatened. Guo Pei Pei said. You've been to other small countries? Guo Pei Pei nodded, saying. These small countries do not appear in a regulated manner, but when they do appear, everyone in the capital will hear the news, and those who fall under the regulations are able to enter. A similar thing happened a few years ago. Sister, should we go? Guo Liang gazed at the red sky that was overlooking the battleground, asking. No. Guo Pei Pei said. At this rate they will be fighting until tomorrow morning. There will not be any use if we go down now. All right. Everyone in the Guo family was very submissive to Guo Pei Pei. The moment she made a decision, everyone went along with it. Sima Yu looked at the calm Guo family, and noted that each of them were probably rather powerful, for they were unfazed at the knowledge that there were apex spirit paragon spirit beasts fighting close by. As she was feeling out their strength, the Guo family members were also judging and estimating their powers. Logically, if they had come from the Yilan continent, then they should not be that powerful. If they were so calm, they must be either extremely ignorant or extremely powerful. Especially since there were apex-ranking spirit paragon spirit beasts out there. And from that night's interactions, it was clear that these people were not ignorant, so it must mean that the latter thoughts were true. Thereafter Sima Yu and the rest continued to consult the Guo family about matters regarding the little realm. Since they had eaten and received help from Sima Yu, they must repay the favor. The Guo family shared with Sima Yu and the rest what they knew about the little realm, as well as how they might grow in rank in the little realm. Sima Yu had no dissent as to what they were saying, but listened humbly. Because from the moment that she was aware that there were numerous divine rank spirit beasts in this place, then beast taming would become the means by which she would increase her skills while in the little realm. As they concluded their chat, the Guo family took their leave, and were returning to their tents. But as they did so, they suddenly felt a sense of danger, and everyone emerged from their tents once again. Sima Yu had also alerted everyone of the danger, and called out Little Roar, getting him and Little Rock to spread the news of the danger. Very soon, Little Roar and team came back, saying, Yu, there are many divine rank spirit beasts coming from the valleys on both sides, and we are now surrounded. How many are there? Sima Yu asked. At least 100. Little Roar said. Seeing that Sima Yu had heaved a sigh of relief, he cried out, I mean, 100 on each side. What? Why didn't you complete your sentence the first time? Don't you lose your temper at me now? Sima Yu knocked on Little Roar's head. Little Roar looked gloomily at Sima Yu, wanting to stretch out its front leg to rub his head where she had knocked it. What are the grades of the divine rank beasts? Sima Yu asked again. Mostly 2nd or 3rd grade, but only a few are of 3rd grade. None of them are 4th grade. Little Rock said. Other than divine rank beasts, there are also a lot of saint rank beasts. Little Roar added. Can't we ride on our flight beasts and escape? Fatty Chu asked. That's not possible. Little Roar said. There are also many flying beasts in the air. If we get up there, we will only expose ourselves as targets. As the Guo family also received the news, Guo Pei Pei walked over after much contemplation, saying to them, there are many divine rank spirit beasts surrounding the mountain. I'm afraid that we will break into a fight soon. At that time, we will try our best to help in the fight. Thank you, Miss Guo, for your good intentions. Sima Yu smiled, saying, but we do not intend to fight directly with the divine rank spirit beasts. Are you planning to fly out? Guo Pei Pei said disapprovingly. There are a lot of flying beasts, that's not a viable path. Sima Yu smiled confidently, saying, no, we're not leaving. We are going to stay here. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Since you've all decided to stay, but don't want to lay a hand against those spirit beasts, what are you going to do? Guo Pei Pei didn't understand. Sima Yu smiled, explaining, look, there are spirit paragon level divine beasts battling, which also means that they should be able to get out of battle. But why aren't they heading over this valley? It should be because something is enticing them. Otherwise, someone must have given them an order to disregard those 2 divine beasts. Guo Pei Pei said. That's right. That's why we have to find out the reason why. Otherwise, it doesn't matter whether or not we fight or flee. Sima Yu explained. But these are all divine beasts. Someone from the Guo clan came over and said, even if my eldest sis is already a spirit paragon, she has no way to fight all these divine beasts at the same time. Furthermore, one of them have already reached a strength close to a spirit paragon. Sima Yu never thought that Guo Pei Pei would already be a spirit paragon at such a young age. Contrasting all the spirit paragons in the Yilin continent, who all oldies, to the young spirit paragon right in front of her eyes really proved that comparison could kill. However, she had happened to overlook the fact that they had already reached spirit saint at such a young age as well. Furthermore, they had done it under circumstances of being limited by that prison of a continent. Little Roar, will you be able to find out why those spirit beasts have gone to the valley? Sima Yu asked Little Roar, who was within her embrace. There are so many divine beasts. I'm scared to go out. Don't you always praise your supreme ability to swindle spirit beasts? Now that we're just asking you to find out a bit of information, you tell us you're incapable? Fatty Chu called out from the side. Not going, not going. Little Roar's long ears drooped down as he used his paws to cover them. He lay in Sima Yuyu's embrace and refused to yield. Sima Yuyu could tell that Little Roar was acting unusually, so she stretched forth a hand to pet his ears, asking, Little Roar, what's wrong? Yuyu, I feel unwell. Really unwell. Little Roar opened his large eyes wide, and looking pitifully at Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu never expected that he would so drastically change from being completely fine a while ago, to feeling unwell in a second. She asked worriedly, which part of you feels unwell? I don't know, but my heart feels really agitated and suffocated. Little Roar said. Master, I feel the same way. The blood in my vessels are churning. Little Rock landed on Sima Yuyu's shoulder, and he spoke with some difficulty. It was as if he was holding something back. Master, me too. A bird perched on Guo Pei Pei's shoulder said. It should be that something is afflicting them. Guo Pei Pei reacted and kept the bird on her shoulder away. Sima Yuyu kept Little Roar and Little Rock into her spirit pagoda as well. Shortly after the two beasts entered, they felt much better. Yuyu, it's possible that this place has a Devil's Crystal Stone. Mo Sha suddenly voiced out. Devil's Crystal Stone? What is that? Sima Yuyu asked. It's a kind of devil's crystal that can mess with a spirit beast's mind. Mo Sha said, I can explain more later. First, help me find that item. It is of use to me. Sima Yuyu pursed her lips. Every time this guy spoke, it was to get her to fetch this or that item. He never put in any of his own effort. Humph. I'll have to take a look and see if there's anything else I can squeeze from him. I can't always do things for him for free. She secretly muttered. Everyone's spirit beast was feeling unwell, so none of them dared to call out their contracted beast. They were just fine a minute ago, so what's gotten into them right now? Guo Fu said anxiously, without contracted beasts, our battle strength is severely limited. She really never expected that this kind of thing would happen immediately upon entering the little world. Do you know anything about a Devil's Crystal Stone? Sima Yuyu asked. Devil's Crystal Stone? What is that? Guo Liang asked. My contracted beast told me that they're under the influence of the Devil's Crystal Stone. Devil's Crystal Stone. Guo Pei Pei's eyebrows furrowed, asking, what is that? When Sima Yuyu saw them acting this way, she knew that they didn't know anything about the Devil's Crystal Stone either. It looked like she couldn't depend on them. Eldest sis, what do we do now? Another female from the Guo clan asked while looking at Guo Pei Pei. Guo Pei Pei's expression was ugly. Without contracted beasts, their battle abilities were halved. She was the only spirit paragon, and it was going to be arduous for the group of them to defeat a few hundred spirit beasts. Looks like we have no choice but to look for the Devil's Crystal Stone. Wei Ziqi said. We've been in the valley for such a long time, but we haven't felt a thing. It'll be pretty difficult to look for the Devil's Crystal Stone right now. Ouyang Fei said. But we still have to. Sima Yuyu said, those spirit beasts will only stop once we find it. Don't worry. Mo Sha's voice carried over, the Devil's Crystal Stone doesn't do anything in the daytime. You all just have to get through the night and it will be fine. You can look for the Devil's Crystal Stone tomorrow. Those divine beasts won't eat that Devil's Crystal Stone? Sima Yuyu asked. The Devil's Crystal Stone only causes them to lose their senses. It isn't appetizing to them. Mo Sha said. That's easy then. Sima Yuyu said. Yuyu, do you have an idea? Wei Ziqi asked when he saw Sima Yuyu's expression. They told me that the Devil's Crystal Stone only has effect at night, not in the morning. So, we just have to get past tonight. Sima Yuyu said. But, it's not going to be easy to get past tonight. Guo Pei Pei said while looking at the valley, there are so many divine beasts charging over, but only 10 of us. Array. Sima Yuyu said, we just need to use an array. Call your men over. Ziqi, help keep watch over the situation. See how long it will take before those spirit beasts enter. I'm going to set up a protective array. Although she had already set up a protective array when they came, it wasn't strong enough. She needed to set up a whole new one. She took out some array stones, then suddenly slapped her forehead, saying, how could I be so stupid? What's wrong, Yuyu? Bei Gong Tang asked when she saw her slap her own forehead. I'm so stupid I could cry. Sima Yuyu said, I clearly have enough time to create an array, so why don't I make a teleportation array instead of a protective array? Call them over, we're leaving this place. Roar dash. Screech dash. The spirit beasts got closer, and were mere minutes away from reaching where they were. Everyone enter the protective array. Sima Yuyu shouted at the Guo family twice. Once they entered, she inserted her spiritual chi and activated the array, as a white ray of light enveloped them. After that, she began to set up a teleportation array within the protective array. The Guo clan members never thought that Sima Yuyu was an array master, and watched as she constructed every step without even thinking much about it. This proved that she was an array master who was pretty highly ranked. A few minutes later, those spirit beasts arrived in the center of the valley. Yuyu, the spirit beasts have entered. Fatty Chu cried out when he saw the spirit beasts. What are you so anxious about? Don't we still have our protective array? Sima Yuyu didn't even look up as she continued to set up the array. She wasn't a single bit worried about the spirit beasts who had charged in. Previous chapter. When the spirit beasts who had rushed in got a whiff of the human scent, they immediately charged towards the array. However, because they were blocked, they started to attack the protective array non-stop. Eldest sis, is this reliable? That's right. He's so young, will he be able to set up a teleportation array? The requirements for one to become a teleportation array master were relatively high. It required one to be able to tear a hole through space, so many array masters were not able to set up teleportation arrays. What else can we do aside from believing in him? Guo Pei asked. It was not a problem for her to bash out on her own. However, it would definitely be difficult for her to bring her clan out with her. Crash dash. The divine beasts attacked the protective array incessantly, and they were surrounded by enraged spirit beasts. There were a few times where the protective array looked as if it was going to collapse. The Guo clan members looked at the crazed spirit beasts and were so terrified that their hearts were pounding. However, they took one look at Sima Yu and saw that this guy was still setting up the teleportation array in such a carefree and leisurely manner. If I knew earlier on that there would be so many divine beasts, would have set up the Sima clan's great protective array. Then I wouldn't have to make something so troublesome like a teleportation array. Yu, it's not going to hold on much longer. Sima Yu placed the last array stone into its respective place and said, "Alright everyone, come over." Everyone stood beside her as she quickly activated the array because she saw that the array had started to shake. The moment the light of the teleportation array enveloped everyone, the protective array crumbled. The divine beasts charged over. However, they merely managed to roar once before everyone disappeared right in front of them. Roar dash, a single divine beast was faster than the rest, and, with its claw, caught onto the teleportation array and disappeared along with it. In an area far away from the valley, the group of them fell from the sky in a heap. Screech dash. Before anyone had time to react, they heard the sound of a sword slicing through a body. Everyone looked to where the sound had come from, and realized Guo Pei had stabbed a divine beast right in the heart. Her spirit-powered sword pierced right into the divine beast's body, shattering its heart. Eldest sis. Guo Liang shouted. I sensed this divine beast follow us when we were teleported away. Guo Pei explained. That was why she had managed to react instantaneously and meet its attack head on once they exited the teleportation array. I'm only able to set up a teleportation array that moves us a short distance away. We're not too far from the valley earlier, so we should leave quickly. If they discover us again and chase after us, it will be too troublesome. As a result, the group of them flew towards the direction opposite of that valley. Everyone should rest here. Sima Yu said when she felt that the dangers had already passed. Who dash? My inner chi is almost spent after running for an entire night. Everyone else took out a pill to eat, and sat down to recover their spiritual chi as well. Sima Yu sat down at the side, called out Little Roar and Little Rock, asking, how do you both feel right now? Yu, I'm fine now. Little Roar rolled around in Sima Yu's embrace and said coquettishly, it's fine that you're well. Sima Yu petted his long ears, turned to Little Rock and asked, what about you, Little Rock? Master, we had begun recovering the moment we entered the spirit pagoda. We have already calmed down. Little Rock said. Then, are you still able to sense the activity of that devil's crystal rock here? Sima Yu asked. Not anymore. Little Rock and Little Roar both shook their heads. Looks like Mo Sha was right about it not being active in the daytime. Sima Yu said, then, we're going to go back to look for the devil's crystal stone. Master, what are we finding that devil's crystal stone for? This item was harmful to spirit beasts, so why were they going to look for it? Mo Sha said that it's useful. I don't know what he wants it for either. See, she told everyone to wait here for her while she went back to the valley to look around. After that, she sat on Little Rock and flew back to the valley. Is that a 5th-ranked divine 4-winged flying rock? Yesterday, Little Rock was in disguise, so they couldn't tell what his original body or rank was. Now that they had seen it, they were given a shock. A divine beast with the strength on par with a spirit paragon, and is an array master as well. Looks like the people from the Yilin continent aren't that bad. The Guo clan members were secretly musing. Little Rock was fast, and the distance they took an entire night to traverse took him little over an hour. Sima Yu returned to the valley and looked at the barren rocks, saying, looks like we overlooked it when we pitched camp yesterday. At that time, we should have known that something was off since it was completely barren of life, but we overlooked this point. Every night, the spirit beasts would come here and go crazy. It was no wonder that no living thing could grow. She walked around the valley but did not see any special rock. She knocked on her bracelet, saying, hey, we don't recognize the devil's crystal stone. Do you want to come out and take a look? She initially thought that Mo Sha wouldn't reply her, but he actually came out from the devil's snare bracelet after she spoke. You're sure that you want this item? Sima Yu asked. Mo Sha closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings, saying, that's right. It is a devil's crystal stone. After speaking, he floated over to the center of the valley. Every time Sima Yu saw him this way, it reminded her of a ghost. She couldn't help but curse. Actually, this damned guy was just a ghost. However, a curse was just a curse. She still had to follow after him. Man and ghost came to the center of the valley and Mo Sha waved his hand, sending a huge boulder flying. Sima Yu could feel the amount of power in this one wave of his hand and was speechless. This guy really recovered a fair amount. When she saw Mo Sha blank out in front of that stone, she asked, this is the devil's crystal stone? Nope. Mo Sha said. Then what are you blanking out in front of it for? Feel like it. Mo Sha replied indifferently. Sima Yu glared at him and grit her teeth. She really wanted to go up and give him a punch. What was he messing around for? Mo Sha really acted as if he had nothing to do, turning around and facing the place where the boulder was. Dig here. Mo Sha said. Aren't you powerful? Do it yourself. Sima Yu sat her butt down on the boulder that Mo Sha had sent flying and said with a smile, as she used both hands to support her chin. I can only move things. I can't dig. Mo Sha said. Benefit. Sima Yu stretched forth her hand. What benefit? Mo Sha was puzzled. Look how much stronger your soul has gotten. You've even gotten stronger. Isn't it because of my efforts? If you said that you were my people, I wouldn't be petty. However, you're going to leave me one day, right? So it's a given that I can't lose out. I've given you so many good things and now you want me to work hard for you. Shouldn't you give me some form of benefit? Previous chapter. Mo Sha saw Sima Yu beaming happily, but she quickly put on a mask of nonchalance. What kind of benefit do you want? Anything is fine, as long as it's something good. Sima Yu said, however, it's best if it's some high-ranking spirit martial art or a treasure that you encounter once in 10,000-year-old or something like that. Hey, what are you doing? Mo Sha suddenly appeared in front of her before she finished speaking. He was holding on to her head, placing their foreheads together. With a charming voice he said, didn't you want some benefit? I'm giving you something good now. You call this something good? Let go of me. How will I give you something good if I let you go? Mo Sha increased his hold and didn't let Sima Yu escape. Sima Yu's eyes went large and her eyes were suffused with disbelief. Damn it all, why did she get forcefully kissed again? At that time, Wu Lingyu did this, and now he was doing the same. Furthermore, the two of these people had licked her lips after kissing her, as if. Mo Sha released Sima Yu, saying, so this is what kissing feels like. Sima Yu saw that Mo Sha had returned to his immaterial state and couldn't take it out on him. Hearing what she said, she raged, what do you mean kiss? This was a forced kiss. Forced kiss, you hear me? Mo Sha saw that she was isn't this benefit great? He asked. Great your ass. She forcefully wiped her lips, and just when Mo Sha thought that she was angry because she had been violated, she said, even if you're both extremely good looking, and even if this kiss is a benefit, it should be me forcefully kissing you and not you kissing me. Little Rock and Little Roar rolled their eyes. They really wished they didn't know this guy. It couldn't be that she was at a loss not because she had been kissed, but just because it was forced. So, she just wished that she was the one who had forced the kiss on him. When Mo Sha heard what she said, his smile was incredulous, just search your consciousness. Although Sima Yu wasn't happy, she sifted through her consciousness and her eyes went large. Seeing that something had appeared in her consciousness, the anger on her face immediately disappeared. Hehe, this item isn't bad. The speed of which Sima Yu's expression changed was incredibly fast. This really made the other two beasts speechless. Body refinement technique and secret soul art were two polar opposite forms of art. The latter one strengthened the soul, while the prior one could strengthen the body. The body strengthening method that he gave her previously was one of the methods from this body strengthening art. Can you start digging now? These things were things that he had personally exerted so much effort to obtain, but now she had snatched 3 books. If it was anyone else, he would definitely have been enraged. Satisfied? He was shocked by his own thoughts. Even though he had obtained so many good things in the past and reached such great heights, he had never felt satisfied before. Hey, what are you zoning out for? Sima Yu stretched forth a hand and waved it back and forth in front of him. What are you doing? He collected his thoughts and looked at the certain someone who was blustering about. Aren't I helping you out after taking your things? I'm asking whether you have any requirements. How do you want me to dig it? If you don't tell me, what's going to happen if I dig wrongly? You can just dig in any way you want. In any case, you're not strong enough to damage that devil's crystal stone. You, humph. This lord here won't be petty. Because this place had been blocked by the boulder earlier, the color of the soil below was different from the rest of the soil. Sima Yu took out a shovel and began to dig. However, she realized that the soil was extremely hard. This soil has been affected by the devil's crystal stone, so its properties have long since been changed. Sima Yu secretly grit her teeth and subconsciously gripped the shovel tighter. This damned guy, he clearly knew this much earlier but didn't tell her. He only made a casual remark after seeing her suffer later one. He really was cruel. Quickly. Otherwise, you may not even be able to finish digging it out today. This lord won't bother with you. The ground wasn't shaken at all. Use the metal attribute. A certain someone took a deep breath and grit her teeth. This lord will bear it. She changed her spiritual chi into the metal attribute, and used both hands to form a seal. She changed the spiritual chi into the form of a giant hammer, then heavily smacked down. Bang dash. Sima Yu could feel as if the ground below gave a shake, but it was as if nothing had changed. Mo Sha floated over and saw the ground that looked completely undamaged. He shook his head, saying, I knew that you wouldn't be strong enough. But I didn't think that you wouldn't be able to damage it at all. Sima Yu was depressed. Was this really soil? Or was she really so weak that she couldn't even dig up soil? Use that divine artifact and try it out. Sima Yu called out Ling Long, and she immediately cried and hugged Sima Yu when she appeared. Yu, ever since you got those pots and pans, you never called me out. Sob sob sob. Sima Yu's expression turned black. Didn't this guy used to violently protest against being forced to change into those little toys? Alright, I'll let you out to play more often next time. Ling Long was always very small, but she could give a good slap. This way, when outsiders asked her what she was, how could she answer? Yu, what did you call me out for? Out for this time? When Ling Long got Sima Yu's promise, she wiped away her non-existent tears. Sima Yu pointed at the extremely hard soil and said, this soil has turned into rock. I can't move it at all. Can you help me? No problem. Ling Long patted her chest and flew out from Sima Yu's hand. She transformed into a divine tool, then turned round and round, transforming into a hammer. However, it looked a lot smaller than the hammer that Sima Yu had made using her spiritual art just now. Aha! Ling Long cried out, then used her shovel self to pound into the ground. The ancient ground that Sima Yu had labored on for half a day without fruit, was now split to resemble a spider web. Sima Yu looked at the ground that had been shattered, and subconsciously gulped. Yu, is this okay? Ling Long asked. Sima Yu walked over and squatted beside the soil. This soil had been pounded into dust. It's fine now. She squatted down and stretched forth a hand to feel it, then took out something to keep it away. Ling Long changed back into a tool spirit, then sat down on her shoulders, asking, Yu, what are you taking it for? This soil is harder than the average stone. I'll keep it away and ask Fatty if he needs it when I'm back. I feel that this soil is really above average. Mo Sha, who was observing from the side, didn't think that Sima Yu would be that sharp. This soil that had been changed by the devil's crystal stone was indeed a very rare ingredient for Armament Master. Sima Yu kept all the soil away, and a 10 meters square that was about 2 meters deep appeared. In the middle of it, was a 50 centimeter tall black crystal that was diamond-shaped. This is a devil's crystal stone. It's huge. Mo Sha never expected that it would be such a large piece of devil's crystal stone as well. In the past, the biggest one he saw was around the size of a person's head. However, this one was twice the size of that one. Mo Sha, just what is this item used for? The devil's crystal stone isn't too useful to others, but for a person from the devil's realm, it's even rarer than your rare crystals. What's a crystal? What use does it have? Mo Sha thought about how this continent didn't have a single crystal, and it was rare that he was in a good mood, so he explained, in the primordial lands, the cultivation techniques of those people were quite different from yours. They absorbed spiritual power, not spiritual chi. They could obtain the spiritual power they desired from those crystals. It's a lot quicker than you guys who absorb just a little bit of spiritual chi. Absorbing crystals? Sima Yu blinked in confusion, as if she couldn't even picture what that would be like. In the primordial lands, only the average citizen would trade in gold. Spiritual masters normally use crystals for trade. The higher grade it is, the bigger its value. There were some who didn't even use crystals to trade for items, but just absorbed the spiritual power inside to strengthen themselves. Mo Sha said, those rare crystals have so much power that it scares people. A little bit of it is thousands upon thousands times better than an average crystal. The Devil's Crystal Stone is a rare crystal. It's just that it can only be used by a denizen from the Devil's realm? Sima Yu understood. That's right. Mo Sha nodded. Once I fuse back with my physical body, I will need a large amount of devil power. This Devil's Crystal Stone just happens to make up for that. When you fuse back, will my senior brother disappear? Sima Yu asked with a tinge of worry. Although Wu Lingyu was no one special, he was still her senior brother. Seeing how Old Man Devil took such good care of him, he would be extremely sad if he were to disappear from this world. Mo Sha suddenly felt unrest in his heart. His expression chilled as he asked, you care about him that much? He's my senior brother at the very least. Sima Yu didn't know why Mo Sha would suddenly become angry. Then why don't you care whether or not I will disappear? Mo Sha was dissatisfied. Even though the other half was his soul as well, seeing that she cared only for Wu Lingyu and not himself, it made him want to exterminate the other half of his soul in Wu Lingyu. Worried about you? Sima Yu looked at Mo Sha, saying, you're so strong, do I need to worry about you? Senior brother's soul is really weak. Since yours is so strong, the one who will lose out won't be you for sure. You believe in me that much? Hearing her explanation soothed him somewhat. Of course. Sima Yu nodded without thinking. Mo Sha brightened up considerably, saying, we're fusing, not taking over each other. You can relax. Oh. Sima Yu replied. Why did this guy's mood change faster than a woman's? Someone's coming. Mo Sha used his black mist to keep the devil's crystal stone and took it into the devil's snare bracelet with him. Shortly after, a group of people flew over from far away. Young Master Sima, are you okay? Guo Pei stood on the top of a flying beast and said to Sima Yu who was standing in the pit. Sima Yu lifted up her head and looked at the whole gang who had come over. She waved at them saying, I'm fine. Sima Yu and the others hopped off their flying beasts, looked at her standing in the pit and asked, did you find the devil's crystal stone? Sima Yu took out a small piece of the devil's crystal stone that had been left behind on the ground and said, yup, it's this thing. Such a small piece of stone. Why did you dig such a big hole? Fatty Chu and the others landed as well. They looked at the black piece of stone in her hand and asked. Didn't I dig it for you? Sima Yu asked. She took out a piece of the morphed soil that hadn't been ground into dust and said, see if this thing is useful? Let me see. Fatty Chu took the soil. The moment he touched it, he knew that it was far from average. This soil is extremely hard. It's clearly not stone, but it's as hard as stone. See if you can break it? Sima Yu asked. Okay. Fatty Chu took out an item and placed the soil in. After that he hit it. However, a few minutes passed by and that soil looked completely undamaged. Even the thing he used to contain the soil had been broken. Fatty Chu wasn't sad at all when he saw that his tool had been broken. Instead, his eyes grew large as he said excitedly, this is something really good. Someone from the Guo family saw everything and asked, what soil is this that it's actually so hard? The devil's crystal stone changed the properties of the soil. Sima Yu said. Fatty Chu tried again a few more times. He even used his full strength from top to tie, but he had no way of breaking apart that soil. Yu, this thing is great, but if it can't break it apart then it's useless. He turned to Sima Yu and lamented. Let me try. Guo Pei said. Fatty Chu handed it over to her, then she placed it on a boulder. With Sima Yu's reminder, she used her full force. Peng dash. That boulder was grounded into dust. Everyone walked over and Fatty Chu went to the center of the dust, but everyone saw that unblemished soil. Even a spirit paragon's attack had no effect on it. At this point, even Guo Pei was shocked. She took the soil once again and observed it closely. I've seen the material needed for the average arms, but I've never seen anything as hard as this. I've used all of my power, but it didn't leave a scratch on this. Haha, treasure, treasure. Fatty Chu said ecstatically. If I'm able to infuse spiritual qi into it, I'll definitely be able to increase its strength. You should first think of a way to grind this into dust. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it. Ouyang Fei reminded the overly elated Fatty Chu. I'll think of a way eventually. Guo Pei looked at the soil in her hands, then turned to Sima Yu and asked, Young Master Sima, this soil is extremely hard, so how did you dig it up? Previous chapter. I didn't do this. Sima Yu stretched out both hands as if she was completely helpless. She had even been laughed at by Mo Sha earlier. If not for Ling Long, she would still be zoning out right in front of that pile of soil. It wasn't you? The Guo clan looked around and saw that she was the only one here. It was me. Ling Long appeared out of nowhere and lay comfortably on her head. She beamed at the group. She is. The Guo clan members looked at her tiny figure and only knew that she wasn't human. However, someone who could do something like this would definitely not be your average person. Sima Yu stretched forth a hand and took Ling Long down, saying, She's a spirit tool. I happened to pick her up. However, she can currently only turn into a hammer. As she spoke, she changed Ling Long into a hammer. Hammer? The Guo clan members looked at Sima Yu. It was a spiritual tool with a spirit, so its rank must be considerably high, right? But she was actually used as a hammer? It was like tossing pearls to swine, okay. When they saw the hammer, Wei Ziqi and the others laughed. The first time they saw her, Ling Long wasn't a hammer. However, no matter how often they recalled the time that Sima Yu had come to rescue them with a frying pan, they would not be able to hold back their laughter. After that, they found out that the frying pan was actually something super kick-ass. When the Guo clan members saw that Sima Yu did not plan to talk about Ling Long, they intentionally did not probe further. Fatty, this is what Ling Long managed to pound into dust. I merely helped you store it away. Sima Yu said. You managed to keep so much? Fatty Chu looked at Sima Yu, then his eyes went large as he pointed at the pit, saying, Don't tell me you stored away this entire pit? What? You don't like that it's too much? Then I'll pour some away. Sima Yu said. Hey, don't. I won't complain even if you gave me more. Fatty Chu cried out as he hugged onto Sima Yu. Fatty Chu, this thing really isn't bad. When I go to get your help in forging some weapons in the future, help me add some in, okay? Guo Liang walked over and said. When will I ever have the opportunity to forge weapons for you? Fatty Chu said. How could you not? You guys will definitely head upstairs in the future, and so will we. Who knows whether or not there will be chances in the future? Guo Liang said. Guo Fu walked over and said, Young Master Sima, this. Could you give me a bit of this soil? You need it? Sima Yu asked. Yeah. Guo Fu nodded, saying, Before I came here, I found an armament master who would help me forge a spirit tool. He told me that he would be able to forge an even better spirit tool if I was able to find a type of raw material that was extremely hard. Okay. Sima Yu took out a box and poured some soil into it, then handed it to her. Thank you. Guo Fu took the box and looked gratefully at Sima Yu. Guo Pei saw that Sima Yu had given some to her younger sister without the slightest bit of hesitation, and her impression of her increased by several folds. In their continent, there were many strong youths. However, strong youths with good character were rare. She looked at everyone and said, We plan to look at the area that those two beasts were fighting at last night. Do you want to come with us? Sima Yu and the others exchanged glances, then finally nodded, saying, We were planning to do so as well. Who knows what's there? We should all go over and see it together. Okay. As such, Sima Yu and the others sat on Little Rock while the Guo clansmen sat on their own flying beast. The group of them flew over to the place that they fought at that night. Before they got near that place, the Guo clan members who were flying in front suddenly headed to the ground. Sima Yu and the others were confused, but they still followed them down. What's wrong? Wei Ziqi asked while looking at Guo Pei. There are a lot of people in front. If we continue to fly there, we might possibly attract unnecessary trouble. Guo Pei said. As a spirit paragon, Guo Pei's perception was much stronger than most. That was why she could sense the situation in front. Sima Yu could also sense that there were many people ahead, so she said, Since this is the case, we should walk over. Of course, she didn't really mean for them to walk over there slowly on foot, but to call out their spirit beasts and head over. Thus, everyone called out their contracted beasts. It went without saying that the Guo clansmen naturally had divine beasts. However, they didn't expect that Sima Yu and the others had divine beasts as well. At what point did saint beasts become as common as cabbages? Let's go. Sima Yu patted Yaguang, and he took the lead and charged ahead. Once they had left by quite a distance, Guoliang finally looked away and said, "Are they really from the Yilin continent? Why do I feel as if they are about as strong as the powers from our continent?" "That's right, they're practically better than most people from our continent," another youth from the Guo clan exclaimed. "They have an array master and armament master, everyone has a saint beasts, and some even have more than one. They even have divine tools. Their strength really catches one's attention." Guo Pei said, "However, the Yilin continent limits one's strength, preventing them from reaching divine rank. Based on their earlier shocked expressions, they should really be from that place. I wonder how shocked they would be if the others from our continent saw them." Guo Gu said with a smile. "Not really, if we bumped into Wei Ziqi and the others, I think those people would still hold those from other continents in contempt." Guo Fu said. "I heard Yun Feng and the others came to the Little Realms as well. I wonder whether we'll bump into them." Guo Fu said. Guo Pei sighed, "They're the ones in front. I already sensed their aura earlier. Also, members of the Zhan clan are there as well. Quite a number of them came. We'll bump into them soon and you guys have to avoid conflict with them, got it?" "Got it, eldest sis." A few people replied. "Let's go. They're very far ahead of us now." Guo Pei sat on her divine beast and charged ahead the moment she finished speaking. The Guo clan members quickly followed after, and quickly caught up to Sima Yu and the gang. The group of them traversed the harsh mountain and quickly came to the place where those two divine beasts had fought that night. Many mountains nearby were leveled and the surrounding vegetation had been wrecked. It was a mess as far as the eye could see. Looking at this mess, the battle last night must have been intense. Fatty Chu exclaimed. "Is that the snow wolf from last night?" Wei Ziqi pointed at the whole carcass of a huge snow wolf lying on the mountain and asked. "Should be." Guo Pei said. "There isn't any treasure here, so why would so many people gather here?" Guo Pei said that there were people all over the mountain and said with confusion. Everyone with Guo Pei was confused as well. According to reason, something like this should happen due to some precious treasure. However, when they arrived here, aside from the horde of people, nothing seemed out of the ordinary at all. Wei Ziqi looked at the people, saying, "I think those people are like us, drawn by last night's battle. So they don't know what is here either. Aren't they afraid of getting torn apart by the snow wolves?" Fatty Chu said. "If there was only one snow wolf it wouldn't be that scary." Guo Pei said. "There are many people who came from other lands, and among them are some spirit paragon level individuals along with their spirit beasts. It's not an ordinary fight. Isn't it that only those under the age of 100, meaning the lower ranking spirit masters who could enter? How could someone at such a young age become a spirit paragon?" Sima Yu asked. At the Yilin continent, anyone who became a spirit paragon at the age of 100 was already considered amazing. Considering the fact that climbing the ranks after becoming a spirit paragon would be difficult and slow. It took years, or tens of years to climb a single rank. Yet there were some who became a spirit paragon even before the age of 100. What a great feat. Seeing that Fatty K and the rest with genuinely shocked expressions on their face, the Guo family members really started to believe that they were indeed from the Yilin continent. "Our family has a granduncle who became a spirit paragon by the age of 100. Guoliang said. "He was chosen directly by the powers up there, and he went up right after he got promoted in his rank." "Whoa. 100-year-old spirit paragon?" "That's right. But compared to the people up there, this kind of skill is not considered great," Guoliang said. Because that granduncle had come back to visit before, they were aware of some of the things happening in the primordial lands. The corners of Sima Yuli's lips twitched. How could a 100-year-old spirit paragon not be considered good enough? Everyone up there was born a spirit paragon. If not, you would be considered useless, Guoliang said. If they are unable to attain a divine rank by the age of 50, they will just be an average person. A 50-year-old divine rank. No wonder you guys have said not to go up immediately even after attaining a divine rank. Having powers like that up there is indeed insufficient. Sima Yu sighed. They are bigger than us, so being more powerful than us would also be normal. Guo Pei said. Older sister's skills are greater than our grand-uncle's, and she will definitely become a spirit paragon before the age of 100. Guo Fu said, smiling. Indeed, Pei would definitely become a spirit paragon before the age of 100. A strong and violent voice came from their side, attracting their attention. Sima Yu and the rest looked over, only to see a man in a long black coat sauntering over, with another man also in black clothing following behind him. Guo Pei's expressions changed as she saw the oncoming man, and did not greet him. The man sauntered over, and stood firmly next to Guo Pei, saying, Pei is destined to become my woman, and I will help you to become a spirit paragon before you reach the age of 100 for sure. Is this man Guo Pei's fiancé? But as she observed the man, she noted that he seemed unreasonable and difficult to deal with. And looking at Guo Pei's expression, it was clear that she did not like him. And just as they thought. Zhan Xian, there is no promise of marriage between the two of us. Stop uttering the rubbish that just overflows from your heart. Huh, Pei, my father has already promised that when we both get out of here he will send someone to the Guo family to propose the marriage. Do you think your family will reject me? Zhan Xian, don't think that just because one of your elders have become one of the lead elders of the Sage Pavilion, you can do whatever you want, especially when our grand uncle is a part of the Divine Devil Valley. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang exchanged glances. They never thought that that elder was part of the Divine Devil Valley. It seems like they may share some relation. That grand-uncle of yours is just in the outer parts of the Divine Devil Valley, and he's not even a treasured member. The elder from my family, however, is the Sage Pavilion's second lead elder, and your family is way below the Jean family's position. One of the Jean family members said. Now that my older brother wishes to marry your older sister, that's allowing you guys to keep some of your pride. Don't you throw this aside and take up the terrible consequences on yourselves. I would like to see just how you guys would punish us. Wu Xian, you're not to speak to Pei Pei and her family like that. Jean Xian said. Yes, older brother. Pei Pei, I really do like you. Who else but me can match up to you? Now, even when Yunfeng sees me, he admits defeat. Before Guo Pei Pei could say anything, a laid-back voice interrupted. Is that so? Fenger, when have you become so weak, to not even dare to encounter a Jean family member? Sima Yu had seen these people from a long time ago, but she had never known that they were from the same land as Guo Pei Pei and her family. The head of that group was a man in white, who was more beautiful than a woman. When the Guo family members saw who had come, their expressions turned into smiles and appeared happy to see them. Oh, I guess you don't know either. Yun Yi said dryly. Since it is this way, I think you should battle with this Jean family genius for a— Alright. Yunfeng nodded, staring at Jean Xian. Would Jean Xian really have the guts to compete with Yunfeng, when Yunfeng was greater than him by 2 ranks? Just you wait. After he spat out his spiteful words, he and the Jean family members slipped away. TSK, how weak. Older brother Yun Yi, weren't you up there? Why are you here? Guo Pei Pei asked, smiling, looking at Yun Yi. Yun Yi patted Guo Pei Pei's head, saying, Pei Pei has grown so much, and has become so elegant. Guo Pei Pei scowled. When you had left, I was already grown up. At that time you had grown bigger, but you still looked like a little girl. Now you have the presence of an older sister. Yun Yi laughed, saying. Guo Pei Pei swatted off his hand, saying, you have yet to answer my question. Weren't you taken by the Divine Demon Valley? Why are you back here? The Valley's chief said that I'm just at the brinks of attaining the divine rank, but I can't seem to go past that brink, so he's letting me take a break. Thankfully I encountered this matter as I was on my way home, so that I can have some fun. Yun Yi said. Right, your grand-uncle knows that I've come down, and asked me to bring you some things. Previous chapter. What does grand-uncle want to pass to us? Guo Liang asked. Whatever it would be, even if it wasn't great, it would be better than anything that was from these lands. Then again, would things from the Divine Devil Valley be terrible? As Yun Yi looked at Guo Liang's anxious expressions, he said, how is it that you're still this jumpy and anxious at this age? Hee hee. Guo Liang rubbed the back of his head, saying, older brother Yun Yi, you do like to leave me hanging. There definitely are some pills, spirit equipment and some one-time use arrays. You probably will not be able to use the other things. Yun Yi then took out a space ring and presented it to Guo Pei Pei and said, everything is inside here. Guo Pei Pei received the space ring, and as she focused her energy to look at what was inside, she was left shocked and was only able to come to her senses after a while. How did we get so many great things, and grand-uncle is someone from the outer parts of the valley? Previously your grand-uncle had won the favor of the elders, and these things are probably the rewards given to him from within the valley, I think. Also, when I was leaving, I heard that your grand-uncle may become the inner valley's disciple. Yun Yi said. Really? As the Guo family heard the news they were filled with joy. If their grand-uncle could enter the inner valley, then their family clan would also increase in their prominence. Yun Yi nodded. That's great. Looks like I have forgotten to introduce you. Guo Pei Pei smacked her forehead. These are the friends that we met yesterday. This is Wei Ziqi, Ouyang Fei, Fatty, Bei Gong Tang, Little Tu, Sima Yu Lu and Sima Yu Yu. As he heard Sima Yu Yu's name, Yun Yi's eyes glistened. Sima Yu Yu from the Yi Lin continent? Brother Yun Yi, do you know him? Guo Pei Pei and the rest were surprised. She did not remember mentioning that they were from the Yi Lin continent as she was introducing them. Yun Yi looked at Sima Yu Yu's ring, and was surprised. He bowed to her, saying, this Yun disciple Yun Yi greets young master. With this salutation, everyone was shocked, and turned their heads to look at Sima Yu Yu. HM, you may rise. Sima Yu Yu touched her nose. That was the right thing to say, right? Thank you, young master. Brother Yun Yi, you. You called him young master? That's right. He is one of the 2 young masters from the Divine Devil Valley. But aren't you and the rest from the Yi Lin continent? How could he become the young master? Previously, second young master had returned and announced that he had found a successor, and the blood ring had already approved of him, and that he would become our young master. Yun Yi explained. As long as we see him, everyone who is below the elders of the Divine Devil Valley must greet him. Wow. So Yu is the young master of the Divine Devil Valley. Wow, the power of this title. When you go back up, no one will dare to take advantage of you. No one from the Yun family had thought that they would encounter the young master of the Divine Devil Valley here. Sima Yu laughed, saying, I've never been to the Divine Devil Valley, so I'm not sure what it is like myself. This being a young master is also just a title, so whatever we had between us should stay the same. If you're going to be like this, it's going to make it uncomfortable. Heh. I feel the same way too. Sima Yu looked at Yun Yi, and suddenly thought about the rules of the place and said in surprise, Yun Yi, are you not yet 100 years old? I'm 90 this year. And you've been to the Divine Devil Valley even before becoming a spirit paragon? That's right. Brother Yun Yi's powers over the airspace are really strong. He had coincidentally bumped into an elder from the Restless Continent, and that elder happened to be an array master. And after he saw Brother Yun Yi's skills, he brought him up to the Divine Devil Valley. It has been 30 years since Brother Yun-Yi has gone up. 90 years. Sima Yu thought about those on Earth who were 90 years old, and then took a second look at the 90-year-olds here, and was grateful that they are not the same worlds. So now, if we think in terms of Earth, then I am only just a few years old? Whoa. The cry of a snow wolf resounded from the mountain peaks opposite them, and scared everyone. What's wrong? No one thought that a snow wolf would suddenly cry out. It is calling its pack. I guess it senses that there are more and more people here, and feels endangered, so it's calling for its companions. But there aren't many treasures here. Little Tu pulled on Sima Yu's clothes, saying, "Brother, I can sense it. There are treasures here. Do you know what they are?" Fatty Chu asked. Little Tu shook his head, and pointed towards a distance beyond the cliff, saying, "They are in the rocks there." In the rocks? Could they be the stone skeleton flowers? Someone from the Yun family said out loud. Aren't stone skeleton flowers just things that exist in myths? Yu, what kind of treasure is a stone skeleton flower? Stone skeleton flowers can bring the dead back to life, and add flesh to bone. Who? Sima Yulu and some others inhaled sharply. Could there really be such a thing in the world? The ancient books record that even if you have died, if you apply the stone skeleton flower to the body, you can come back to life. It's that powerful? Fatty Chu said. Should we make an attempt, since it is such a precious treasure? This stone skeleton flower will not be easy to attain. Sima Yu said. Aged stone skeleton flowers can become spirits, and move about on their own. Because it is embedded in stone, you may not be able to see it since it has disappeared. How does it move if it is embedded in stone? Just as how earthworms move in the ground, that's how the spirits move while in the stone. Sima Yu said. Soon after, many snow wolves started to surround them, and lingered around the mountain peak and cliff. As the people saw the number of spirit beasts surrounding them, they started to retreat. Since they had not yet laid their eyes on the treasure, there was no real reason for them to take such a great risk. At this time, a waft of fragrances sloped over, and it stopped those who were going down the mountain in their tracks. If the treasure was able to give off such a strong fragrance, it must not be an ordinary treasure. This smell was familiar to some, and those who knew the smell cried out, "This is definitely the smell of a stone skeleton flower." What kind of flower is a stone skeleton flower? The companion of the passerby asked. The stone skeleton flower. The passerby excitedly shared about the uses of the stone skeleton flower to his companion, but did not know that everyone around them had heard him as well. Now that they had all heard about the powers of this mythical treasure, none of them were going to leave, and stared beyond the cliff with a fiery gaze, thinking about whether or not they could find the stone skeleton flower. Older brother, these snow wolves are strong, should we battle them? Yunfeng asked Yun-Yi, not blinded by the appeal of the stone skeleton flower. Yun-Yi did not reply, but simply looked at Sima Yu. Sima Yu found that rather bewildering, but realized later that since Yun-Yi is from the Divine Devil Valley, he would have to wait for her commands or suggestions before taking action. Don't be bothered by me. Just do what you see fit. She shrugged, saying. Does young master not wish to battle it out? Yun-Yi asked. Don't call me young master, just call me Yu. Sima Yu waved her hands. She was not used to someone calling her that. This is an outstanding treasure, and naturally everyone would want to own something like that. But there's no need to be bothered by what I think. Everyone plays a part, so it belongs to whoever gets it first. Although the Yun family was aware that Sima Yu was the young master of the Divine Devil Valley, they had actually never believed in her strength or power. Especially since she was from the Yi-Lin continent, and whatever powers that could come out from that continent could not be far off from the powers that could be seen from their own land. And even if Yun-Yi felt that way deep inside his heart, Sima Yu was still the young master of the Divine Devil Valley. And if he ran into trouble, he would still have to lend him assistance. Only the Guo family members believed that Sima Yu was not boasting about her powers, but that they did indeed have the power to fight. Yu, why don't you let me help you dig out that stone skeleton flower? Ling Long tugged on Sima Yu's hair, saying. Are you confident? Sima Yu asked in her head. Of course. Ling Long thumped a fist on its chest, saying. Just wait for me here. I'll snatch that stone skeleton flower for you. It has always seen Little Roar and the rest do things for Sima Yu while in the spirit pavilion, and has always wanted to do something to get a feel of its own sense of existence. And since an opportunity has shown itself, it must now do well to make an impression. Be careful, then. Since it was decided that she should just watch, Sima Yu brought a few of them to find a resting place to sit, while the Guo and Yun families discussed together what to do, thinking about how they might snatch the stone skeleton flower for themselves amongst the horde of others who wanted to do the same. As half the day passed, the snow wolf at the peak of the mountain suddenly got up and cried out loudly as if crying out into the sky. At the same time, an even stronger wave of the fragrance drifted past their noses. The stone skeleton flower has blossomed completely. Sima Yu said. You be careful, Ling Long, don't get hurt. If you can't handle it, do call for us. I know, Yu. Just leave it to me. The flower has bloomed. The stone skeleton flower and the rocks were pretty much of the same color, just that the center of the flower was white as well, and stood out compared to the rest of the cliff. Let's go. Sima Yu was far away from the battlegrounds and watched everyone fighting. She also saw a number of people getting utterly destroyed by the spirit beasts. And not even a trace of them was left. This messy scene was similar to what it looked like at Pu Luo Mountain when they were looking for the gold serpent fruit, and at that time they were hiding on the sidelines, stealing looks from time to time. But at these sorts of moments, without real powers, even if you had made your way up, you would become target practice for others. But these people were also indignant of their losses. When they thought about the fact that they could also get a part of the treasure, or even if it was just getting the scraps, they would try to get the treasure for themselves when others were not watchful. As he watched others die around him, Fatty Chu felt extremely grateful that they had not run straight into the slaughter. Given their powers, they may not even be able to keep their lives. Ling Long flew out not long after the battle began. Because it was very small, and it did not have any distinctive features, it was easy for it to go past without being noticed. Her roads were curvy and crooked, and as she weaved past the battles, she got closer and closer to the stone skeleton flower. Although Sima Yu had not gone out, she looked out worriedly for Ling Long. And seeing that the people that were getting close to her getting knocked out by single blows, she could not help but rub the corners of her mouth anxiously. Looks like from now on, Yu, if you don't think that you can defeat your opponents, you should send Ling Long out, and turn those opponents into meat patties. Wei Ziqi and the rest laughed mockingly. Sounds like a good idea. Sima Yu nodded sincerely, as though she had really heard what they had said. Yun Yi, who was fighting, saw Ling Long who had knocked out a divine-ranking spirit beast with her hammer. But the astonishment that had flashed by his eyes could not distract him from his fight. Awo. That snow wolf saw that Ling Long was approaching, and because it was behind held back by Yun Yi, started to feel extremely anxious. You disgusting humans. Each time you come into my land you will try to steal our treasures. This time, you all will die. That snow wolf cried out as it beat Yun Yi to the side, and moved back a distance to close its eyes and sense its surroundings. Wei Ziqi and the rest felt cold things fall downwards, and as they reached out to touch it, they realized that they were snowflakes. It's snowing. As everyone stopped to look at the falling snow, they forgot that they were in the midst of a battle. It's all frozen. No. Sima Yu saw that the snow wolf had attacked Yun Yi, and had turned to attack Ling Long as well. Ling Long was an artifact spirit, and if she got hurt, it would cause great damage to this divine artifact. Because divine artifacts, Halcyon, save Ling Long, a sacred divine beast. Halcyon. Ling Long looked at Halcyon and smiled. Let's go back. Previous chapter. When Sima Yu saw that Ling Long had come back without any injuries, she heaved a sigh of relief and hugged her, asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm alright. That kind of cold can't hurt me. It just held me back temporarily," Ling Long said. "Here." Halcyon passed the stone skeleton flower to Sima Yu. Sima Yu took out a box and pretended to encase it, but she had actually put it in the spirit pavilion and passed it to Little Spirit. Little Spirit could create environments in order to match the needs of each ingredient to keep them safely, as long as the root of the ingredient was still kept in place. Because the root of the stone skeleton flower was still intact, it could still continue to grow. The snow wolf that suffered a blow from Halcyon was hurt, and thus its powers started to weaken, causing the snow and ice around it to slowly melt and disappear. The people who were trapped by the snow and the ice also started to be freed from their snowy traps. A sacred divine beast? How could that be? How could there be a sacred divine beast in a place like this? The snow wolf looked at Halcyon in disbelief. With a sacred divine beast around, no one else dared to approach the stone skeleton flower. They started to distance themselves from the snow wolves, in case another fight might break out. It's really a sacred divine beast. Someone exclaimed as they looked at Halcyon. How did he come in? Isn't it so that only those under the rank of a spirit paragon could enter this place? That's right. When we came here, there were a few divine rank parties who tried to blend in with everyone to enter, but they were eventually kept out of the place. How did this sacred divine beast enter this place? He belongs to that person. Someone noticed what was going on. A sacred divine beast in human form has become the contract beast of a mere human? What? What is the identity of this person that he could make a sacred divine beast his contract beast? No wonder this sacred divine beast could enter this place. When a contract is formed, it will not be subject to the rules of this place. As long as its master's ranking is not of a divine rank, it wouldn't be a problem. To be able to bring a divine spirit beast under contract is no mean feat. That person's family background must be undisputable. I saw them hanging out with Guo Pei Pei just now. I think they must be from the Restless Continent. I think they must be from the primordial lands. Only people from a place like that would have such great power. Halcyon did not care for their comments, but turned to look at them saying, "You should leave." Some of the onlookers felt rather indignant about what he had said, but also did not have the courage to talk back to him, and so they slithered away one by one. The snow wolves, however, stood their ground and had no intention to leave. "Are you not leaving?" Sima Yu looked at the snow wolves, saying. The snow wolf king looked at Sima Yu, saying, "I need the stone skeleton flower that you have. If I cannot have it, then I would rather perish together with you." "What?" Sima Yu looked at the snow wolf. Its gaze was decisive and sure, so she asked, "What do you need it for?" "Our higher king is hurt, and he needs this to treat his injuries," the snow wolf said. "The king of snow wolves should be extremely powerful. How did he get hurt?" Fatty Chu asked. "We have been fighting with the saber-toothed tigers since time began. Our king was hurt by their king and his life is in danger. So we have no choice but to seal up the treasure. If we do not have this medication, he will not be able to come back to life, and we will be wiped out by the saber-toothed tigers." "Tigers?" Snow Wolf said. "Why are you telling us all this? Do you really think that we will give the treasure on your hands to you?" Sima Yu thought that this Snow Wolf was rather audacious. "You do not have the greed of the others in you, I can tell," the Snow Wolf said. "And we will not let this trade be an empty gift. We will give you a remuneration." "What kind of remuneration could you possibly give us?" Are you going to give us a few snow wolves to form contracts with or something like that? Fatty Chu laughed and said. Not that. The snow wolf shook his head. I know you guys are here so that you can develop your strengths and powers, and I can give you a place to train. That place can allow your skills to grow. And I just need the petals of the flowers, the rest of the flower can remain with you. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang discussed the proposition for a while, and thought that it was worthwhile, and said, all right. It's a deal. However, we will first have to see if the place you're going to give us is worth the trade. The snow wolf looked at Halcyon and replied, all right. Now they had no choice, and could only take them for their word. At that time, the Guo family and Yun family walked over. Everyone at the mountain valley had left except for them. Young master, are you really going with them? Yun Yi asked. I'm a Micham. Sima Yu nodded. You don't have to follow us. Bring the Guo family to look for opportunities. Young lady Guo, let us part ways here. Guo Pei Pei and the rest knew that Sima Yu and her group had the confidence to enter the Snow Wolves' grounds, and said nothing much except parting words of well wishes for safety, before watching them leave the mountain valley together with the Snow Wolves. Yun Yi waved the fan in his hands, wondering out loud to himself, no wonder he is the second young master's successor. His fortune is much better than the average person. Older brother, what did you say again? Yun Feng asked as he had not heard clearly. Nothing. Yun Yi kept his fan and knocked Yun Feng lightly on the head, saying, you should train hard, and go up there quickly. You hear me? All right. Yun Feng replied. Older brother Yun Yi, let's leave this place. Guo Pei Pei said. I have a feeling that when Master Sima and the rest emerge again, they would definitely have grown much more powerful. Sima Yu and the rest moved along with the Snow Wolves. She called out Little Rock, who followed the running Snow Wolves to where they live. As the day passed, they arrived at another mountain. So it's a snow-covered mountain. Sima Yu said, as he looked at the mountain, flabbergasted. This place is not that far from where we came from, but the climate here is so much worse. Sima Yu and the rest dismounted from Little Rock's back, and the Snow Wolves ran over. This is the land of our clan. The Snow Wolf said. The place that we are providing for you is the central region of our clan's land. I will take you there. All right. Sima Yu nodded. They walked through the snowy mountain, and after crossing over several mountains of snow, they arrived at the col on a ridge between two summits. Our king. You've returned. King, have you found the medication? King, who are these humans? As they walked over, they saw several snow wolves. It turns out that not everyone was powerful, but only some of them were saint-rank spirit beasts. Looking at all of their shocked expressions, the King Snow Wolf explained, we can only grow to the apex of a divine spirit beast, but we will never be able to cross the boundary to become a sacred beast. Although we have lived here for a long time, it has been extremely hard for us to grow in our ranks and many of our people's powers are not strong. Sometimes I feel that I can break through to becoming a sacred beast, but each time, I fail. And after a while I realized that it's because my powers are not strong enough, and I'm being suppressed here. So your powers should be stronger than beasts from other places of the same ranking, then? Sima Yu asked. You're right. The Snow Wolf King said. In the past, people would come in and we would fight with their contract beasts. But our powers were always greater than theirs. How long ago was that, when people would come in? Wei Ziqi asked. I've forgotten, it was too long ago. The Snow Wolf King said. Although we do take a long time to grow in our rank, it means that the strength and power in our bodies is greater than those of other spirit beasts. So you're already a divine beast. If you are not able to promote to a sacred beast, what will happen? Sima Yu asked. I can feel that the power in my body has grown, but I will never be able to promote. As such, I am destined to forever be the same as all other spirit beasts. If I do not die in battle, then I will die by old age. The Snow Wolf King said somewhat nonchalantly. Have you ever thought about leaving? So that you will not be subjected to the rules of this place and become a sacred beast, or perhaps an even higher ranking? Wei Ziqi said. Not really. The Snow Wolf King said. My ancestors had once said that when someone enters the place, we should think of a way to get out. But each time, the human beings just disappear in front of our eyes, and we have never found a way to use them as a way to leave. Because of the restrictions from the laws? Ouyang Fei asked. I think so. The Snow Wolf King sighed. If you guys could leave, would you want to? If it means having to form a contract with a human, then I would rather stay here forever. The Snow Wolf King said resolutely. He had seen another form a contract with a human to leave. But if he had to do that, then he would rather remain where he was. What if it does not have to be a contract? Sima Yu said. You have a way? The Snow Wolf King asked. There is a way, but it will require you to pay a price. After all, if you gain something you will have to sacrifice something else. Sima Yu said. The Snow Wolf King stopped in his tracks, and looked at Sima Yu to ask, then I will have to see if this sacrifice would be worthwhile. Sima Yu knew that the Snow Wolves were a proud species, and now she had seen it for herself. She thought about how it would lower its head to propose an exchange for the stone skeleton flower, but it was definitely just for them to be able to save their High King. If it requires you to trade a short amount of freedom for an eternal state of freedom, would you consider that worthwhile? Sima Yu smiled, asking. A short time of restriction. How long do you mean? The Snow Wolf King asked suspiciously. 100 years. Sima Yu said. If you can grow in your rank to become a sacred beast or whatever, 100 years would just be a short portion of time in exchange for a longer amount of true freedom. And, I will not ask too much of you, only that when necessary that you lend a helping hand. The Snow Wolf King looked at Halcyon. Indeed, she had a sacred beast, and they were really worth nothing much in her eyes. I will discuss this with my clan. The Snow Wolf King said. That's no problem. Anyway, we will be staying here for a year. Sima Yu said. Following that, the Snow Wolf King never brought the topic up again, but just introduced the place to them as they walked around. It's here. The Snow Wolf King stopped walking, and pointed to a cave. He brought the group into the cave, and after they had passed through the passageway, they reached a spacious underground cavern. This is the place. The Snow Wolf King said. Sima Yu and the rest looked around them. As they entered the cavern, they could sense a thick and dense spirit energy. The spirit energies seemed to undergo some traction, and started to make their way to the lake. If you train here, you will definitely attain even better results for the amount of effort that is put in. The Snow Wolf King said. Letting Ziqi train here would definitely be good. Sima Yu said. But for fourth brother, I don't think this is ideal. Wei Ziqi has some ice attributes, but Sima Yu only has fire attributes. This place was cold to the bone, and did not have much elements to develop fire. Do you need a place for fire attributes? The Snow Wolf King asked. That's right. Fourth brother and some of the others have fire attributes. Sima Yu said. I know where you can train fire attributes. It's just opposite to where we are now. The Snow Wolf King said. Where? At the saber-toothed tiger clan's turf. The Snow Wolf King said. We are water and ice attributes, and they are fire attributes. The saber-toothed tigers? Your enemies? Are you asking us to sort out the saber-toothed tigers on your behalf? Sima Yu squinted, saying. The Snow Wolf King's expression turned awkward for a second. How could the great and mighty snow wolves make a plan that relies on mere humans to destroy their enemy? What an embarrassing thing that would be. You need that place to train, so it would be a win for both of us. I'll consider it. Sima Yu said. However, let's settle the issue that you have here first. Bring us to see your High King. As the Snow Wolf King observed Sima Yu, he remained unsure about what was crossing through her mind, so he said nothing, but brought them out of the cave. As they left, they countered a huge pack of wolves at its entrance. Our king. As they saw the Snow Wolf King, all the other wolves bowed in respect. Even you have been alerted. The Snow Wolf King looked at the elder wolves. Seeing that he was also treating them with respect, it seems that these elder wolves were of high positions as well. Yes. When we heard what had happened, we could not help but make an appearance. The head of the elder pack said. Micham. I also have something I would like to discuss with you. The Snow Wolf King said. Let us go and save Firmament. Sima Yu and the rest followed the Snow Wolf King and the rest to cross over to a summit that was rather close by. At the summit was a case made of crystal. This is where our High King is. The Snow Wolf King said, pointing at the crystal case. As Sima Yu looked closely, she noted that it was not a coffin, their High King, Firmament, who had been encased in a block of ice. What are you going to do? Sima Yu asked. We plan to remove the seal, and then administer the flour and other prepared medication on him, the Snow Wolf King said. If you just give him the medicine like that, it might not be that effective. Sima Yu said. I know, but we have no way to refine pills for him, so we can only count on this way to give him the medicine. The Snow Wolf King said. I can help you to refine a pill for injuries. Sima Yu offered. Really? The Snow Wolf King looked at Sima Yu. You're an alchemist? That's right. Sima Yu said. I can look at your ingredients, and then make pills based on that. The Snow Wolf King looked at the elder wolves, and communicated to them in their language, before turning to Sima Yu, replying. All right. As such, everyone started to turn around, and the wolves brought them to where their medical supplies were kept. But this time, only Sima Yu and Halcyon went, and the rest went to another place to rest. As Sima Yu looked at the supplies that the wolves had, she was extremely surprised. They had many ingredients that even the Spirit Pagoda did not have. They had just put all the precious ingredients together mindlessly. Some of that had even been gnawed on by the younger wolves, and was thrown to the side in half. Previous chapter. How is it? Can you use these ingredients to refine the pill? Snow Wolf King asked. Sima Yu regained her senses and said, although you don't have all the ingredients, you have most of them. I can supply the rest of the ingredients, however, I want half of the refined pills. As long as you can revive Firmament, it wouldn't be a problem even if you wanted all of the remaining. Snow Wolf King said. Done. I'll start refining once I've prepared a bit. Seeing that Snow Wolf King agreed so swiftly and without hesitation, she went ahead to select a few types of ingredients and said, let's go. Sima Yu left Snow Mountain and followed Snow Wolf King down to the outside. She turned on the furnace and began to refine. After half a day passed, the pill was successfully refined. With the help of the spiritual chi replenishing pill, she successfully refined a 6-ranked pill. It's done. She wiped the sweat off her face and, with a pale face, produced 4 pills split into 2 halves. She gave half to Snow Wolf King and kept the remaining 2 for herself. Snow Wolf King watched the entire process of her refining pills. When he saw her take out the petals and put in 2, he noticed she looked quite exhausted. Knowing that she was quite tired from refining this pill, he said, you can go to the cultivation ground to recover your spiritual chi. Sima Yu didn't stand on ceremony either, and got Halcyon to carry her over to the cave. She crossed her legs beside the pond and began to cultivate. It went without saying that the speed of which one cultivated was much faster here as compared to other places. Her inner spiritual chi had almost been completely depleted. She would need at least an entire day to recover it completely, but she managed to accomplish that within half a day. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Halcyon happened to be daydreaming in front of a wall. Halcyon, what are you looking at? Halcyon pointed at the wall and said, this wall is quite strange. Sima Yu stood up and walked beside him, asking, what's strange about it? There's some strange fluctuations within it. Halcyon answered. Strange fluctuations? Sima Yu sensed it attentively, saying, it does seem slightly different. Could the back of the wall be empty? Should be. Halcyon said, or possibly, this may not be a wall but another world. World? Sima Yu walked over with confusion and stretched forth a hand to touch it. When she touched it, it didn't feel like a stone wall at all. Are we going to take a look? She was a bit curious about what was behind it and turned around to look at Halcyon. This time, it isn't possible. Halcyon said, someone's coming. Sima Yu heard the sound of footsteps, following which, a snow wolf walked over. That snow wolf saw that Sima Yu was full of life, and his face revealed his shock. You've already recovered? That's right. What's up? Sima Yu asked. Our king said that the previous king has already regained consciousness, and wanted me to come and see if you were done. I'm supposed to take you over once you came out. That snow wolf said. Then let's go. Sima Yu and the others came to a huge cave. That cave was decorated in a similar fashion to the humans' palaces. There were quite a few treasures. However, because they didn't know their value, they randomly threw them about. When she entered, she saw that Fatty Chu was currently drooling in front of some rock. It looked like he realized they were treasures. On the other hand, Wei Ziqi and the others were currently sitting on chairs, chatting amicably with the Snow Wolf King. On the stone table behind the Snow Wolf King lay a snow wolf, eyes closed in recuperation. Seeing that Sima Yu had entered, Snow Wolf King said, I thought that it would require an entire day. I didn't expect that you would recover so quickly. Cultivating in that area isn't bad. Sima Yu nodded at the Snow Wolf King. Then, she looked at the Snow Wolf behind and asked, is he the High King? Firmament opened his eyes and looked at Sima Yu, saying, he's the one who rescued me? It was merely a mutual exchange. Sima Yu said. I still thank you. Firmament closed his eyes after speaking. It appeared that he had not completely recovered. We called you here this time because we wanted to tell you that Firmament has already woken up. As such, you all can go to the cave and cultivate. Snow Wolf King said, as for what you talked about earlier, we still need to discuss. Where is the saber-toothed tiger's territory? Sima Yu asked. You want to go there? Snow Wolf King asked. Ziqi and the others will remain here, but it will be useless for the others who are of the flame attribute to cultivate here. Sima Yu said, you said that there's an area suitable for those with the fire attribute to cultivate where the saber-toothed tigers are, so I want to take them there. The saber-toothed tiger's territory isn't far. We can point you in the right direction, but we can't bring you there. Snow Wolf King said. Snow wolves and saber-toothed tigers were enemies. If they were to go to their territory, they may not make it back alive. No problem. Sima Yu said. Then when do you want to move out? Snow Wolf King asked. Now. Sima Yu said, Ziqi, Little Two, you both cultivate here. With the Snow Wolf King here, I don't think you'll be in any danger. Okay. Wei Ziqi and Little Two nodded. Fourth bro, Fatty, Ouyang, Beigong, let's head to the saber-toothed tiger's territory. Although Fatty, Ouyang Fei and Beigong had other attributes as well, the one they used the most was fire. Right now, they had to first strengthen their flame attributes. I'll send men to send you for a bit, after that, you can head to their lands by yourself. Snow Wolf King said. I must thank you, then. Snow Wolf King called a 6th-ranked divine beast and got him to take Sima Yu and the others over. After that he called another snow wolf to take Wei Ziqi and Little Two to the cave. Firmament waited until they all left before he opened his eyes. Rong, can they really help us leave this place? Rong was the current Snow Wolf King. Although they lived here, they knew of the outside world. This was an oracle passed down from the first generation. Once they knew that there were sacred beasts out there, as well as ranks higher than sacred beasts while they were forever stuck at divine rank here, they started to look for ways to get out of here. Who knows whether it had been a few tens of generations exploration, they realized that they had no other way of leaving this place apart from forming a contract with people. Being proud, they were unwilling to take this path. As such, they could only continue to remain here. However, they never stopped looking for a way out of here. They longed to leave and gain more power and longer life. They had a desire for their descendants to live in a vast world. Firmament, you saw it yourself. The one by his side was a sacred beast. Snow Wolf King said, if we go out, we can leave these restrictions behind and will no longer be suppressed. But is that person reliable? We've tried for hundreds of years without success. Will he really have a way to get us out of here? An elder wolf asked. I want to trust him. Snow Wolf King said, I can feel it. He's different from the ones before. He was very confident when he said that he could bring us out. I think, he shouldn't be lying to us. Previous chapter. Next. The Snow Wolf clansmen discussed whether or not they should trust her or leave as Sima Yu and the gang followed that 6-ranked divine beast further and further out. After walking for half a day, that beast stopped and said to them, I can only bring you up till here. If I go any further, it's the saber-toothed tiger's territory. Your territory is so close to the saber-toothed tiger's territory? Sima Yu said in bewilderment. That's right. Although one is ice and the other, fire, the distance between them isn't far. We don't know why these two can coexist so closely either, but we will not disrupt the other's climate. That divine beast said. You just have to walk straight. Sima Yu nodded, saying, all right, thank you. You can head back. It's what I should do. That saint beast turned around and left after speaking. It was a lot quicker than when it brought them here. Sima Yu and the others sat on Little Rock's back and headed forwards. Without going far away, they felt the heat wave hit them. This area is so weird. It's clearly two different types of climates, but they are so close. How come it doesn't influence each other at all? Fatty Chu wondered. Maybe there's some reason that we don't know about. Sima Yu said. She thought about the area behind the cave, that unknown space. After flying ahead slightly more than an hour, she saw a range of mountains. They were fire red, and they looked like volcanoes. Halt! The saber-toothed tiger looked at Sima Yu and the other and sprouted 2 wings on his back. He flew up and called out. This was the first time that Sima Yu had seen this kind of metamorphing wings and felt curious, so she looked at it a bit more. Who are you? This is our territory, you're not allowed to trespass. That saber-toothed tiger scolded Sima Yu. Sima Yu looked away from his wings and said, are you a divine beast guard? Go, call out your king. Tell him we have something to discuss with him. Arrogant human. Is our king someone you can meet just because you want to? That divine beast shouted, come, catch them all and present them before our king. A group of divine beasts immediately flashed over from everywhere, surrounding Little Rock and gang. Sima Yu and the others were not flustered at all, saying, we didn't come here today to fight. Halcyon, tell them of our sincerity. Halcyon rolled his eyes and released his aura. All the divine beasts flying in the air were suppressed onto the ground. Sima Yu patted Little Rock's back and Little Rock landed on the ground. You are the people who went to the Snow Wolves. The first divine beast that they encountered called out. Sima Yu walked over and said, looks like you're able to get news quite quick. How is it? Do you feel like taking us to meet your king yet? Although the saber-toothed tigers were unwilling, what could they say in the presence of a sacred beast? They could only obediently take them into their territory. Sima Yu and the others could feel the temperature rising as they walked forward. It was lucky that everyone was of the flame attribute, so they were not that uncomfortable. Are those volcanoes or what? Why are they so hot? Fatty Chu already started to perspire as he looked at those mountains. That divine beast turned around and looked at him. He remained silent, but he secretly muttered that these were in fact volcanoes. Of course they would be hot. This area is rich in fire energy. The effects would be the best for us to cultivate here. Sima Yu said with a smile. The divine beast leading them almost fainted. Did this group of people come to steal their resources? If you continue to drag your feet, I'll burn off all your fur. Sima Yu threatened. The divine beast immediately exploded when he heard her. There was someone who actually dared burn off his fur? This was intolerable. However, when he turned around and looked at Halcyon, who was standing beside Sima Yu, his heart was filled with agony. He could not provoke him, he could only hold it in. After walking for a long while, Sima Yu and the others finally came to a grass patch under the volcanoes. King is on the mountain. I do not have the right to go up. After that divine beast spoke, he immediately ran off. When Sima Yu and the others looked at the volcanoes, it was unknown how many saber-toothed tigers there would be on that mountain. Who are you people? You dare trespass on our land. A few saber-toothed tigers flew in from the sky and surrounded them. We've gotten rid of a few, but a few more have come. Why do they all look the same? Fatty Chu. Chu said. They truly look very similar. Bei Gong Tang agreed. When the saber-toothed tigers saw that they were not answering their question and even discussing about the way they looked, they were infuriated. They wanted to get people to kick them out, but before they could move, they were suppressed by Halcyon. Go call out your king. Halcyon said indifferently. It was as if he was an arrogant king that nobody could offend. Sacred beast. Those saber-toothed tigers were extremely shocked. Didn't this sacred beast go to the Snow Wolves? Why would he appear here? What are you zoning out for? Don't want to live anymore? Fatty Chu said. Although those saber-toothed tigers were unwilling, they still flew up the mountain to report to their king. Very quickly, the saber-toothed tiger's king flew down from the mountain. When he saw his tigers kneeling down, unhappiness flashed in his eyes. However, he suppressed it and said, what have you come here for? We've come to discuss something with you. Sima Yu said with a smile, so you need not look at us like we're an enemy. Her way of speaking didn't let the saber-toothed tiger king relax at all, but he increased his guard instead. What do you want to discuss? It's naturally something that will be of benefit to you. Sima Yu said, however, if you all have no ambition and just want to stay here forever without ever having the chance to become sacred beasts, then there's no need for discussion. What did you say? Saber-toothed Tiger King turned his head and looked at her. I said, if you all have ambition and want to leave this place, we can sit down and chat. Sima Yu said with a smile. Saber-toothed Tiger King looked at her in different attitude and clenched his teeth, saying, we'll talk on the mountain. This way please. Sima Yu smiled. It looked like the Saber-toothed Tiger King and the others were not willing to be suppressed here forever either. She followed Saber-toothed Tiger King up the mountain. Seeing that he had gotten his saber-toothed tigers to get an elder saber-toothed tiger to appear, it looked like they were similar to the snow wolves and also had their own elders. Very quickly, a group of elder saber-toothed tigers came over. Seeing that Saber-toothed Tiger King was with a few people, they were shocked. They asked, King, what have you called us here to do? Saber-toothed Tiger King looked at the elder saber-toothed tigers and said, Elder, we want to lend them an area to cultivate. No way. Saber-toothed Tiger King had not finished his sentence before he was interrupted by that elder. The cultivation land is our territory, how could we lend it to humans? When Saber-toothed Tiger King saw that the elder was so flustered, he immediately consoled her. They will not be using it for free. They will give us some benefit. It's still a no. That elder still objected, saying, humans are all crafty and low creatures. We definitely cannot have any dealings with them. No matter what, we will not agree. You all have no right to say that you object. Sima Yu had yet to speak before Halcyon spoke. He unrestrainedly released his aura, flattening those elders to the floor until they could not even breathe. What pressure is this? Those elders were shocked. They were the strongest generation, but they were rendered immobile when the other party merely released his aura. Could this be the rumored sacred beast? Everyone on site had never before experienced the pressure a sacred beast could exert, and their hearts were filled with fear. Halcyon looked at the saber-toothed tigers on the floor, saying, our discussion is merely to give you face. Do you really think you have the right to discuss things with us? We. You're merely saber-toothed tigers who have lived a bit longer, but you keep harping on your age and seniority. Even the Beast King doesn't take heed of you. Halcyon said coldly. No, we. No, what? Halcyon said, we initially wanted to discuss about using your cultivation ground, but since you are unwilling, we won't need to discuss anymore. We'll directly use your ground for our own. Any opinion? We do not. The other elders did not continue to object, but those who had objected in the beginning continued to object. We can't. Halcyon's voice got louder. As he spoke, he released the aura suppressing them and casually flicked his sleeves. Those elders were sent flying and rolled heavily on the ground. Ugh! When did the saber-toothed tigers ever get treated this way? Their rage immediately went to their head as they crawled up to attack Halcyon. Before they even came close to Halcyon, they were bound by something which made them feel that their surroundings were shrinking. Their bodies were beginning to distort under the pressure, and those at the side could hear the sound of their bones snapping. Just as they were on their last breath, Halcyon released them. Then, he turned to those elder, saying, does anyone else object? No. This time, nobody dared to voice their objection. He just stood there and it looked like he didn't do anything, but he had beaten those elders, not a single part of their bodies had remained unharmed. It wouldn't even be difficult for him to kill them off at all. Who would dare to voice any objection? The gaze that the saber-toothed Tiger King looked at the elders with was unkind. He had initially invited them over to discuss some things, but things had developed to this stage. The other party was no longer going to talk about any cooperation anymore. It really infuriated him to death. What you said before about taking us out of here. Does it still count? Saber-toothed Tiger King asked warily. What? Taking us out of here? Leave place? Is this true? When the elders heard what Saber-toothed Tiger said, they all cried out simultaneously with eyes filled with shock. That's right. I initially said that I would take you all out of here in exchange for using your lands to cultivate. It's a pity that you were not willing. As such, we can only take it by force. Sima Yu said with a shrug. It's not. A few of the grand uncles were left in agony. How did they know that they would lose this chance to leave just because they said a few words? Sima Yu looked at their remorseful expressions with satisfaction and pretended to cough before saying, do you want to leave this place? Are you willing to bring us out of here? An elder asked. I can bring you out of here. However, you have to pay a price. Sima Yu said, if you want to leave this place, you have to give me compensation. Didn't you say earlier that it would be usage of our cultivation pond? An elder said softly. That was the condition before, but it has changed. Sima Yu said. What kind of compensation do you want? We have many pill ingredients that you humans like. Saber-toothed Tiger King said. No. Sima Yu wagged a finger and said, if you want to leave, you have to give me a period of time of your freedom. A period of time of our freedom? What does that mean? An elder said. Very simple. Half an hour later, Sima Yu and Saber-toothed Tiger King, King Flame, reached a consensus. Sima Yu would lead him out of here, while he would promise her 100 years. Of course, Sima Yu and the others' use of their cultivation pond was not one of the compensations. Although Saber-toothed Tiger King was secretly a bit upset, he still arranged everything very Very nicely for Sima Yu. That was because they would have no way of leaving this place if they cancelled their agreement due to their displeasure. Especially so for those elders. Their lives were quickly reaching their end with no way of breaking through the divine beast rank. If they were unable to ever break through, they would die of old age. If this could leave this place, they would no longer be under any restrictions. If they managed to break through to a sacred beast rank, they would gain at least 1,000 years of life. If they were able to increase in rank, they would have even more power upon breaking through to becoming a sacred beast along with their increase in lifespan. As a result, Sima Yu was practically a venerated emperor to them. After this, King Flame personally brought Sima Yu and the others to the cultivation pond. As expected, it was the antithesis of the snow wolves. Saber-toothed tiger's cultivation grounds was a pond as well. The only difference was that the pond water was red. This water is really strange. This isn't water. It's been affected by the fire chi. It just looks like water. Sima Yu said. That's right. King Flame said. You guys can cultivate here. I'll get my saber-toothed tigers to guard the area. We won't let anyone disturb you. Okay. Sima Yu nodded her head at him. When we leave this place, we will bring you out of here. King Flame retreated and a few elders were still waiting outside for him. When they saw that he had exited, they surrounded him. King, what did that young master say? You can relax. He was very satisfied when he saw the cultivation pond. He said that he would take us with him if we did not bother them. King Flame left after speaking. After walking a few steps, he stopped and continued looking in front of him, saying, You are elders, and I respect you because you are more senior than me. But do not forget, I am the king. After speaking, he left without turning back. The elders exchanged glances and saw the agony reflected in each other's eyes. It looked like this situation had truly angered him. Previous chapter. Sima Yu waited until King Flame had left before saying to Bei Gong Tang and the others, saying, You all head into the pond to cultivate. Into the pond? Fatty Chu was shocked, can't we just stay by the side? I don't know why, but the spiritual chi bubbles from the pond. It will be faster if you go inside to cultivate. What about you? I have something I need to check on with Halcyon. Okay. Halcyon nodded and used his arts to set up a barrier, enveloping the entire cultivation pond. Yu, what are you going to do? This place, as well as the cultivation pond at the Snow Wolf's territory is a bit strange. I'm going to find out what's going on. Sima Yu said, You all stay here and cultivate properly. I shouldn't take too long. Then, you take care. Bei Gong Tang said. Relax. I'll come back earlier if it gets dangerous. She came to the deepest part of the entrance in front of the stone wall with Halcyon. She stretched forth a hand to touch it, and it actually was the same as the one in the Snow Wolf clan. When they entered, they realized that this place was rather similar to the other side. They guessed that it must be something like a barrier. Who knew that they would hit the nail on the head? Sima Yu called out Little Roar and let him fuse with herself. After that, she kept Halcyon away into the spirit pagoda and walked past the barrier. Bei Gong Tang and the others saw her disappear from inside the cave, and chose a spot in the pond and headed in. Such dense spiritual chi. I can feel the fire elements surging into my body. Let's cultivate quickly. If we cultivate here for a year, we may be able to rise a few ranks. Who knows, we might rise to Spirit Saints. Sima Yu, Bei Gong Tang and the others were on the borders of Spirit Saint. Fatty, you have to work hard. If you lag too far behind us, we won't wait for you. Start cultivating once you're ready. Because the spiritual chi was too dense, it was slightly intolerable. She quickly activated her inner spiritual chi to guide the spiritual chi that had just entered, to get it to enter her spiritual pool obediently. On this side, Sima Yu realized that this barrier was similar to the stone. However, once she entered, she realized that it was a kind of space. She called Halcyon out again and said, Look here. Cave in a cave? Halcyon looked at the unending cave and said, Want to go down? Of course I do. Sima Yu said, discovering something out of the ordinary without going deeper is not my style. After speaking, she leaned over and jumped down. Halcyon saw her jump in without hesitation and smiled, jumping in after her. Sima Yu continued to descend, and realized that the temperature was getting hotter. At the end, she had no choice but to release some spiritual energy to envelope herself in order to continue heading down. After going down a bit more, Sima Yu had no choice but to stop because she realized that the heat was going to completely burn away her defensive barrier. We can't go any deeper. Halcyon said, Even I can barely take the heat. Sima Yu took a look downstairs and saw that they were quickly at the end. She said, Go back first, I'll use Crimson Flame's fire to protect myself and go down for a look. Okay. Halcyon was not about to show off, and returned to the spirit pagoda. Sima Yu kept Little Roar away as well. She used Crimson Flame's fire to surround herself, and she could clearly see the distortion in the air around her due to the intense heat. She quickly reached the bottom, but once she looked closely, she realized that there was nowhere she could land. It's actually magma. Is this magma from the core? She looked around her, but she had no place to land. There wasn't any place special either, but she could sense something out of the ordinary from within the magma. Bloop dash. A bubble appeared from the bottom of the magma, and popped when it came above the magma, releasing a soft popping sound. A feeling was released from that bubble, which actually felt ancient. It looks like I can't see much here. Sima Yu said, It's all magma and I have no way to continue. Since this is the case, I might as well head back. Go down. Crimson Flame's voice suddenly transmitted. Crimson Flame? Sima Yu never thought that Crimson Flame would awaken at this time, saying, Crimson Flame, the magma is so hot. I can barely tolerate being here. If I go down, I'll be burnt to a crisp. Crimson Flame pondered for a moment, then Sima Yu saw that the flame surrounding her slowly turned into a red ball. That red ball finally lowered her into the magma, and quickly destroyed it. Cultivate here. Crimson Flame said. After Sima Yu entered the magma, she felt the extremely dense fire elements. The red ball seemed to help her absorb it, and she only needed to channel the flame attributes that were inside the ball into her body. The fire elements here are a lot more overbearing than usual. She could feel that the fire elements she was absorbing were extremely hot. So much so that it lightly burnt her as well. It was a good thing that Crimson Flame had refined her bones before, so these flames could not really hurt her. It just gave her slight pain. However, even if this was the case, she could barely keep a straight face and almost exploded. Hurts. She gritted her teeth. Even she thought that this was painful. If it was Bei Gong Tang and the others, they would already have been burnt to a crisp. However, the red ball did not care whether or not she was in pain or whether the flame elements were hard to bear. It continually absorbed the fire elements, forcing her to absorb those fire elements as well without rest, and the cycle kept going. It was unknown how much time had passed, and Sima Yu did not know whether she had gone numb from pain or if she had just gotten used to it, but she no longer felt pain. She merely knew that a lot of fire elements had entered her body. If she continued at this rate, her body would definitely be burnt into trash by the new fire elements that entered. As a result, she cultivated non-stop. Sensing that she had already grown accustomed, Crimson Flame came out from inside her, and a red ball also enveloped him. It's rare to find this kind of amazing place. Looks like my wounds can be healed by an entire level. After speaking, he came neither too near or too far to Sima Yu and sat cross-legged. He started to cultivate just like a human. While they were cultivating, the others inside the little world were also looking for their opportunities. Sima Yulin brought the few Sima clansmen to another side, to an area where heaven-defying treasures would also appear. Different from Sima Yu and the others, the place that they went to did not attract spirit beast battles. Nobody contested them either. The treasure matured on the second day that they had arrived there. Furthermore, they easily obtained the treasure after a battle with the guardian beast. Yulin, where are we going now? Sima Yuyang asked. We're not going anywhere. This place is relatively hidden, so we're going to cultivate here. Sima Yulin said. We're not going to look for other treasures? Sima Yuqing asked. Didn't you guys notice that the spiritual qi here is denser? Sima Yulin asked in reply. It does seem a bit denser. Sima Yuran said. The first thing we have to do upon coming here is to become stronger. Sima Yulin said, the spiritual qi here is at least 3 to 4 times that of the Yilin continent. If we manage to make use of the opportunity, we should be able to rise by an entire level. If we accompany it with a spiritual array, we can increase the spiritual qi even more. Then we can cultivate for a period of time before going to look for Sima Yu and the others. On the way there, we can just casually see if there are any more treasures. Sima Yuqing said. However, why is the spiritual qi denser here as compared to other places? Sima Yuming asked. There must be a reason. Sima Yuran said, if we are able to find out why, who knows? We might be able to obtain a bigger opportunity. Sima Yulin looked them over and said, then let's go and find out the reason why first. Okay. Let's check out the area where the spiritual qi is the densest, first. If we do this we might be able to find out. Sima Yuyang said. Let me try. Sima Yulan closed her eyes and sensed around her, saying, I can feel that the spiritual qi all bubbling here, it feels like they're drifting over there. She pointed at a mountain peak nearby. Could it be that something is attracting them? Sima Yuqing wondered. We'll know once we go and take a look. Sima Yulin flew over there after he finished speaking. As expected, when they got close to that mountain peak, the spiritual qi got denser. When they landed on the peak, they felt that the spiritual qi was like a gushing river. The few of them stopped and felt that it was quite strange. The spiritual qi was clearly dense, so why were they not any spiritual beast nearby? There's an array. Sima Yulin said after his return from walking around the area. An array? Could there be someone here? Sima Yuqi asked. No. The array was made very very long ago. It's possible that someone who came here in the past set it up. Sima Yulin said. A long time ago? Sima Yuyang said, that person must be very highly ranked at arrays then. It's been so long but the array is still active. Sima Yulin looked closely at that array and said, no wonder. The array was made using borrowed spirit stones. What are borrowed spirit stones? Sima Yuqing asked. A very rare kind of array spirit stones. If you use borrowed spirit stones to make the array, the spirit stones can absorb spiritual qi from the environment to support the array. That is why, as long as the spiritual qi in the surroundings does not disperse, the array will continue to be active. Sima Yulin explained. I see. Everyone understood, no wonder the array lasted for so long. What kind of array is this? Can you break through it? It's a bit troublesome. Sima Yulin looked at the mountain peak and said, this array is a protective array that can attack. If it receives any Eric, it can bounce the attacks right back. That's why you can only find a way to break it, you can't take it down with brute strength. Yulin, can you do it? Sima Yuyang asked. I can try. Sima Yulin said. 2 days later, they were still outside the array. If you really cannot do it, we can try to contact Fifth Bro. Sima Yuran said. Not bad, you use knowledge in arrays are pretty decent. Who knows, he might be able to give you some pointers. Sima Yuyang said. Try it then. Sima Yulin didn't object. Xia Yuran took out the mother stone and inserted spiritual qi. However, it didn't have a single reaction. Looks like we're already out of range. Sima Yuran said. Let me try again. Sima Yulin flipped his body as he spoke, and flew beside the mountain peak. He sat on the peak and looked over, then lowered his head, as if he was calculating something. After 2 days, as he was calculating, he suddenly thought of something that Sima Yu said. There are times that the array needs to be destroyed from the outside, but some need to be destroyed from the inside. Those that are to be destroyed from the inside, will definitely have an entry point that leads directly to the core. When he thought of this point, his eyes flashed and he came down from the mountain. After that he walked 2 more rounds around the array. Yulin, have you thought of a way to break it? Sima Yuyang asked. Sima Yulin nodded, you all get back. After speaking, he came to an inconspicuous borrowed spirit stone and took a deep break before taking a step and entering. He's gone. Sima Yuyang cried out when he saw that Sima Yulin had disappeared right in front of him. After about an hour had passed, Sima Yulin came out from there again. Yulin, have you destroyed it? Sima Yuqing asked. Sima Yuqing's face was one of delight as he said, no need to destroy it. We should make use of this array to protect us. I'll bring you in. You definitely have to follow my footsteps. You can't be off at all. Okay. Sima Yulin turned around and entered again, and everyone went intensely, on by one, following his every step. 10 minutes later, all of them were in. Heavens, the spiritual qi here is so much denser than outside. Sima Yuqing could not help but cry out. There are things inside that will continue to shock you. Sima Yulin said. When he entered just now, there was already given the place a once-over. At that time, he was so shocked that he almost couldn't come back to his senses. Is there some sort of treasure in that cave? Sima Yuqing beamed. You'll know once you go in and take a look. Sima Yulin said as he took them into the cave. This cave went downwards, and it got wider as they went deeper. After a while, they reached the bottom. Why does this place have a lake? Everyone was surprised when they saw the lake in the cave. Take a closer look. Sima Yulin said. Everyone was still confused, but they turned around to look at the lake when they saw how secretive he was. This is. Sima Yuran was the first to understand. His eyes were filled with shock. Everyone else started to come back to their senses as they cried out, could it be that all this is spiritual qi? That's right. If we absorb all this spiritual qi, our strength will definitely climb by a lot. Sima Yulin was a bit excited, and did not maintain his usual placid look. However, how did this spiritual qi gather into a lake? Sima Yuming asked. Maybe we'll understand after we absorb the spiritual qi. What are we waiting for? Let's go down and cultivate. Sima Yuyang was the first to charge and jump in. Of course, it didn't splash in a wave out like the usual water. The others exchanged glances and jumped in as well. Then, they started cultivating. Previous chapter. Next chapter. There were guards protecting the outside, and there was no need to worry that the spirit beasts or that other people would attack. A few of them started to adopt a serious mannerism, having decided that if they did not absorb all the spirit energy here, then they would not wake up. But just in case, they summoned out some spirit beasts. One of the reasons being, to avoid array masters like Sima Yulin, and another reason being to stop them from training too much, just in case they exceed the time that they have set and end up having to stay there forever. They trained here, and Wei Ziqi and the rest trained alongside the Snow Wolf clan. Bei Gong Tang and a few others trained with the saber-toothed tigers, and Sima Yu and Crimson Flame trained inside the magma. There was a lot of space and opportunities for them to train, and their progress was visible to them all. Not everyone else was so lucky to be able to find places to train as they came and lingered or wandered around. Sometimes, other individuals passed away, and some of them found other opportunities. Time flew by, and before they realized it, they had already been in the place for half a year. At an open plain, a group of people who were injured stayed there to rest. Older sister, what do the Zhan family members want exactly? Guo Liang looked at Guo Peipei's injuries, and exclaimed angrily, do they want us to break of relations with one another? Guo Peipei ate some pills, and her face was rather pale. She said, now they have connections with other people, and they want to put us, then Yun family and any other family that opposes them and destroy all of us at once. If they do that, then there would be no evidence that they were the masterminds behind all of this. Guo Fu was also hurt, and as she heard what Guo Peipei had said, she replied, I wonder what kind of family they built connections with. What strong powers they have. They must be people from that great continent, only that place could create people with such powers. Another member of the Guo family said. Considering their plan, it's as though they are trying to take down the people from the Divine Devil's Valley. Maybe it's because they have a score to settle with the people from the Divine Devil's Valley. Guo Fu said. That might be so. Guo Peipei said. Everyone should nurse your wounds. If not, when they catch up we might not have the energy to fight anymore. Yes, older sister. All the Guo family members obeyed her commands and started to take care of their injuries. A day later, all their wounds were recovering well. Guo Pei Pei was the first to awaken, and seeing that a few others were still nursing their wounds, she said nothing but got up and thoroughly checked her surroundings. This open plain had no special characteristic, but when she saw the mountain peaks far beyond, she was stunned. So we are being chased down, even up till here. She murmured to herself. In the mountain ranges far beyond was where she and Sima Yu had split ways. Sima Yu and the rest had gone to the Snow Wolf clan's territory, while they had left that place, and moved on to find other opportunities. She turned around, as though she could see a little of the mountain range from the plain. I wonder if they are still there. Possibly. Guo Fu's voice said. As Guo Pei Pei looked up, she saw that they had recovered. The Snow Wolf clan said that there was a place for them to train. I think this must take more than 1 or 2 days. If they really are there, maybe we can pass over this difficult time. Guo Pei Pei said. It's just that we can't be sure that they would be willing to help us. They should be. I hope. Ah, someone is here. Guo Pei Pei suddenly cried out. Is it the Zhan family members people who have— I don't know, I still cannot feel their aura. Yes, big sister. Not long after, a flying beast appeared in their line of sight, with the Yun family on its back. Yunfeng, where is brother Yunyi? Older brother is with the people from the Divine Devil Valley, and didn't escape with us. Take some pills to heal your injuries. We have already wiped out all our pills. Have some of ours then. Yunfeng knew that Guo Pei Pei and the rest were also running out of pills. Yunfeng saw the look in Guo Pei Pei's eyes, and was touched. Why didn't brother Yunyi go with you guys? The other party had a really powerful member, the Sage Pavilion? And I heard him say that there are people from the Cloud Cave in there as well. So the Zhan family has made connections with the Sage Pavilion. Guo Pei Pei said. Amongst the people who were chasing us down there were some people dressed in white robes, and they looked pure. They must have been people from the Sage Pavilion. Brother Yunyi is at the brink of attaining a divine ranking. I think he should be able to deal with the Sage Pavilion members, right? Guo Fu said. Yunfeng shook his head, looking at them, saying, sadly older brother and the rest do not have the upper hand in this case. Why do you say so? The Guo family was shocked. Are the Sage Pavilion members and the Cloud Cave members that powerful? The members of the Divine Devil Valley should be very powerful people, right? It's not because of that. Yunfeng said. The Divine Devil Valley did indeed call out many of their powerful members. But one of the Sage Pavilion members has a contract sacred beast. Previous chapter. Next chapter. What? The Guo family members exclaimed out. Yunfeng followed her line of sight and asked, are you saying to look for him? Except for him, now there is no other way. Guo Pei Pei said. We don't know what tricks they have pulled to keep us trapped here, and no matter how much we run, we will always get found. But a whole 6 months have passed, do you think they would still be with the Snow Wolf clan? We can only try our luck. Let's go then. Let's go. The whole group mounted on their flying beast, with the Yun family still nursing their wounds. Stop. Who are you, and why are you here in our mountain? I am Sima Yu's friend, and I would like to ask, are they still here? You're friends with young Master Sima? One spirit beast circled them, saying, how do I know if you are truly his friends? We really are, and we have something that he has given to us as proof. Guo Pei Pei said. What's going on? A 6th grade divine beast walked over, asking. This divine beast was that beast who brought Sima Yu and the rest to the saber-toothed tigers back then. Leader, they say that they are young Master Sima's friends, and are looking for him. The 6th grade divine beast looked at them and said, I remember them. Back then, you were together with young Master Sima. At that time, it was with the Snow Wolf King, and definitely would remember these people. Hearing what the 6th grade divine beast said, the Guo family members started to smile. May I ask, if they are still here? No. The 6th grade divine beast said. They left just a few days ago. What? They all felt as though their disappointment was going through the roof. What should we do? If we can't find him, then brother Yunyi will. One of the girls from the Yun family started to cry. I'm not done speaking. He isn't here, but his friends are. The 6th grade divine beast said. Do you want to look for them? Alright. Maybe they will know Yu's whereabouts. Guo Pei Pei said. Could I trouble you to bring the message to them? They are training right now. Come with me. The 6th grade divine beast brought them to see the Snow Wolf King, and explained the situation, saying, Yu and the rest have gone to the saber-toothed tiger's territory, and only 2 from the group are left here training. Because someone dear to Sima Yu is being tormented, I will let my people go to inform Ziqi and the rest, to see if there is any way to contact Yu. If not, you guys will have to go to the saber-toothed tiger's territory to look for them. Thank you, Snow Wolf King. Guo Pei Pei said. The Snow Wolf King sent people to look for Wei Ziqi and the rest, and happened to find them as they were ascending levels. Young Master Wei. The little wolf looked at Wei Ziqi saying, someone is looking for you. Wei Ziqi and Little Two were ascending levels at the same time, and were just getting a feel of the changes in their bodies. As they heard what Little Wolf had said, they guessed that it must be that Yu and the rest had returned. But as they thought about it, if it was Sima Yu, he would have come directly to look for him and Little Tuesday. Who is looking for us? He asked. I have never seen them before, but they said that they are your friends. Our friends? Brother Ziqi, could it be Guo Pei Pei and the others? Possibly. Let's go take a look. Ziqi. When the Guo family members saw him, they became extremely excited. So it is you guys. Haven't you guys already left this place? Why are you back? We will explain that to you in a bit. Guo Pei Pei said. Are you able to contact Sima Yu and the rest? Is something wrong? Yes. We've met big trouble, and people from the Divine Devil Valley are involved. Guo Pei Pei said. She then proceeded to explain the situation to them. But due to the lack of time, she missed out some details, although she did let Wei Ziqi know about the seriousness of the issue. I'll try to see if I can contact them. Could they be very far away from here? Ziqi? Bei Gongtang's voice emerged from the mother stone. Bei Gong, are you all still with the saber-toothed tigers? Wei Ziqi asked. We are. Why? What about Yu? I was looking for him, but his mother stone had no response. Oh, he's not with us. Bei Gongtang said. Where did he go? Underground with Halcyon, I think. They are probably training. You seem to be looking for him urgently, is something the matter? Wei Ziqi explained the whole situation again, and every person felt the weight of the issue. From the day Yu went down, he has not been back for a whole month. We have also never contacted him, and I'm not sure if we can contact him. But hold on, we will try to link with him, to see if we find him and then. Bei Gongtang's sentence was cut, and even when Wei Ziqi sighed, called out a few times, there was no response. After a while, Bei Gongtang's voice resounded out from the mother stone again. We don't need to look for him anymore. The rascal's out alive. The saber-toothed tiger clan's land. The spirit energy in the ascetic lake had already mostly been taken in, and in the past 8 to 9 months, the 4 of them had ascended by 2 or 3 levels and had reaped a good benefit from staying there. They only heard bouts of shouting that was mixed with the fury of a human, and as the energy broke through the billows of magma, it seemed as though there was a great battle happening behind the stone wall behind them. And while they were considering whether or not they should find a way to enter the place, Sima Yu appeared before them, looking extremely exhausted. Bei Gong, say something. What happened over on that side? Bei Gongtang tried to hold back her laughter, and said, we don't need to go down anymore. That rascal's out alive. We'll contact you in a moment. Fifth brother, what happened? Sima Yulu asked, holding her up while suppressing his own laughter. That was absolutely insane, we were almost roasted alive. Let me get myself together. Fifth brother, you have already gone through in the past half a year, how did this happen? Sima Yulu asked. Let's not talk about it. Yu, have you become a spirit paragon? Ouyang Fei asked in surprise. Yes. Sima Yu nodded. I guess this would be the greatest reward after all this time. After feeling like she was getting roasted all day, there was no other way except to channel all her energy to learning how to control her fire element. And she had to protect her body as well. So while her skills improved extremely quickly, the time spent was almost too difficult to bear. Yu, since you have broken through the threshold and become a spirit paragon, didn't they say that this barrier would be extremely difficult to overcome? Sima Yu agreed that this barrier was difficult to cross. While she was there, they had grown in 4 ranks, and had become a pinnacle spirit saint. It was only after the last 3 months that she was able to overcome the boundary, and promoted her rankings to become a spirit paragon, growing 5 ranks in 9 months, growing from a 5th grade spirit saint to become a 1st grade spirit paragon. My goodness, if I had known earlier, I would have gone down to train too. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, if it was not for Crimson Flame's protection, I would have been burnt into a crisp even before I even made it all the way in. Was it that dangerous? What was down there? Sima Yu explained what had happened simply, but it still left everyone in awe. Right, when I came out you were talking to Wei Ziqi, did something happen? Has he come out too? Nope. Something has broken out. Is it about Sima Yulin and the rest? No, but that Guo Pei Pei and her group had come to the Snow Wolf clan to look for us, and since only the few of us were present, they requested for him to contact you. Guo Pei Pei? Why are they looking for us? It's like this. Bei Gongtang relayed whatever Wei Ziqi had said. When Sima Yu heard it all, she furrowed her brows and said, I never thought that people from the Divine Devil's Valley would have entered too. How dare the people from whatever cave and the Sage Pavilion try to collaborate to kill them? Do they think that we young masters do not exist? They really do not think that you exist. Ouyang Fei interrupted. Cough, Sima Yu glared at Ouyang Fei. How could he dampen her one moment of grandeur? Yu, should we hurry over right now? No rush. Sima Yu said. Although we have Halcyon, don't they also have a sacred beast as well? Other than that, we should bring some help along. Let's go look for King Flame. King Flame and a few of the elders were discussing their leaving in the cave. Ever since Sima Yu had entered the place, they had become unable to enter that place again, and could not see what has happened in that place. The period of a year was drawing to a close soon, and they were growing more and more anxious. My king. A saber-toothed tiger ran in from the outside, saying excitedly, those people. They're out. Really? King Flame said, it's true. They are coming over right now, and will reach almost immediately. Let those outside know that the moment they have arrived, to bring them in instantly. Sima Yu and the other 4 followed the guards to King Flame's cave. You guys have finally come out. We couldn't see what was happening out there from here. Are you guys alright? We're alright. Sima Yu said. And since I've already come out, have you made your decision? We have decided. We will accept your conditions, and we will obey you for the next 100 years. Before Yong Yen had said anything, one of the elders had gone ahead to state their stand. When can we leave? Sima Yu looked at King Flame, and King Flame nodded his head, meaning that he was in agreement with what the elder had said. Alright, since you have agreed, then go call your clan's people, and we will leave immediately. And now? King Flame and the clan elders were shocked. Aren't there still 3 months to go? There are some things that I need to settle, and after we leave, there will be no time for us to return. Sima Yu said. If you don't leave with me, then you will never be able to leave this place. Flame King was shocked, and said, alright. But I think we will need some time to gather the people in our clan. Alright. And so the whole saber-toothed tiger clan's members received orders to return within a day, and to pack all their belongings to return. Sima Yu was curious, what could these spirit beasts have to pack? But thinking that they had piles of medical supplies, and the ingredients that had been put carelessly here and there in the pavilion, she remembered that this clan also had a habit of amassing treasures. She guessed that these saber-toothed tiger would also have its own little storehouse of sorts. On the morning of the next day, Sima Yu started to set off, and following her were a pack of saber-toothed tigers who were of, or above, the ranks of a spirit paragon. Those who were of the lower ranks were either put in her spirit pagoda. But they were only there temporarily, to let little spirit make a little space where there is nothing, where there is only a dark vastness, and one had nothing to do there but breathe. This would allow her to keep them, yet without letting them on the secrets of the spirit pagoda. Gong Yan and the rest saw that she really did have a place that could accommodate life, and thus believed what she said when she said that she could bring them out. The older clan members had already started to picture themselves ascending levels to become sacred beasts after they left their little realm. At the Snow Wolf territory, the Gua and Yun families were waiting anxiously. They had been waiting for 2 days, and were unsure as to what Yun Yi's situation had turned out to be like. A wolf's cry could suddenly be heard. Rong and Wei Ziqi and the rest saw that they had great reactions after hearing the wolf's cry, and asked, did something happen? The saber-toothed tigers are here to fight. I don't think you need to be this alarmed. No. The last time the saber-toothed tigers came they brought their clan elders, and that's how Firmament got hurt. If I'm not wrong, I think Sima Yu has brought some of the saber-toothed tigers here. It's him? Does he want to bring the saber-toothed tiger clan out with him too? That's right. Wei Ziqi replied. Previously Bei Gong said that they had already discussed the terms with the saber-toothed tigers, and we're afraid that there won't be time for us to come back to get you all. The only way is to bring the both of you out at the same time. I think, if you're still willing to go with us, then you will need to quickly notify your clan to prepare to leave. Ziqi? The mother stone in Wei Ziqi's hand suddenly lit up. Yu? Wei Ziqi answered. Ziqi, inform the King Snow Wolf that we have already made our way over, and we will reach in less than a day. If they would like to leave with us, then they have to prepare quickly. We have to save our friends, and we don't have time to tarry. Sima Yu said. I'm with them right now. He has heard everything that you have said. Wei Ziqi said, looking at the King Snow Wolf. Rong and Firmament looked at each other, and said, we will gather our clan's people. By the time Sima Yu had brought the saber-toothed tigers to the Snow Wolves' territory, everyone was prepared. Sima Yu and the thousands of snow wolves gathered at the mountain, and was relieved that they had organized themselves more quickly than the saber-toothed tigers had. Yu. Guo Pei Pei cried out excitedly, losing her breath, as she saw Sima Yu. Sima Yu came down from Little Rock's back, and nodded at Guo Pei Pei, saying, you can tell us the bulk of the story later on. Let me settle the Snow Wolf clan first, so that we can get moving earlier. All right. Guo Pei Pei said. Rong saw that Sima Yu had returned, but that the aura on her body had changed. He asked in surprise, you've become a spirit paragon? It's just by luck. Sima Yu said. Are you ready? We are ready. How are you going to bring this many of us out at the same time? I have a place that I can put you in. You can breathe while you're there. Sima Yu said. Your clansmen will have to wait there. Are the saber-toothed tigers going to be there as well? Yes. Regardless of the animosity between the two of you, if you want to get out of here, you'll have to put that aside. A few hundred years later, you can do whatever you like. Although Rong had wanted to avenge Firmament, he still nodded, all right. Now I bring your clansmen in. Yu, are you not going to bring the others in? Don't we have to go against a group of others? At that time we will need to lend the strength of those who are above the rank of a spirit paragon. You're going to bring this many spirit beasts on the road with you? Hee. Can't I do that? Sima Yu said. All she wanted to look a little more grandiose as she was on her way. But seeing how everyone was looking at her disapprovingly, she reluctantly put some of the spirit beasts in as well, and only left the King Snow Wolf and the King Saber-Toothed Tiger. Upon hearing that the Sima Yu had ascended to the spirit paragon rank, the Guo family members were shocked. And only after seeing that the spirit beasts had disappeared did they regain their senses. In only 9 months she had ascended from a spirit saint to a spirit paragon. Just how many opportunities did she meet in these months? Yu, how is it that you have this space that can accommodate life? Sima Yu laughed, saying, it wouldn't be strange for a beast tamer master to carry something that could accommodate life, right? It's just that mine is a bit larger, that's all. Rong and Flame King did not know that Beast Tamer Master had such things, but the Gua and Yun family members understood what she had said. Normally, Beast Tamer Masters carried along with them things that could accommodate life. It was slightly different from the space ring, but it was similar to that. Hearing what she had said, they were extremely curious as to how she had such a big space, but they did not ask any further. You're a Beast Tamer Master too? Yun Feng looked at Sima Yu. Older brother said that you were an alchemist, and that your powers in alchemy are very strong. An alchemist? Aren't you an array master? Hee. I'm all of that, combined into one. Sima Yu said. Alright, let's be on our way. Where would Yun Yi be right now? Do you know which direction we should head towards? Although she wanted to put aside the topic, everyone was looking at her with expressions of shock. A 22-year-old alchemist Arayan Beast Tamer Master, who was at a Spirit Paragon rank. My goodness, surely there was no one in the great capital who could surpass that. Yun Feng, didn't you say that we have to look for your brother? Where should we go? Wei Ziqi asked. Oh. Yun Feng regained his senses, and said. I have a way to find my brother. As he said that, he took out a jade stone, one that was similar to the one that Sima Yu had on hand, and had 2 little red dots on them. This is what older brother brought back from up there, and he had passed it to me before he left, saying that as long as I follow this, I will be able to find him. Yunfeng said. They're moving quickly. Oh no. They're moving with so much urgency, it must mean that they're being chased. They're running towards our direction. Oh, they've changed directions. Fatty Chu quipped. He must have realized that we're in this direction, and moved aside. Yunfeng said. You and your brother have mother stones? Sima Yu asked. We do. Yunfeng said. They are not far off, see if you can contact him. Sima Yu said. Alright. Yunfeng took out his mother stone, and as he directed his spirit energy into the stone and waited, a reaction came from the other end. It's connected. The Gua and Yun family members all got excited. Feng, what's wrong? Yun Yi's voice sounded strained, as if he was injured. Older brother, are you being chased down? Yunfeng asked. Yep. Feng, if this time I don't make it out alive, you must remain alive, return to the primordial lands and go to the Divine Devil Valley and tell them what happened, so that they can avenge us. Yun Yi sounded languid, and his voice was angry and vengeful. Why do we have to wait for our master to take revenge? Sima Yu said, rather fond of this laid-back and handsome fellow. You. On the other end, as Yun Yi heard Sima Yu's voice, his eyes started to come alive again. What's wrong, Yun Yi? Another voice from the end asked. Sima Yu took hold of that mother stone and said, Yun Yi, bring everyone else and come towards our direction immediately. We will receive you as you arrive. Alright. Yun Yi said, albeit excitedly. Sima Yu returned the mother stone to Yunfeng, and got onto Little Rock, saying, let's go. Someone actually dares to harass people from the Divine Devil Valley, damn it. Do they take their young master as a joke? Hearing her roar, Bei Gong Tang joined in as well, and said, thankfully I am a disciple of the valley as well. Aya, if we follow what Sima Yu is saying, we will all possibly have the opportunity to become people of the Divine Devil Valley as well. If they are bullying our people and we don't teach them a lesson, they will think that the Divine Devil Valley's people are pushovers. Fatty Chu kicked off and got on Little Rock as well. That's right. If we don't do well, Grandfather Devil might just disown us all. Wei Ziqi nodded, with an air of pride. Ouyang Fei said nothing and just got on. But looking at everyone together, the others could tell that he could also become one of the members of the valley as well. Previously they had thought that only Sima Yu was from the Divine Devil Valley, but it turned out that everyone else was as well. What are you guys standing there for? Come on quickly. Fatty Chu said, looking at everyone below. Rong and Gong Yen sat on Sima Yu's both sides, stubbornly refusing to sit next to each other. The Gua and Yun family members also proceeded to get on quickly. Little Rock flapped its wings and moved at its fastest to get them to Yun Yi as soon as possible. Sima Yu turned to look at the snow mountain, and thought about Otherworld that was connected to the Ascent Ion Lake. She figured that there would be another place that she could have trained at as well, but sadly there would be no more chances for her to train from then. On the other end, Yun Yi put down the mother stone and said, we are changing directions. We will now head northeast. Why? Didn't you say that that's where your brother is? Are we going to look for them? The boy who had previously spoke said. That's right. Yun Yi, if we go over, won't we endanger them? Another member of the Divine Devil Valley said. Don't worry, the White Cloud Cave and the Saint Pavilion's days of cockiness will soon be over. Yun Yi said with a smile. Alright. Seeing his firmness, they changed their directions again and headed back. Yun Yi looked down and saw that Yun Feng's red dot moving quickly, and that they were quickly about to meet each other. His mouth started to curl into a smile. He had heard the voice of the valley's young master, and he did have the recklessness of the Divine Devil Valley in his voice. A day later, the 2 red dots finally met, and the distance between the two was so close that they no longer had to rely on the stone to find each other. This has no use now, I think they must be very close by. Little Rock, pay attention to the aura around you. Sima Yu said. Yes, master. Little Rock replied. Crash. 2 spirit energies clashed, and it resounded far off in the air. Everyone on Little Rock's back were surprised by the loud sound. It's not because they have been caught, right? Fatty Chu said. Yunfeng, contact them. Sima Yu commanded, her expression heavy. If they had really been caught, then the entire situation would be totally unfavorable. Alright. Yunfeng said as he took out the mother stone. But just as he had connected to the other side, they heard the sound of a loud explosion, and there ceased to be any sound from the other side. It is them. Halcyon, bring me out first. Sima Yu called Halcyon out. Halcyon's aura was even stronger than when they had first arrived. Sima Yu had ascended in rank, and so did the other spirit beasts. Although he did not increase in rank, he had become much more powerful, and he was definitely edging the brink of ascending in rank. Halcyon emerged and formed a body. He took Sima Yu with him, and flew ahead at full speed. Since he's so fast, why doesn't he take us as well? Someone from the Yun family quipped. It's a sacred divine beast, do you think just anyone could sit on him? Fatty Chu replied. That person was shocked, he thought that Halcyon was simply just another spirit beast, but he didn't know that he was a sacred divine beast, and that not just anyone could ride on him. I think we should speed up a little. Wei Ziqi said, Little Rock, we'll have to trouble you. I'm tired, I can't go on anymore. Little Rock started to fly at a slower speed. The Yun family members' faces turned red in embarrassment. It seems like what that person had said had irritated Little Rock. I apologize. They're just worried about older brother's situation. Please don't mind him. Yun Feng said. Little Rock, please hurry. We have to save our brothers from the Divine Devil Valley. Wei Ziqi patted Little Rock on the back, secretly laughing at what had happened. All right. Little Rock huffed, and started to move at a greater speed. Sima Yu sat on Halcyon and moved forward. He was much faster than Little Rock, and just in a matter of time, they flew out of sight. Crash. Yun Yi and the others from the Divine Devil Valley and all their spirit beasts were knocked to the ground, and heaps of dust flew up from the ground. Ha ha ha, aren't you guys from the Divine Devil Valley supposed to be very powerful? The people stood atop their flying beasts, looking down at the people on the ground cockily. Zhou Guang Xian, is the White Cloud Cave really out to kill us? Are you not afraid that we might just return alive and take revenge? One of the disciples from the Divine Devil Valley said. Huh, you all will die here, who will know that it was our doing? Zhou Guang Xian laughed. Men, get down there and slaughter them all. A group of people jumped down from their flying spirit beast, and just happened to land in front of Yun Yi and the others. Yun Yi, I've heard that you've been unbearably arrogant recently. How did your crippled master bear to let you out of the Divine Devil Valley? Zhong Hai, you actually came here as well. Zhong Hai from the Cloud Cave always pit himself against him. Zhong Hai, what are you still blabbering on with him about? Quickly get it over with. We should chase those few people down. Brother Disciple, why are you so anxious? That's right, Brother Disciple. Let's send them off properly, just in case. Alright then, since brother is so anxious, we'll speed things up. Zhong Hai, you dare. Dare I? Haha, I dare. No dash. Those from the Divine Devil Valley cried out, even Yun Yi closed his eyes, waiting for the final pain to descend. However, a few seconds passed without anything happening. Why don't you move? He opened his eyes, and saw Sima Yu standing on the back of a large bird. With a flip of his body, he landed in front of him and casually kicked Zhong Hai away. Yun Yi, I'm not late, am I? Cough cough, not late. Yun Yi clutched his chest as he coughed out blood. Sima Yu saw the smile on his face and said, I realized that you have the aura of an evildoer when you smile. Who are you, that you dare to interfere in our affairs? Humph, you're just a first-ranked spirit paragon, but you want to play the hero. Everyone else thought the same way. After all, Sima Yu's power had already been revealed. It was only Zhou Guang Xian who did not dare take Sima Yu lightly. The way that she had blocked Zhong Hai was not something the average person could do. He flew in front of Sima Yu and said, you'd best stay out of our affairs. If you leave now, we won't bother you. Brother. Zhong Hai and the others were anxious. If he really were to leave, what would they do if he revealed what had happened? Shut up. Zhou Guang Xian scolded Zhong Hai with a single sentence. After that, he looked at Sima Yu and said, what do you think? No deal. Sima Yu smiled coldly, you want to kill my junior brother of the Divine Devil Valley but want me to pretend nothing happened. After that, you want me to wait for you to gather your forces and chase after me to kill me too? You are from the Divine Devil Valley? Zhong Guang Xian looked at Sima Yu with suspicion. How could he not know that this person existed in the Divine Devil Valley? Although I've never gone to the Divine Devil Valley, I truly am someone from the Divine Devil Valley. Sima Yu said, so, it is impossible for me to walk away. However, I can spare your lives. Big talk. The White Cloud Cave's men looked at Sima Yu, the weakest of us is a fourth-ranked spirit paragon. You've just a first-ranked spirit paragon but you want to kill us? Where or not it's just big talk, you all will know in a moment. Sima Yu smirked. You're not one of our Divine Devil Valley's men. Divine Devil Valley. Blood ring. Zhou Guang Xian suddenly saw the blood ring on Sima Yu's thumb and he lost his voice as he cried out. Yo, looks like something recognizes this. Blood ring. He's the young valley master. The men from the Divine Devil Valley looked at Sima Yu in shock. They all knew that a young master was in the Yilin continent. But they never thought that they would actually bump into him. And they never thought that he would actually come and save them. Since you know my identity, then I won't waste words anymore. Sima Yu said, just like you said, if one wants to keep a secret, I can only get rid of you all here. Halcyon, I leave it to you. Okay. Halcyon flew downwards and immediately changed into human form when he landed. Sacred beast. Everyone cried out. They never thought that she actually had a sacred beast. Halcyon acted, and it was a clean move. Before those people saw what he had done, they were already dead. Sima Yu did not watch Halcyon act, but came beside Yun Yi and squatted down. Seeing that he was covered with injuries, she signed, how could it be that you've wounded yourself to this extent after not meeting for a few months? Yun Yi laughed bitterly, I really look like a mess now. Alright, you better not talk anymore. In a moment, you won't even have the strength to activate this pill. As Sima Yu spoke, she took out a pill and gave it to him. After that, she turned to the men from the Divine Devil Valley, saying, all of them are from our valley. Yes, they are all the inner disciples of the different divisions of our valley. There are divisions? Sima Yu asked, could it be that those from the Divine Devil Valley don't live together? It's not that they're not together. It's just that those of different professions have different names. Oh, so this is the case. What a bother. Sima Yu said, you guys are injured. Why are you all blanking out for and not eating pills to recover? Greetings to young valley master. Skip it. Sima Yu said, could it be that you don't have any more pills? The Divine Devil Valley's men nodded with embarrassment. I knew it. Sima Yu said, Yun Feng and the others finished all their pills, so you guys should probably be the same. You there, it looks like you still can move. Hand this out to everyone. She spoke to a young male, who walked over and took the pills and handed it out. You, want to leave one alive to interrogate? We'll leave him alive for the moment. I have some things to ask him in a moment. Okay. Halcyon nodded and did not act against him for the time being. Zhonghai sat his butt on the ground, and looked at the situation that has suddenly flipped. He also looked at the sacred beast in front of it, feeling like he was dreaming. Of course, this dream was a nightmare. The men from Divine Devil Valley were extremely curious about the young Valley Master who had suddenly appeared from nowhere. However, they were all seriously injured right now, and the most important thing right now was to treat their injuries. After a moment, Little Rock brought the remaining people who rushed down with him. Big Brother Yun-Yi, are you all okay? Guo Pei Pei was the first to fly down, and she landed in front of Yun-Yi with a face full of concern. We're fine. Yun-Yi opened his eyes and he gave a tired smile. It's a good thing that young Valley Master came in time. You have my utmost gratitude, Yu. What are you thanking me for? I was merely saving our people of the valley. Sima Yu replied. After that, she turned to Bei Gongtang and Ouyang Fei and said, do you guys still have a lot of healing pills? The two of them shook their heads simultaneously, saying, we cleared out our stash of pills once before. Then we gave out some to everyone and are only left with a few. Young Valley Master, quite a few of them are alchemists. It was just that we were being chased, so we had no time to refine any pills. Once they've healed, we'll get them to refine their own pills. That's such a waste of time. Once they've healed, we should be going to hunt those people down and make trouble for them. Sima Yu said, we should use this period of time to refine a few pills to avoid running out later. She was a bit worried as she spoke about this. She wondered how Sima Yu Ran and the others were doing right now, whether or not they would run out of pills. She took out the Mother Stone and tried contacting Sima Yu Ran and the others, but realized that they were too far apart and the other party had no reply. Are you worried about them? Bei Gongtang asked while walking over. We haven't had contact with them in such a long time. We have no idea how they're doing. Sima Yu said. Realks, that Yulin isn't a simple guy. With him around, the others will be fine. Once we've settled things over here, we'll go and look for them. Let's cultivate then. We'll get it done quickly and look for them sooner. Okay. The three of them went to the side and started refining pills. Many of those from the Divine Devil Valley were alchemists, but they were extremely shocked when they saw the three of them refining pills so fluidly, with every furnace full of pills. This wasn't that difficult for them, but to these people who had grown up in the lower worlds and continents, this was something extremely hard. Furthermore, they were much older than these three people. Furthermore, Sima Yu methods were simple but already on par with those from the older generation. No wonder Second Valley Master would choose him as a disciple. This was the conclusion that all those from the Divine Devil Valley came to. Once their wounds had more or less healed, Sima Yu and the others were also pretty much done with their pill refinements. She gave the pills out to everyone, then she casually gave some to the Yun clan and the Hao clan. Alright, now tell me. What happened exactly? Sima Yu said, who was it that killed you all and what kind of feud do you have between you all that they are chasing after you to kill you all? Why don't I share about this? Yun-Yi glanced at Zhonghai, saying, they are people from the Cloud Cave. They're the nemesis of our Divine Devil Valley. Cloud Cave? Have we reached the stage where we fight every time we cross paths, where one has to live and one has to die? Sima Yu sighed. Pretty much. Yun-Yi said, at that time, Second Valley Master was wounded by the Master of Cloud Cave. What? He was the one who injured my master? Sima Yu glanced at Zhonghai with eyes filled with murder, causing him to break out in cold sweat. That's right. Yun-Yi nodded. Looks like, apart from them, there are others who are chasing you to kill you as well? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Those from the Sage Pavilion have colluded with the Cloud Pavilion. There's also the Zhan clan and others from the continent. Yun-Yi said. Could it be that those from the Sage Pavilion and the Zhan clansmen have colluded because of the old geezer who became the second pavilion master? Sima Yu asked. However, just as they're able to gather men from the continent, aren't we able to find men as well? That's because the things they are looking for are related. For example, for the Zhan clan and the Sage Pavilion, there are those who enter the higher worlds and become power existences. Our Divine Devil Valley rarely recruits people from below. That's why the powers we can recruit are less as well. Added on to the fact that our luck isn't that great, we haven't met many powers. Furthermore, the other party has a sacred beast, so the other powers don't dare to side with us. A young disciple from the Divine Devil Valley said. How many of those guys are there? Sima Yu asked. We don't know either. However, I estimate they have about 1,000. 1,000? That many people? Fatty Chu cried out with shock. However, the Cloud Cave recruits at least 100 or 200 people at a time. The recruitment of the Sage Pavilion isn't low either. Another person said, adding on to that the people from the rear, 1,000 people is a conservative estimation. The other party has so many people, so why do we have so little? The Divine Devil Valley had around 30 to 40 people. Adding the Yun and Hao family onto that number, there was less than 100 people. We didn't used to have this little people. We lost over 20 people while breaking out. Right. Young Valley Master, you must take revenge for us. Relax, you guys. Since they dare to try and exterminate our Divine Devil Valley's men, we can also fight against them. Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion, any idea where they are right now? We don't know the exact location, but we can estimate the general direction. Sure, then let's now begin the execution. Sima Yu said. Because they had quite a few of them, everyone sat on their own flying beasts. It was only Yun-Yi and Shen Rao who were called over by Sima Yu to explain to her more about the Cloud Cave. With Yun-Yi and his explanation, Sima Yu finally understood that Cloud Cave and Divine Devil Valley's hatred against each other ran too deep to resolve. Everyone outside saw the Cloud Cave as a righteous one. However, the Divine Devil Valley was seen as a bit evil. Although they had more professions, most of them had bad attitudes and always offended others. This Cloud Cave was the #1 power that they constantly offended. As for why the feud even started, it was unclear. However, this 1,000 years, the two powers would fight the moment they say each other. If they met in private, it would also be a life or death battle. After that, the number of people who joined the two powers started to increase. At this point, the dilemma between the two parties was no longer reconcilable. Furthermore, Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion were very close to each other. Perhaps it was because they both enjoyed looking pure and righteous, birds of a feather truly flocked together. Just as Yun-Yi and the others had guessed, the Sage Pavilion and the Cloud Cave were planning to act against the Little Realms from the beginning. As a result, they came because they were attracted to wealth and did not hold back in murdering those from the Divine Devil Valley. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Those from the Divine Devil Valley were all currently still feeling like this was all a dream. Actually, when Old Man Devil came back to announce that he had made a disciple, furthermore, one who was acknowledged by the Blood Ring and had become their young Valley Master, not a single one was not shocked. There were even those who had opposed. The way they saw it, those from the lower continents probably didn't amount to much. How could a person like that have the rights to become the young Valley Master? How many of them wished to obtain Old Man Devil's legacy, but none had succeeded, only to have what they yearned for even in their dreams, passed on to someone from the lower worlds. However, this was the Divine Devil Valley's decision, and they dared not offend them. That was why, when Yun-Yi had met Sima Yu, he had to bow to her despite his unwilling heart. However, they never expected that the young Valley Master they had looked down upon would swoop down from the sky to save them and pull them back from the gates of hell. Furthermore, she killed decisively and was much more talented than they were. This caused them to acknowledge her from the bottom of their hearts. Young Valley Master, I really never expected that we had merely separated for 9 months, but you had already risen from a spirit saint to a spirit paragon. Luckily, I got some great opportunities. Risen from a spirit paragon from a spirit saint in 9 months? Shen Rao looked at Sima Yu with shock. Was Young Valley Master at the peak of spirit saint before? Nope. That is? Yu was a 5th ranked spirit saint. 9 months, whoa, rose by 4 levels? Rose 4 levels in 9 months. And one of them was even the crossover between ranks? After knowing about Sima Yu's increase in rank, each and every single one of them had their eyes go round. Even if increases in ranks were quicker in the higher realms, nobody had ever increased in ranks like this before. Master, there's a situation up ahead. What's wrong? There's a fight. Let's go and take a look. See, understood, Master. Little Rock quickly brought them forward, and they soon saw a group of people engaged in. They're people from the Moonbow clan. Do they have a close relationship with us? Not bad. Second Valley Master is on pretty good terms with their first elder, Granny Wind. That's Zhong Quan. Shen Rao suddenly pointed at a male and cried out. Seeing that Sima Yu looked confused, Yun-Yi explained, Zhong Quan is Zhong Hai's older brother. So you're saying that Zhong Quan has brought along a group of people to kill the Moonbow clansmen? Yu said, since this is the case, what are you waiting for? Aren't you heroes going to save the damsels in distress? As she called out, the Divine Devil Valley men were immediately filled with battle intent as they quickly wanted to fly over to join the battle and save the beauties. There's no need to resist anymore. Why don't you obediently surrender and let us capture you? We would rather die than let you have your way. Zhong Quan, you actually dare to bring your people to kill off the youths of our generation. Aren't you afraid that the respective clans will retaliate against your Cloud Cave? Zhong Quan and Zhong Hai looked quite alike. However, Zhong Quan looked more evil. Hearing the other party chastise him, he laughed coldly. Since we dare to do something like this, we would definitely have thought of this. Of course, we definitely have the capability to do something like this. So you have the capability. Didn't you guys get? Zhong Quan's face grew solemn when he saw the Divine Devil Valley's people, asking, where is my brother? Of course, we sent him on his way. Sima Yu said, we've come to send you on the same journey. Yun-Yi. Compared to Zhong Quan and the others, the Moonbow clansmen were much more excited. What are you still waiting for? I already told you to save the beauties. Why aren't you going yet? Yeah. The Divine Devil Valley's men joined the fray, attacking Zhong Quan's men. In order to increase their strength, Sima Yu joined the battle as well. The Divine Devil Valley's men watched as she beat a 3rd-ranked spirit paragon until he could not even hit back a single time, and were so shocked that their jaws almost hit the floor. So powerful. An overpowered person like him wouldn't be tired from this kind of battle at all. Young Valley Master's powerful. Oh damn, his actions are so suave. Everyone sighed. Yun-Yi saw Sima Yu's powerful battle abilities, and could not help but cry out as well. This guy's strength was definitely matchless. It was no wonder that he could become the Young Valley Master. With this kind of abilities, even if it was a Divine Devil Valley's man, not a single one of the young generation would be his match. Yun-Yi was at the peak of a spirit paragon, and it wasn't difficult to deal with these people. The Moonbow's people gradually withdrew from battle when the Divine Devil Valley came. Yun-Yi, thank you all. If it wasn't for you all, if you want to thank us, you should thank our Young Valley Master. Young Valley Master? Wasn't Ing Baichuan unable to enter the Little Realm? I'm talking about the other Young Valley Master. He is your Young Valley Master. She had seen his battle abilities just now, and he was indeed very strong. However, when did the Divine Devil Valley gain another Young Valley Master? Furthermore, it was this kind of guy with questionable morals. Hey, you guys hurry up. Keep away everything they have in their interspatial rings. Those are our spoils of war, you can't just leave them there. Wow, this guy is really loaded. He has so much treasure. Fatty, why are you stoning over there? You better not let me catch you stealing anything. Sigh, I should have been more gentle just now. This spirit tool was so good but it's broken now. This guy really didn't go lightly on him. Sigh, my treasure. The beauty saw Sima Yu acting like a thug so unrestrainedly, and looked at Yunyi with doubt. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Was this really their young valley master? Cough cough dash. Yunyi was also a bit embarrassed after seeing the way that Sima Yu was behaving. When he had saved them before, he had also acted this way. However, he still nodded, saying, that's right. He's the disciple that Second Valley Master has accepted. He has also obtained the recognition by the Blood Ring. As of right now, he hasn't gone to the Primordial Lands yet, but he is already our young Valley Master. The beauty's eyes went large, saying, he isn't someone from the Primordial Lands? Nope. Yunyi looked at Sima Yu and, not only was he not from the higher world, he was from the worst one. Despite being this kind of person, he had acknowledged him from the bottom of his heart. The beauty noticed Yunyi's attitude, and knew that Sima Yu was not a simple one. Everyone in the higher world knew that, although Yunyi came from an unknown continent, he was the elder's most beloved disciple. Despite this, he was looking at Sima Yu with a gaze of worship and respect. If it was not for the fact that she had always been observant, she would definitely not have noticed it. Since this is the case, I'll head over and express my thanks. I'll owe you one too. Okay. I'd definitely love the assistance from a beauty. Yunyi smiled lazily as he took her to where Sima Yu was. Young Valley Master, this is Xiaoya from Moonbow Clan. She is the favorite pupil of Granny Wing. Yunyi said to Sima Yu. Then he pointed at Sima Yu, saying, this is our young Valley Master, Sima Yu. Yunyi, didn't I say it before? Don't call me young Valley Master. Technically, I'm much younger than you. Sima Yu said, if you act this way, I'll feel like you're calling me old. Just call me Yu. Hee, this custom cannot be abolished. Once you head up there, those who are hundreds and thousands of years older than you will address you as such as well. You have to get used to it. Although he refused to admit it, he did enjoy seeing the little vein bulging at the side of Sima Yu's eyebrow. Many thanks to young Lord Sima for saving us. Young Miss Xiaoya, you're too kind. You didn't see it, but those guys were more than happy to play the heroes saving the damsels in distress. They need this kind of moments to show off. When those who were picking up the loot nearby heard what Sima Yu said, they could not help but purse their lips, saying, young Valley Master, we have always be righteous. Everything you said came from your own lips, okay. What did he mean they were excited and playing the heroes, saving damsels in distress? He was the one who said it, okay. Xiaoya smirked and laughed. Their Moonbow clan was quite close to the Divine Devil Valley, so they did occasionally hang out with them when they met. She had no idea what those from the Divine Devil Valley were like before. No matter what, I still have to thank you all. If it were not for you guys rushing here, I'm afraid that we would have. The moment she said this, Xiaoya was enraged. Cloud Cave's men have always wanted to exterminate us. Seeing the way that Zhong Quan was acting before, he was not afraid that our seniors would find out at all. Looks like they have some form of assurance. Oh right, didn't Zhong Quan say that Zhong Hai had gotten a group of men to exterminate you? How could you all? At that time, we were pretty much in a similar situation to what you were in. We were in even more dire straits. However, young Valley Master brought his contracted beasts and saved us. Yunyi glanced at Sima Yu gratefully as he said this. Just a single person managed to save the whole lot of them? Is your Moonbow clan a power from the higher realms? She wasn't that clear on how the powers were divided up. In the past, she only knew that the Sage Pavilion was pretty awesome. Moonbow clan and the Divine Devil Valley are of the same rank. Then what about Cloud Cave? Although Cloud Cave is of the same rank as us, they're considered on a lower rank. They normally don't dare to act against us. However, it seems that they have some form of assurance this time. Xiaoya said, according to what I know, aside from you guys, a few others are targeted as well. One of their saints from the Saint Pavilion has especially come down. I fear that we can only hide from them for now and hope that we can hold out until the passage opens again. No need to hide. Yunyi, the other party has a sacred beast. Even if we have more people, we are not their opponent. They have a sacred beast, and so do we. Yunyi said, when the time comes, we'll see who's really stronger. You guys have a sacred beast too? Really? It's young Valley Master's contracted beast. Yunyi replied, at that time, he had brought his sacred beast along to save us. Xiaoya was even more surprised. Someone who had come from the lower world had contracted a sacred beast? Could it be that old man devil had gotten it for him? However, that was not possible. People from the higher world would not usually give their disciples contracted beasts that were stronger than they were. Their attention was entirely focused on this, but Sima Yu's attention was on the two people who were wandering back and forth. Finally, she noticed that the two of them were getting awkward as they asked, young Valley Master, is anything the matter? Sima Yu's gaze that was on Guo Pei returned. She said, nothing much, I'm just curious. Didn't you say that the people above are really powerful? Why are there so many that are still below divine rank? So many of their big sects have come down, so what's to say about the others? Although we have quite a few numbers, we're still relatively small. Xiaoya explained, for example, for a small sect, out of 10 or 20,000 people, only 100 or so people will be below divine rank. That would be less than 10%. For a large power like us, we're focused on potential and attract more people. Furthermore, there are many people above, so the numbers are great. Although it's smaller in proportion, the absolute numbers will be more. Oh, I see. Sima Yu nodded. At the same time, she was thinking about her previous life, where the population in China kept growing. Although the rate of which they increased in population was relatively smaller than other countries, they still had 13 million people. Looks like it shared the same logic. At this moment, Fatty walked over and said, Yu, we're done looting. What shall we do next? Just when Sima Yu was leading the people out to attack, Sima Yulin and the others had finished their closed-door cultivation as well. Sima Yulin was the first one to emerge. Sima Yulan was around that level. She was still quite a distance and blocked from leaving 4th rank. Sima Yuyang had become a 3rd-ranked spirit saint. The other Sima clansmen had also entered the ranks of spirit saint. After they had fully absorbed all the spiritual chi in the cave, the few of them finally opened their eyes. I never thought that the spiritual chi here would be completely absorbed by us. Not bad, everyone grew quite a bit stronger. Sima Yuyang said with a smile. We've all entered the rank of spirit saint. Sima Yuming and the others were ecstatic as well. After asking the contracted beasts who were standing guard for them, they finally knew that they had actually been shut in here for over 10 months. Over 10 months. Sima Yulin's eyebrows raised slightly, never thought that we would actually take such a long time in closed-door cultivation. Hey, there's a pile of bones over there. Everyone looked over to where he was looking at. Could this be the one who had set up the array back then? This person must not have left the little world before it closed, for whatever reason, and finally died of old age here. I don't think so. Sima Yuran said, if he died of old age, he would not have created such a complex array so close by. The spiritual chi seems to be coming here. Everyone immediately sensed their surroundings, and it was just as he said. The spiritual chi was gushing here. What could it be that's attracting the spiritual chi? Rubbish. How could this be possible? Looks like we've come across a treasure this time. What is this thing? Not a clue. However, this has something to do with the spirit chi lake. Looks like this pearl has some uses in attracting the spiritual chi. If we use this pearl to cultivate, our efforts in cultivating will definitely have. Once we get out of here and present this item to our clansmen to help in their cultivation, our clan will definitely outgrow the other clans. Keep it away first. After we get out, we'll give it to clan leader. Sima Yulin said. Right now, we'll go look for Yu and the others. Okay. Yulin, quickly take a look how far Yu is from us. Sima Yulin took out the jade. Looks like we have to fly there if we want to look for them. It's a good thing we have many flying beasts. Let's go look for them now. Wait up. Sima Yulin called out to stop them. What's up, Yulin? Everyone looked at him. He waved at them, then turned to the skeleton and gave a huge bow, saying, many thanks to our senior for leaving this chance to us. As he did this, everyone followed after him and bowed. Sima Yulin rose, then led everyone out. Yulin? Sima Yulin didn't say anything and headed outside. Standing in front of the mountain, Sima Yulin bowed once more. Let's go. He called out his spirit beast and took everyone to the direction that Sima Yu was in. Countless of miles away, Sima Yu was currently leading the Divine Devil Valley's men in battle against a group of people. Those people were the partners of Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion. The battle went completely as expected. When the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave's men found out that the Divine Devil Valley's men were retaliating, they had called over a few people who were rather strong. When Sima Yu heard this, she pursed her lips, lamenting, the ancient spoke rightly. This world lacks everything except people. After hearing her complaint, Yun-Yi and the others smiled, saying, a lot of continents have come this time. If 10,000 come from each, there's 80,000 people. Then why don't we have that many people? Sima Yu looked at her own troops. Apart from the Yun clan, Hao clan, Divine Devil Valley and Moonbao's clansmen, only the few of them from the Yi-Lin continent remained. There are many reasons. Shen Rao explained, Sage Pavilion is different from other powers. They have many pavilions in the worlds below. Furthermore, they are also very highly ranked. Many of the people from those continents yield to them. Since the Sage Pavilion's men are gathering people now, it's natural that those from the Sage Pavilion will follow after them. Furthermore, news of the Sage Pavilion having a sacred beast has circulated around the entire little world. Everyone knows that it's pretty much settled with a sacred beast. Everyone knows to expand their power in the worlds below. How could you guys stick to just these places? This probably has something to do with method of cultivation later on. Xiaoya said, I heard Master say before that Sage Pavilion's method seems to be able to rise in rank from the power of belief. The more believers they have, the stronger they become. That's why they have to keep expanding the people below. Since the relationship between Sage Pavilion and Divine Devil Valley isn't too good, how did my senior brother become the Holy Son? Furthermore, this guy wasn't the average Holy Son. His position in the Sage Pavilion was rather high. Yuni shook his head, saying, we don't know either. We heard that the Pavilion Master from the Sage Pavilion personally came to the Divine Devil Valley to recruit him. Sima Yu was shocked, so the Sage Pavilion's lord was coming personally to get him? If the Divine Devil's Valley and the Sage Pavilion's relationship was not good, then why would the Sage Pavilion lord keep Wu Lingyu by his side? He even let him become a holy son of the Sage Pavilion, allowing him to enjoy a status that is even higher than that of lords in other pavilions. She wasn't sure why, but she felt that something was amiss. The Moonbow clan's people are almost all rested up, let's continue moving. Do we continue in the same direction? Have they come out? Yes, and they have started moving. Yu and the rest are rushing towards our direction. Sima Yuyang said. So it means that we will meet rather soon. I wonder if they have the same fortune as us. Sima Yuming said. My intuition tells me that Yu, that punk, will miss us by a few streets. We'll know when we see. After a few more days passed, the two parties finally met. Fifth brother. Brother. Yu. Big brother. As the two parties met, they had plenty of things to say to one another. And so Sima Yu left the Divine Devil Valley and Moonbow clan aside, and gathered with the rest of the group. You've been promoted to a spirit paragon. You've also become a 4th grade spirit saint. What? You've become a spirit paragon? Weren't you just a 5th grade spirit saint previously? The Divine Devil's Valley had already known about this, and were no longer surprised the second time they heard it. Indeed, those who follow our young master are not simply average beings. Sima Yu did not care about their reactions, and asked Sima Yulin about what had happened after they had gone their separate ways. She learnt that they had found a training ground that was similar to the one provided by the Snow Wolf clan's training ground. Thankfully you all had not met those people, if not I would not be able to account to that old fox. Although we did not encounter them, but we did see from afar a great battle between two parties. That might have been what you were just talking about. Sima Yu asked about the other party's distinctive features, and called Yun Yi and the rest to ask. And indeed, the people that they had seen were members of the Cloud Cave and members of another sect, although they were members of a minor sect. It seems like the Cloud Cave is not just hunting us, but they are trying to exterminate the other smaller sects as well. Could it be something from up there? We can't be sure. Usually they wouldn't involve themselves with us down here, unless there is an agreement. But even so, we wouldn't know. Up there? Is there another continent greater than the primordial land? No, Shen Rao said. It's just another division within the continent. When we say, up there, we're referring to another region. We're all in the same continent. Oh. Sima Yu said. Are these boundaries also drawn and separated by powers? That's right. In the region that we're in, it is separated into the outer boundary, central boundary, and the inner boundary. The outer boundary is where the average ones gather. We're in the central boundary, and the up there that we are talking about is referring to the inner boundary. Xiaoya explained. Sima Yu quickly understood what she was saying. There were other regions apart from the one that they were currently in. She wanted to ask just how big this world was, but she held her tongue, in case what she said discouraged the others. There are still about 2 months before we will leave. We should seize these 2 months to make those who have bothered us regret what they have done. Sima Yu said. After which, she looked at Shen Rao and the rest and said, you guys have a way to track down those people, right? Alright. Shen Rao nodded, his eyes glistening with some excitement. They are finally going to strike back. In the next month, there was occasional news about the Sage Pavilion and the Cloud Cave, as well as news of people from here and they're getting destroyed by the Divine Devil's Valley and of this and that person being completely defeated and destroyed. The news of these happenings angered the Sage Pavilion and the Cloud Cave so much that they were on the brink of choking on their own blood. On that day, from one of the valleys, a few individuals crept out and, looking at those guarding the outsides, asked urgently, has Holy Sun Yi come out yet? Not yet. The guard replied. You have already come by 3 times in this month. Are you all not tired? When the Holy Sun has come out, we will report it to you. You guys had better leave for now. Although the feeling of being rejected was rather awkward, the ones who had come seemed to have no intention of leaving. How much longer do you think it will take before the Holy Sun will be able to come out? This time, the Holy Sun of my house has gotten a golden opportunity, and his powers have grown by leaps and bounds. Now he is trying to break through to a 9th grade spirit paragon. The Holy Sun is only just over the age of 80, yet he is becoming a 9th grade spirit paragon. Humph. So, it is precisely because this moment is so crucial that he must not be disturbed. But I guess you guys must be the followers of the young masters of the Cloud Cave. We were asked by the young masters to come here. Oh. So you're saying that the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan did not die, and they had in fact destroyed the others? It's not just that, but many members of the Sage Pavilion have also been killed, although many of them are from the minor sections. What? They actually dared to kill people from the Sage Pavilion? What's going on? Holy Sun, have you come out? Micham. Yi Yufan nodded, and repeated his question. You said that there were others who killed the disciples of the Sage Pavilion. What exactly is going on? Your Holiness, it's like this. The 2 people from the Cloud Cave explained the situation to him, and re-emphasized how the disciples of Sage Pavilion had been killed, before explaining the reasons behind their visit. Your Holiness, our young master said that the Divine Devil Valley has an expert like Yun Yi, and now only someone like you can go against him. Yi Yufan heard what they had said, and was not at all shaken or affected by their last few statements, although he was very infuriated hearing what happened, because members of the Sage Pavilion had been killed. Where are they right now? He said sternly. We have already managed to grab hold of their positions. The members of the Cloud Cave said, where is the Lord of your cave? It is about 10,000 kilometers from here. 10,000 kilometers wasn't that far. But Yi Yufan did not look for those lords personally first. Holy Sun, you're out. Congratulations to the Holy Sun for coming out. Yufan, congratulations on your promotion. Yes, Lu Qi. Lu Qi looked at the numerous tents on the plain, and said, the others from the primordial lands, except those who are dead, are all here. Did many die? Yi Yufan furrowed his brows. Yes. Quite a few hundred. Do they have a lot of people? No. It's still the same people from the past. But the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan have come together. And it also looks like they have others from the lower capitals. From another capital? How many of them? A few tens of them. That's just a few people. But those few people are extremely powerful. They're even more powerful than those from the primordial lands. Just a few of them could completely overthrow the entire battle. Lu Qi said. What's more is that Yi Yufan saw that Lu Qi had started to hesitate, and knew that he was not sure of what he was about to say. And what? And I heard that the Divine Devil Valley address one of those people as, young master. What? Is what you're saying true? When I heard that myself, I was in shock as well. Especially because this young master of the Divine Devil Valley had always been compliant, and I was wondering how he became someone of such a low class. But when I thought about it again, the Divine Devil Valley said that they have 2 young masters. Could this be the other young master? Possibly. Yi Yufan concurred with this possibility, but he carried some suspicions in his heart. But when did the Divine Devil Valley have 2 young masters? And even more so, having someone from the lower capitals? I guess only those from the Divine Devil Valley would know. Ignore that. Now we only have 2 months before we leave. We must destroy every single one of them before we leave this place. If not, it would destroy the plans of the pavilion. We have gotten a hold of their current locations. Previously they had Yun Yi, this pinnacle spirit paragon, so we never laid hands on them and waited for you. Lu Qi said. Now we will summon the rest of them here. Alright. Not far from the plane they were at, Sima Yu, Yun Yi and the group of them stood facing the wind. Buzz, a bee from far away flew close to them, and landed in Sima Yu's palm. Yu, what news is there? Sima Yu smiled, saying, Yi Fan has come out, and the members of the Sage Pavilion are gathering the others to come against us. So we should seize this opportunity before they have gathered to attack, and destroy them all. There's no need to rush. Sima Yu patted Fatty Chu's shoulders. We should wait till they have all gathered, and lay a collective attack on them all so that no one can escape. Previous chapter. Since Sima Yu had said so, and the rest had no opinion, and turned their attention to Sima Yu and Scarlet. Young Master, the last time second young master came, the members of the Inner Valley boasted that they had many scarlet bees, and even went to other places to show off. Did they all get the scarlet bees from you? My master boasted to the people up there. Sima Yu's lips twitched. Was that not so? The last time when he saw that other people had a scarlet bee, he was so envious. Now that he has so many, he definitely would have gone to show that off to others. What an embarrassment. Sima Yu rubbed her forehead. But when others have their scarlet bees, they treat them like treasures and guard over them. Only you would use it as a tool for eavesdropping. Alright, since they want to hurry, let us go along with their wishes. Let's go back to rest, and wait for them to look for us. Yu, if we wait for them to gather before we act, they might have tens of thousands of people. Although we aren't weak in our powers, but looking at our numbers, if Halcyon and Yi Fan's beast meet, we might not definitely defeat them. Especially since we have such a great difference in numbers. Relax, we will not be lacking in numbers. And so in the following days, everyone rested at the plane, eating, drinking and sleeping as led by Fatty Chu, and were no longer preoccupied or worried about the great battle. However, the Divine Devil Valley members did not just sit idly after eating and drinking, but continued to practice their skills in alchemy, creating large amounts of pills for healing wounds and recuperating spirit energies by the bottles. This way, the Moonbo clan, Yun family and Guo family could have an abundance of pills. Of course, they had also done their part, and there was mutual understanding between them all. Even after they were done with the alchemy, the other party had not caught up with them. And so Sima Yu became impatient and brought a group of them to look for treasure, and she stored much of the better herbs in her space ring. Seeing that she left no stone unturned, Sima Yulin and the rest felt extremely disturbed. If they had not known that her spirit pagoda contained a great number of medical herbs, they might have just adopted the same impression that she was a beggar and was lacking in medical supplies. After she had swept through the entire space once, did Sima Yu catch a glimpse of the people from the Sage Pavilion. Yi Fan had brought tens of thousands of people with him, and it seemed like they knew exactly where to find the members of the Divine Devil Valley. Sima Yu, with the help of Scarlet's information, knew about these people's plans and powers, and was aware of their knowledge of their whereabouts. News of their enemy approaching spread quickly amongst them, and everyone started to prepare for battle. Lu Qi stood by Yi Fan, and looking at the group of people standing on the plane, he furrowed his brows and said, Yu Fan, why do I have this feeling that something is amiss? It looks like they were waiting for us all this time. I do think that it is strange that they are not at all afraid or are attempting to escape even after seeing the whole mass of us. It does feel very strange. Yi Fan concurred. But now was not the time for them to think about such things. Now that they have brought this many people with them, they could not just go back. What's more was that in the eyes of a number of them, the other party looked like they only had a few hundreds of people in strength, and looked like it would not be a big deal, compared to the number of people that they had on their side. Senior brother, they have a great number of people. Can we go against them? Although the Divine Devil Valley members looked like they were not afraid of the Cloud Cave or the Sage Pavilion coming against them, they were actually very much afraid on the inside. What's there to fear? If young master says it will be alright, then it will be okay. Ah, so it's them. You know them? We've met before. That's him? No wonder they have the guts to be this brazen. Regardless of whatever sacred beast there is, today we must destroy them. Both parties met in the skies, and for a while, neither party spoke though they were getting increasingly close to one another. I hear you also have a sacred beast? Nah. Sima Yu smiled confidently. I hear you also have a sacred beast. No wonder you would dare to come even though you knew that we would be waiting for you. So let's see how they fare against each other. Since His Holiness has come, you guys should be aware of your current plight and be grateful, in case we kill you in the most painful way possible. I think I should return that statement to you. If you don't want to be torn to pieces, I think you should surrender right now. Ha! What a joke. You don't even have 100 people. Do you really think that you can defeat the tens of thousands of us? Who said that we will come against you ourselves? Sima Yu said quietly. The words that emerged from her mouth shocked everyone, even those who were on her side. If it was not going to be them, was there going to be someone else? Ha ha ha. The Cloud Cave Master laughed heartily, as if he had never encountered such a fool before. I hear that you are the young master of the Divine Devil Valley. I thought that the young master would have been someone who was smart at the least, but it turns out he is a fool. If your people are not going to attack, would there be people from the air coming out to fight us? Ha ha ha. The mass of people behind him started to laugh, mocking her for her perceived folly. You are the fools. Sima Yu looked at them dead in the eye. Can't you see that by my side, there are two beast kings? Humph. So what if you have the Beast Kings? Don't think that we're unaware of the fact that their clans are far away from here. Even if you call for them, they will not be able to hear it. Let's not waste our breaths any longer, and proceed with this battle. Halcyon, go have fun with them. All right. Halcyon nodded, and jumped into the sky, changing his form and charging towards the double-headed snake. A morphing sacred beast. He is stronger than the double-headed snake, and yes, your holiness, we will finish them off quickly. Young Valley Master, what should we do? What's the rush? We will stand by and watch. My friends, come out. And with Sima Yu's every thought, spirit beasts emerged before everyone one by one and forming a circle, surrounding the members of the Sage Pavilion. So many spirit beasts. What the hell, there must be tens of thousands of them. My god, how could there be so many spirit beasts, and so many of them are 5th-ranking beasts? Sima Yu ignored the astonishment that came from both sides and said, this is the one thing that I need of you. Didn't you say that you hadn't fought in a long while? There you go. There had better not be a single one of them left. Oh. Roar. Firmament and King Flame roared in a long cry, and called their clan members along with them for the battle. The Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave members, as well as the others, were rooted by their feet in fear as they saw the sheer number of spirit beasts that appeared before their eyes. The Divine Devil Valley and Moonbow clan members watched the scene with their eyes wide open. Before half an hour had passed, a great number of the people had been wiped out. Even the young masters or His Holiness and whatever had not managed to last long enough. This was a pretty much effortless battle. Yu, we've finished them. Sima Yu's lips curled into a smile. Those people had not just been killed, they had been utterly ravaged. Whoosh. Before they could say anything, there was a crack of thunder in the sky, and a great, fearsome aura fell upon them. What happened? Could it be that battle had caused the portal to open? Why are there two paths? Do you think where we came from would be what's on the other side of the portal? The other place would be the primordial land. It looks like this is the portal for us to return to where we came from. Why isn't there a path to the Yilan continent? With that, everyone suddenly realized that there was indeed no portal going towards the Yilan continent, and looked at Sima Yu and the rest, confused. We did not come through a normal route in the first place. What's wrong? Seeing that her expressions were off, they started to worry. The battle involving Halcyon and the other spirit beasts has affected this area, and the compass no longer works. What now? Sima Yuqin said, worriedly. Sima Yu looked at the portals above her and said, the only way would be to try these two portals, though I'm not sure if we will be able to pass through them. We can only try. Since that is so, young master, why not follow us back to the valley? However, as they made their way towards their portal, the other members of the Divine Devil Valley entered easily, but Sima Yu and the rest were kept from entering the portal. It looks like we can't go to the primordial land. Why don't you try coming with us? Sounds plausible. Looks like it will be okay. Shenrao, you guys should return. When you go back, find someone who can go to the Yilan continent and tell my grandfather that we are safe. Don't worry, young master. We will find a way. Everyone, let's move quickly. The portal is about to close. Sima Yu brought everyone with her and followed the Guo family to the portal that was heading towards Restless Continent, and not long after they had all gone through the portals, they were sealed shut. Sima Yu felt like her whole body was being torn apart. The rest must have felt equally uncomfortable. Seems like this pathway wasn't that robust. Splash. With the sounds that came with falling into water, the whole group was thrust into a lake. Cough, Sima Yu choked as she came out of the water. As felt the water around her, she could not help but curse loudly. Is everyone alright? Guo Pei surfaced as well, and asked everyone around her. We're alright. Let's head to the shore. Why are a few of them missing? The portal moves, and if the time between each entrant differs too much, they will appear at different locations. Yulin and Yunfeng aren't here. Don't worry. Yunfeng will know that Yulin will be transported to another place and he will look for him. Is this the Restless Continent? The spirit energy here is a lot thicker than where we came from. Yeah, no wonder the people here are stronger than us. Yu, we are going home now, why don't you come with us? Guo Pei suggested. You saved us, we should repay you. Do you know how to get to the Yilan continent from here? We don't know, but maybe our elders will know. We're not familiar with this place, so we can only rely on you now. What about Yulin? The Yun family's residence isn't far from ours. I think if Yunfeng were not to bring him to his own house, then he will bring him to ours. If after a long time they do not appear, we will go look for him. Let's go then, this place is rather far from the city. It was only after 2 days after riding a flying spirit beast that they were able to catch a view of the city. Guo Pei teased her, saying, I never thought that a strong, array master like you would get motion sickness. Sima Yu waved her off, her expression bitter. The teleportation arrays here were stronger than those at the Yilan continent. But because the distance was greater, it caused her to feel uncomfortable in the stomach all the same. Sima Yuqing patted her on the back, saying, when I first met him, we also used a transportation array. After that, he passed out for a few days, and I gloated over it for a long time. Looks like we will have to stay a night here in the city. Guo Pei looked at Sima Yu and brought them to one of the guest houses in the city that was owned by the Guo family. When the owner of the guest house saw Guo Pei and the rest had returned, he got up from the counter immediately and bowed, saying, young miss, didn't you head to the Little Realms? How is it that you have returned before the time is due? There was a situation, and so we left earlier than planned. Guo Pei said. Prepare some rooms, we are going to rest here today. Yes, young Mississippi. The owner prepared the rooms quickly, and gave the keys to the best room to Guo Pei, but she turned around and passed the keys to Sima Yu. Sima Yu ran and the rest. You all take her and the rest first. Alright. Sima Yu took the keys, and brought Sima Yu to the room that was stated on the key to rest. Young miss, who is that? That is the benefactor of the Guo family. If not for him, none of us would have survived. Yes, young Mississippi. The owner answered. Guo Pei Pei called Guo Fu over, saying, you should get home first. Tell my father what had happened at the Little Realm, and let them warn the Zhan family first. I will go back when Yu is better. Yes, older sister. Just as Sima Yu and the rest had arrived at the Restless Continent, those who had made their way to the Primordial Lands had also arrived. How it differed from the other continent was that the pathway to and out of the Primordial Lands was fixed. It has opened. Someone in the crowd said, and everyone saw the portal on the mountain summit open slowly. The Cloud Cave members and the Divine Devil Valley's people were not far apart. The Cloud Cave members glanced over at them and whispered, every time people go into that little realm, many die. Zheng Cheng, do you think your Divine Devil Valley people might just have all died in there? Zheng Cheng was in the entourage from the Divine Devil Valley. Hearing the mockery from the Cloud Cave, he raised his eyebrows, saying, you're right. Maybe everyone from the Cloud Valley has been wiped out. When that happens, we will be sure to feel sad for you. Humph. We still can't be sure who has died in there. As time slowly continued to pass, a few thousand others had emerged from the portal, yet no one from the Divine Devil Valley or the Moonbow clan had arrived. Previous chapter. Could it really be that it was as the men from the Cloud Cave said? Did everyone really die inside? When they saw how confident the men from the Cloud Cave were, it seemed as if they were really certain that their men would be the ones to emerge. Zheng Cheng, do you think these guys could have done something? Zheng Cheng's expression was dark as he turned to glance at them, saying, if they really dared to commit their petty acts, the Divine Devil Valley definitely will not let them off. The portal is closing soon. Those who want to come out have pretty much already exited. Apart from us, those from the Cloud Cave and the Sage Pavilion have yet to emerge. Could it be that something had happened in there this time? I hope not. It was not only those from the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan who were worried. Those from the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave were very worried as well because their own people had yet to emerge as well. Could it be that something had really happened instead? But that couldn't be right. With the two of them partnered together, they had a lot more people than those from the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan. Yi Fan had a sacred beast as well, so things should have gone smoothly. However, things really were disastrous, and they were on cataclysmic levels. The portal is about to disappear. Someone's coming out. It was unknown who the one who shouted it out was, but everyone turned towards the portal entrance. Especially so for those from the Divine Devil Valley, Moonbow clan, Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion, who were waiting for people. Yun-Yi led those from the Divine Devil Valley and Moonbow clan out just as the portal was about to close. The portal immediately closed behind them. Those from the Divine Devil Valley and Moonbow clan were ecstatic. However, those from the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave were extremely shocked and enraged. They had said they were going to get rid of the Divine Devil Valley's people, but they had come out. Furthermore, their own people had not made it out. This clearly showed that their people had been killed by them. Oh my, you guys were right just now. There were really people who were unable to make it out of there. It's a good thing they weren't our people. Zheng Cheng beamed. Greetings to 10th Elder from the Outer Valley. You guys only came out so late, it really worried us to death. Granny Cloud. Are you guys fine? We were held back by something. Was it because you had no idea this portal would open earlier that you almost did not manage to come out in time? No, it's because of something else. How could it be? Not a single one of our people made it out. Yuni glanced languidly at him, saying, the world is huge and there were many people in there. You're so sure that we were the ones to kill your people? Could it be that you knew your people would definitely seek us out? I heard that the number of people you sent from your Cloud Cave outnumbered us by 3 times. What? Did they make trouble for you all inside? Zheng Tai said while staring at those from the Cloud Cave. I think your Cloud Cave will know best whether or not they did. Let's return. Although those from the Sage Pavilion did not say anything, they saw that those from the Divine Devil Valley had extremely dark expressions, so they left after glancing at them a few times. Those from the others' powers left immediately after receiving their people. Once those from the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan were the only ones remaining, Zheng Cheng stopped smiling proudly and asked, what happened? When we were inside, those from the Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion chased after us and tried to kill us. We lose a large number of our people. Yun-Yi replied. Furthermore, those from the Sage Pavilion had given Yi Fan a sacred beast to accompany him. We almost lost our whole team. Xiaoya recounted what had happened. Sacred beast? Everyone was shocked. Only those of the divine rank and below had entered. If there was a sacred beast, how was it that they had managed to survive? I never thought that those from the Sage Pavilion would actually dare to do this kind of things. Granny Cloud said with anger, did they really think that they would be strong just because they had the numbers? That Cloud Cave as well. If they really want to fight with us, our Moonbow clan will not be easily bullied. Compared to Granny Cloud's rage, Zheng Cheng was a lot more rational. He asked, since they had so many more people as well as a sacred beast, did you all manage to escape? How come none of them managed to come out? All thanks to young Valley Master. If it were not for him, the ones who would have emerged would be those from the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave. Yun-Yi explained. Young Valley Master? Ing Bai Chuan? Wasn't he unable to enter? Granny Cloud, it wasn't Ing Bai Chuan. It was the other young Valley Master. Xiaoya said. Could it be? Second Valley Master's disciple? Zheng Cheng guessed. That's right. He was the one who first rescued us. Then, he exterminated those from the Sage Pavilion, Cloud Cave and the other powers who had aligned with them. How did you bump into him? Quickly explain this to us in detail. Zheng Cheng was a bit confused and said. As such, they retold the story of how they had been chased, how Sima Yu has saved them all so handsomely, how he had then rescued the Moonbow clan and killed off the 10,000 of them. Haha, this young valley master is so domineering. Zheng Tai bellowed after hearing the whole story. The other party had wanted to make use of this situation to kill off their entire young generation, but didn't think that the men they sent in would be the ones to be killed instead. At the same time, their eyes filled with rage. It seemed that the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave really wanted to fight them. The battle between two sacred beasts actually took place inside. It's no wonder the portal would open early. Granny Cloud said, "We really have to thank you guys this time. If not for your young valley master, our people would have been in grave danger." Haha, well said. Zheng Qing said, "Grandmother Cloud, our divine Devil Valley definitely will not take this matter lying down. What about your Moonbow clan?" "Humph, how could our people be killed just because they want them killed?" Granny Cloud humphed. "Wait for us to go back and report this to the head. Once we decide, we'll discuss with you guys." "Great. We want to back to report to our valley masters too." Zheng Qing said. "See you." Granny Cloud took Xiaoya and left while Zheng Qing led Yun Yi and the others back to the Divine Devil Valley as well. He immediately went to look for the Valley Master to report. The other disciples from the Divine Devil Valley heard about what happened in the little world very quickly. Every single one of them were filled with rage, but were also extremely curious about Sima Yuyu. They really hoped that they would be able to meet this domineering young Valley Master soon. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Achoo, achoo dash. Sima Yuyu, whom everyone was thinking about, was lying on the bed while sneezing a few times. 1. Thinking. 2. Scolding. 3. Talking about. Is someone talking about me? She pinched her nose as she said. Creak dash. The door opened and Bei Gong Tang walked in. Seeing the person who had awoken, she said, "You've already been sleeping for 2 days. Have you slept enough?" "Ah, sleeping truly brings joy to one's soul." Sima Yuyu stretched on the bed, then she stretched out 2 hands and scratched the back of her head while sitting with one leg crossed over the other. This time, she had slept for 2 days straight. Actually, she hadn't fainted just because of the teleportation array, but it was because she had had no time to rest during the time she was in the little world. In the saber-toothed tiger's cultivation ground, she hadn't rested a single time during those few months. There was not a single time she was not cultivating. If she ever stopped, she would feel the danger of her body being set on fire. Later on, when they left the saber-toothed tiger's cultivation ground to the time that they left the little world, although she was no longer cultivating, she had also not truly rested a single time. It was only when they finally reached this place that she took the chance during the time she fainted after the teleportation array to truly rest. From the time that Bei Gong Tang had known Sima Yuyu, to now, she had never seen Sima Yuyu sleep for such a long time. Sigh, Bei Gong Tang sat down on the bed. Seeing how Sima Yuyu was still dressed like a man, she was secretly a bit sad. "When will you ever be like us and be able to go back to your female look? You'll definitely confuse a whole lot of people. When she would be able to dress like a female?" Sima Yuyu was shocked. She had been asked this question before, but she had never truly thought about it. She had always thought that this was something her father had especially instructed, so it was definitely of extreme importance. However, she had never really thought about why her father had wanted this. She only felt that she would understand everything once she met him. But why did her father want her to dress as a boy? To the point where her life depended on it? And her parents? Where were they right now? Now? Yuyu, what are you thinking about? Bei Gong Tang's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. Nothing much. Sima Yuyu smiled, saying, "Didn't you come here because you wanted to ask me something?" "Nope." Bei Gong Tang said, "I came to tell you that Guo Pei Pei said her father had come especially to take you to the Guo clan as a guest. He is the head of the house, but once he knew you were sleeping, he waited impatiently in the living room." "The Guo clan leader came? And you didn't wake me?" Sima Yuyu said. "Didn't I come upon receiving the news?" Bei Gong Tang shrugged. She had always been in the house so she didn't know. Sima Yuyu got up and entered the spirit pagoda to wash up before leaving with Bei Gong Tang. They came to the large hall and they did see a middle-aged man sitting in there. Guo Pei Pei was sitting beside him, saying something. Seeing that they had come, Guo Pei Pei and her father, Guo Ximing, stood up. "Yuyu, this is my father," Guo Pei Pei said with a smile. "Dad, this is Yuyu. He's the young valley master of Divine Devil Valley. I'm truly sorry, I've been in a deep sleep these 2 days and they didn't tell me that Uncle Guo had come." Sima Yuyu apologized to the two. "It was me who told them not to disturb you." Guo Ximing said, "I heard that our little friend was not feeling well. It wouldn't be good for us to interrupt your rest." "Uncle Guo, you don't have to call me little friend. You can just call me by name directly." Sima Yuyu said, "Guo Pei Pei and I are friends, so you are naturally my senior." Since this is the case, then I will have to thicken my skin and be the senior," Guo Ximing said. "Yuyu, I told father about what happened in the little world. Father wants to invite you stay for a while and wait for Yulin to return," Guo Pei Pei said. "Does Uncle Guo know about any way that will let us return to the Yulin continent?" Sima Yuyu asked. "Regarding this I have no way, but I'm guessing that there may be an elder in my clan that may know. After all, this requires one to pass through time and I do not have this ability." Guo Ximing said, "You can just live in our residence and wait for your companion. I'll have to trouble you then." In a short moment, the Sima clan's people came downstairs and followed Guo Ximing and the others to the outskirts where the Guo residence was. The Guo clan had known all about what happened to Guo Pei Pei and the others in the little world. Although they did not know about Sima Yuyu's current identity, they were well and truly filled with gratitude and treated them with perfect manners. Guo Ming had prepared for them a large house. The 10 over of them could live free and easy after moving in there. In the beginning, the Guo clan members would come over with fanfare to express their gratitude. 2 days later, Sima Yu and the others had tactfully expressed that they liked the quiet, so Guo Ming released an order that the Guo clan members were not to disturb Sima Yu and the others if there were no important matters. It was only after that the house was considered to have settled down. After a few days, the Yun clan leader came to visit and asked to meet Sima Yu. When Sima Yu heard there was a request to meet her, she could not help but purse her lips. This status of hers was really quite uncomfortable. Even a clan leader had to use the term request in order to meet her. Actually, she had no idea. However, for those from the lower continents, for those from the higher continents, let alone someone of her status, even a simple disciple would receive a grand welcoming. Needless to say, she was the future successor of this kind of power. The Yun clan leader, whether in temperament or appearance, looked a few years older to her. Greetings to young Valley Master. Yun Jinwei greeted Sima Yu. Sima Yu was too lazy to be courteous, so she directly raised her hand to say, Yun clan leader is too courteous. I wonder what you have come to look for me for today. She saw the worry on Yun clan leader's face. It really looked that he was worried and anxious about something. Yun Jinwei looked at Sima Yu, then said, I won't hold back from young Valley Master. This time, I have come to request something. At the same time it is also something regarding your companion. Could it be Yulin and Yunfeng? Sima Yu asked. Yun Jinwei nodded, saying, that's right. I heard that young Valley Master is able to locate your companion. I want to ask if you can still do it now. Sima Yu took out the jade stone and looked at it. She nodded, I still can. Has something happened to Yulin and the others? It's like this. My son, Yi, helped Feng make a soul lamp many years ago. It could determine whether or not Feng was safe or not. However, we recently realized that the soul lamp has been flickering. Add on to that, the fact that he had not returned since coming out from the little world, we are worried that something may have happened when they exited. I heard that you can ascertain their location, so I have specially come to request for young Valley Master's help in finding them. Soul lamp. It used a part of one's soul as a foundation to create the light. When a soul lamp flickered, it showed that the person had encountered danger and his life was in danger. Once Sima Yu knew that Sima Yulin could been in trouble, how could she just stay seated? Yun Jinwei did not have to speak any further. She directly stood up and said, let's go. Wait for me to let Pei Pei and the others know. After half an hour passed, the Sima clansmen left the Guo clan together. When they were leaving, Guo Ming said that he would do his best to find a way for them to get back during this time. The Yun clansmen were already waiting in the city. Under Sima Yu's guidance, they rushed southwards. A few teleportation arrays later, they were not far from where Sima Yulin and Yunfeng were. However, Yun Jinwei said that they were currently in an abandoned place, so they could only go over by taking their flying beasts. Yulin will be fine, right? Sima Yuqing said worriedly. They had been close to Yulin since childhood. If anything had happened to him, everyone would definitely be extremely worried. Sima Yu looked at the jade stone in her hand. On it, that little dot was still moving. She said, it'll be fine. It's not like we don't know how strong Yulin is. He'll definitely avoid any disaster. Sima Yuqing nodded. She hoped that what Sima Yu said was true. Young Valley Master, how much further away are we? Yun Jinwei asked. According to our previous speed, we still have to travel for 2 more days. Sima Yu said, Yun clan leader, where exactly is that place? How is there no teleportation array even though it's so far away? That place is fraught with danger. Because the environment was too uninhabitable, even if someone was divine ranked and above, they would not be able to last a month here. That's why no city was established here. Yun Jiawei said. Then, what's inside there? Sima Yuyang asked. Many swamps and mountains. Also, poison areas that have not been hindered for over 10,000 years as well as many poisonous saint beasts. Yun Jinwei said, there are many divine beasts, as well as many sacred beasts. Sima Yu checked out the people that she had brought. Many were above divine ranked, but she wondered if they enough of not. How did Yulin and Yunfeng get sent here from the teleportation array? Sima Yuran asked. They merely left slightly earlier than us, but they were sent so far off the mark. They were even thrown all the way here. Fatty Chu said. They rushed all through the night. 2 days later, they finally got close to where Sima Yulin and Yunfeng were. However, they could not longer fly on their spirit beasts because of the wall of poison that was too dense to disperse. Yulin? Are you okay? Sima Yu took out the mother stone and established a connection with Sima Yulin. Yu? Sima Yulin's weak voice transmitted over. Although the situation wasn't too good, he was still alive at least. Smiles broke out on the faces of the Sima clan. Yulin, how are you guys now? Is Yunfeng with you? Sima Yu asked. Yunfeng is with me. However, his circumstances are worse than mine are. Sima Yulin was currently unable to ask why Sima Yu and the others would be here, but explained how Yunfeng currently was. You all wait there. We'll come save you soon. Sima Yu said. You all take care. The poison here is too thick. After you come in, you can't see anything. There are dangerous poisonous beasts here too. Sima Yulin said. Okay. We got it. Press on. Sima Yu handed the mother stone to Sima Yu Yang after speaking, then she got him to continue talking to Sima Yu Lin outside, while monitoring their situation. She took out an antidote and ate it. Then, she tried to walk in and test out what poison type it was. However, she barely walked in 2 steps before she felt unwell and could not help but walk backwards. Such potent poison. Yun clan leader, you try. Maybe a saint ranked could persevere longer. However, Yun Jinwei didn't walk far before he had to come out as well. Looks like the average person is unable to enter. Sima Yu said. Then what do we do? Such potent poison. Wouldn't Yu Lin and Yun Feng inside be at risk any time? Sima Yu Qing cried out anxiously. Sima Yu thought it over and said, I have an idea. You all wait here for me. As she spoke, she walked to the poison wall. As she entered, she immediately used Crimson Flame's fire to envelope her body. The surrounding poison was completely burnt away, creating a vacuum. Such a high temperature. Yun Jinwei exclaimed when he felt the terrifying degree of the flames. It was possible that only this type of flames would be able to create a path through the dense poison fumes. After Sima Yu entered 3 to 4 meters in, those outside could no longer see her silhouette. It was clear that the poison inside was extremely dense. Because the distance was too far, the jade stone was useless. However, this place was too low and she had no idea where Sima Yu Lin's exact location was. Mo Sha, are you able to navigate in here? She called Mo Sha out to ask. Mo Sha glanced at her and said, follow me. Mo Sha brought her towards a certain direction, and told her along the way that there was a small marsh. After walking for a few meters, he said, we're here. Sima Yu saw Sima Yu Lin and Yun Feng, one was sitting up and the other was lying down. A white barrier around them was keeping the poison at bay. Although Sima Yu Lin was quite weak without numerous wounds on his body, at the very least, he had enough energy to sit up. This showed that he was still conscious. However, Yun Feng had already collapsed into unconsciousness. Yu Lin. She walked over and called Sima Yu Lin. Sima Yu Lin opened his eyes. He saw her enveloped in a ball of fire, and his eyes filled with hope. Because Mo Sha was hidden by the poison wall, he was not seen. You have to quickly save Yun Feng. Sima Yu Lin said. I'll bring you both out first. Sima Yu said, disperse your array, and I'll take you into the spirit pagoda. Yun Feng was already unconscious. Even if they placed him in there, he shouldn't realize anything. Okay. Sima Yu Lin did not hesitate at all, but immediately dispersed the array protecting them. At the same time, Sima Yu brought them into the spirit pagoda. There are still some Yun clan members waiting outside. I won't be able to treat your poison right now. You both have to hold on. As Sima Yu spoke, she got Mo Sha to lead them out. When they were near the fringes of the poison, Mo Sha returned to the devil's snare bracelet. She then called Sima Yu Lin and Yun Feng out, supported both of them and rushed out. They're out. Yu, are you guys okay? Feng? When those outside saw them come out, they were ecstatic. Sima Yu separated Sima Yu Lin from Yun Feng. She gave him a pill, then placed Yun Feng on the ground and gave him a pill as well. Then, she opened his robe and took out a few needles to perform acupuncture to expel all the poison in his body. Once the poisonous gas was expelled and the pill activated in his body, Yun Feng regained consciousness. Sima Yu quickly kept the needles away. After that, she took out another set and went to where Sima Yu Lin was to treat his poison. Dear Feng, how did you end up getting sent here from the array? Yun Jinwei saw that Yun Feng had regained consciousness and the anxiousness in his heart finally settled. Yun Feng saw his environment clearly, and knew that he was safe now. He said solemnly, Father, we were not sent here by the teleportant array. We were forced in here by others. What? Everyone was shocked. Who chased you in here? Yun Jinwei asked with a dark expression. Yun Yi and Yun Feng were the sons that he loved. Now, someone had dared plot evil against them. If it was not for Sima Yu who brought them in, shrouding himself in that fire to take them out, he would never have been able to see his child again. The Zhan clan. Yun Feng held the wound on his arm, saying, after we came out, we were still quite a distance from this place. As we were prepared to look for the teleportation array to take us back, we bumped into the Zhan clansmen in front of the city. The other party was a divine ranked expert, and we had only one route of escape. It's a good thing that Yu Lin had quite a few teleportation arrays, so we managed to escape from their hands a few times. However, we were finally forced into this place. Yun Feng said it simply. However, everyone could imagine what kind of hair-raising battle and despair they must have felt as they were faced with the hopeless situation. The needle in Sima Yu's hand stopped moving. Zhan clansman. Good, very good. She said this coldly, while continuing to perform acupuncture on Sima Yu Lin. After entering the poison mist, they chased us in slightly before escaping. After that, they continued to wait outside for 2 days. They only left when they thought we had died inside. Yun Feng continued to explain, it was a good thing that Yu Lin carried quite a few antidotes on him, and he even had a protective array. It managed to keep out a certain degree of poison. Otherwise, there's no way we could have lasted till now. The Zhan clansmen really are bold. Yun Jinwei said through gritted teeth. Recently, our Yun clan had been laying low, but the Zhan clan really think that we're afraid of them. Just wait till we go back and act. I want the entire continent to be rid of the Zhan clan. Originally, the disciples had gone back to tell the Yun clan of what happened in the Little Realm, already infuriating them beyond belief. However, before they had even decided to suppress the Zhan clan, they found out that something had happened to Yun Feng. The whole gang then rushed over. Now that he found out his son had been chased into the poison mist by the Zhan clan members, the rage in his heart could not be quenched. He had decided that he had to exterminate the entire clan. Leave it to us. Sima Yu's voice carried across, and they only saw that she had finished her acupuncture. Although Sima Yulin still looked weak, his life was no longer in any danger. Yun Jinwei initially wanted to say it was not necessary. However, thinking about how they said he had over 10,000 spirit beasts, and seeing that he must definitely be filled with rage at seeing his people bullied, he nodded, saying, okay, no problem. Although the poison in his body has been expelled, their situation isn't that great. First of all, let's look for a place to let them rest for 2 days. Sima Yu said, and we'll find out about the Zhan clan situation while we're at it. Okay. Yun Jinwei was extremely grateful to Sima Yu. It was lucky that she had medical skills. Otherwise, even if they were rescued from the poison mist, they would have had no way to expel and poison and they would not be able to save them. Sima Yu called out Little Rock and got Sima Yang to support Sima Yulin. Yun Jinwei supported Yun Feng onto his flying beast. Once the Yun clan members all got on, the 2 flying beasts made their way back to the direction from which they came. After they left the danger zone, they came to the bottom of a mountain. They pitched a tent to let the 2 injured ones rest. After they had settled down, Sima Yu went to look for Yun Jinwei. Yun clan leader, tell us about the Zhan clan situation. Okay. Initially this restless continent was separated according to ranks just like the Yi-Lin continent was. The Zhan clan, Guo clan and Yun clan used to be the 3 main clans. The Guo clan and the Yun clan were on good relations. Ever since the Zhan clan had a new clan leader, their relationship with the 2 clans worsened until the point where they wanted to take over the 2 clans and reign supreme. Initially, the Zhan clan was a little bit stronger than the Guo and Yun clans. Later on, one of their elders had earned the title of a pavilion master in the Sage Pavilion and many of them had entered the Sage Pavilion, so they started to grow. Right now, they had even joined with Sage Pavilion and the pavilion from Restless Continent Sage Pavilion, so they started to act against the Guo and Yun clan. So you're saying that if you want us to act, we not only have to guard ourselves against the Zhan clan, but also the Sage Pavilion? Sima Yu asked. That's if the Sage Pavilion must protect the Zhan clan. Yun Jinwei said. Who cares about the Sage Pavilion? Since the Zhan clan dares to try and kill Yulin, they have to face the consequences. If the Sage Pavilion insists on interfering, we will not mind taking care of a few people. In any case, the Sage Pavilion tried to kill my Divine Devil Valley's people while we were in the Little Realm. Our feud has long started. Sima Yu snorted coldly. How strong is the Zhan clan and Sage Pavilion? The Zhan clan has more divine ranked people than our 2 clans combined. If we add on to that the Sage Pavilion, they have at least 40 people. Yun Jinwei said. How many divine ranked people do our 2 clans have? Added together, we have about 30 people. We shouldn't have more than 5 of these people. Yun Jinwei said, not only this. They have more spirit paragons than us too. Looks like there really is a large discrepancy. Sima Yu said. If the Sage Pavilion doesn't interfere, we have 100% change of victory. If they want to interfere, even if we're exterminated, we have to drag them down with us. Yun Jinwei spat. The Zhan clan was getting more and more arrogant. The Yun clan had long since thought of attacking them. If it's possible, we hope that you do not participate. This is to avoid dragging you in with us. Yun Jinwei said. The Zhan clan has already stepped on my bottom line, how could we possibly cower? Sima Yu said, I'll think of a way to deal with those tens of divine ranks. Yun clan leader, I have something I must do. I will be heading off first. She left Yun Jinwei's tent, then found a quiet valley. Then, she called out Rong and King Flame, along with some of their elders. Is this the outside world? Those elders looked around and felt like there was not much difference in the color between here and inside the Little Realm. I cannot sense that feeling of suppression. An elder cried out excitedly. It's true. This means we can advance in rank. Haha, I can already feel the spiritual chi stirring in my body. Me too. I feel like I can advance in rank already. Sima Yu called Halcyon out. Then, they immediately quieted down. I have already brought you all out, as per our agreement. She then glanced at them before she continued, in order to prevent you from reneging, make a vow. A vow? The elders were stunned. Why did they have to vow? Why do we have to vow? So you're saying you don't trust us? Some elders were displeased. Of course it's for precautionary measure. Sima Yu said, right now, you haven't advanced in rank. If you've advanced in rank and become a sacred beast, one Halcyon wouldn't be able to suppress you. At that time, what will I do if you renege? Of course, in order to be fair, we will vow as well. No way, this is disrespecting us, they had initially thought this way. Sima Yu smiled coldly, it's fine if you don't agree. In any case, you have not yet advanced to become sacred beasts. I can directly kill you off right now. The elder who had spoken, felt his breathing turn sluggish. He actually felt cold sweat on his back as he was stared down by Sima Yu. The murder in her eyes was clear and he could feel that, if he had continued to persist in what he said, she would definitely kill him without hesitation. It was just like it was back at their clan grounds. Halcyon had caused grievous injuries just by lightly lifting a hand. We agree. Rome said. We agree as well. King Flame's mood was bad. After all, it was his clan member who was threatened. Sima Yu glanced at them, saying, then make the vow. The elders slowly took their vows, that they would follow Sima Yu for 100 years, allowing her to do what she wanted with them during this 100 years. Just as they finished speaking, a white ray shot down from the sky and entered their bodies. This was the point of the vow. If they ever reneged on the vow they made, the heavenly law would kill them. After that, Sima Yu vowed as well, that she would return their freedom to them after 100 years. After she made her vow, the same heavenly law descended, entering her body as well. It was not only this. She also called out all the divine beasts that were above 5th rank and made them vow as well. Once they knew their kind and elders had already made the vows, these divine beasts did not hesitate and made the vows as well. Yu, do we have to follow alongside you these 100 years? Although they were able to breathe in the space that Sima Yu had given them, they could not cultivate like they did back at the original place. If they had to waste 100 years because of this, they would be rather unwilling. You can relax. I believe that I will head to the primordial lands soon. Once I head up, I will naturally find a good place for you all to stay. Sima Yu said, if there's a need to, then I will look for you all. Rome nodded. It would be best if this were the case. Alright, you can go advance in rank now. Sima Yu asked those who were at the peak of divine rank to stay behind. She got the rest to return to the spirit pagoda. Which of you feel that they can already reach the rank of sacred beast? She asked. She was shocked once she heard the answers. They actually had 30 of them in total amongst the two clans. Aside from the elders and Beast King, there were also those who would have risen to the rank of sacred beast long ago. Including 1,000 resonants, there are 39 of you. You can cultivate here to see if the regulation is different. Sima Yu said. Okay. Although those spirit beasts did not know why Sima Yu would get them to stay here, but as they were scattered around the mountain, they could feel the difference from the little world. Sima Yu took out the pill furnace and ingredients and began to refine pills. The divinity pill was useful not only to people who were at the peak of spirit paragon, but also to spirit beasts. Although the ingredients were hard to find, and the refinement was rather difficult too, the rank wasn't high. It was only 6th rank. She first discussed with Bei Gong Tang, and got her to tell Yun Jinwei that they wanted to stay in this place for a few days. Then, she told her where they were, to get Bei Gong Tang and the others to look for her if they needed her. After that, she began to refine the divinity pill. She had never refined the divinity pill before. So when she first started, she failed many times and wasted a lot of ingredients. However, she had many ingredients and were enough for her to squander. The divinity pill was a heaven-defying pill. On the bright side, her mental strength was huge. There were a few times she had failed but managed to barely rescue the entire furnace of pill ingredients. She gave out the entire furnace of pills to every single spirit beast. She got them to eat it and returned to cultivating. After that, she continued to refine pills. 2 days later, 30 divinity pills emerged from the furnace. 69 divinity pills and only 60% of the ingredients were successful and 40% had been wasted. These few days, she had wasted several $1 billion worth of ingredients. At the same time, the spirit beasts all advanced in rank to become sacred beasts. 38 sacred beasts. 40 of them, including her own. This type of force was a rare sight to see, even in the primordial lands. Are they all done? Halcyon nodded, saying, all of them have advanced in rank successfully. Not bad. Sima Yu said, look at 1,000 resonance, who has already advanced to the sacred beast rank. She said happily, 1,000 resonance, have you grown out your 8th tail yet? That's fantastic. If you wish to transform, once this situation is over, I'll talk to you again about refining some pills. Okay, master. 1,000 resonance waved his 8 long tails and replied with glee. He was ecstatic. Because he had followed her, he had risen from a 4th rank divine beast to a sacred beast in the short span of a few years. His leaps in strength was as easy as drinking water. Right now, his 8th tail had grown, increasing the strength of his bloodline by quite a substantial amount. Sima Yu looked at the other sacred beasts, and the Snow Wolf King, Rome, walked over and said, thank you. It was always their dream to reach the sacred rank, and was the mission of generations of their ancestors. Furthermore, if it were not for her divinity pill, it was definite that not all of them would advance in rank successfully. You're welcome. After all, we're a team now. I will naturally think better of you. If your performance is satisfactory, if there is any of your clan that wants to rise to the sacred rank, I can help them too. However, if I am displeased, I would rather crush the pill than give it to you. It was not like the saber-toothed tigers didn't understand her. If they helped her half-heartedly, there was no way she would give those high-quality things to them. After all, she was only kind to her people. Alright, let's head back. Seeing that she had returned, Bei Gong Tang walked over and said, you finally returned. We would have gone to look for you if you had taken any longer. What's up? She asked while hopping off Little Rock. Yun clan leader said that they had found those who had chased after Yulin and the others before. Bei Gong Tang said, however, it looks like these people are about to leave, so we have to get ready to act. We found them. Where? They're in the city right in front. Okay, Fatty, go and tell Yun clan leader that we are ready to act anytime. Fatty Chu, who was at the side, glanced at Sima Yu and his mouth muttered while he went to where the Yun clan were. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang returned to her tent. Bei Gong Tang saw the lethargy in her eyes and asked, what have you been doing these few days? You look so drained. Didn't you let those spirit beasts advance in rank? Right. Sima Yu ate a bit of the soul fluid, saying, in order to be safe, I refined a batch of divinity pills. I just refined this not long ago. How was it? Sima Yu beamed, saying, those pills were relatively hard to refine. However, the result wasn't bad. With the saber-toothed tigers and snow wolves added together, we have 30 sacred beasts. 1,000 resonance advanced to the sacred rank as well. With Halcyon, we have 40 sacred beasts. Adding the divine beasts onto the numbers, even if we were battling the Sage Pavilion and Zhan clan, we wouldn't fall behind. Seeing the smile that was on Sima Yu's face, Bei Gongtang's heart hurt a little. You made 60 divinity pills in 6 days, it's been hard on you. It's a pity that my skills are still lacking, and I can't help you. It's alright. Why are you blaming yourself? At this time, Fatty Chu walked over, saying, the Yun family is packing up their tents, and they will be ready soon. I'll pack mine soon. I'll go too. Bei Gongtang said, leaving. Sima Yu only had a tent and a bed, and packed everything with a wave of her hand. Sima Yu, however, had not thought much about it, and said, if not for you, Yu Lin would not have been able to escape from that person's grasp. My saving you is a way of repaying you for what you've done. It is Yu Lin's fortune that he has a relative like you. Yun Feng sighed. Sima Yu looked at Sima Yu from afar, his lips unconsciously showing a warm smile. Although he could go avenge himself in a few days, he also liked seeing how she would get angry on his behalf whenever he was hurt. Yun Jinwei walked over and announced that they were to leave, and brought them towards the minor city. Maybe it's because outside of this city was a no-man's land, only a few people would pass through. The city looked rather small as well. Zhan Xiaoyuan came out from the guest house, and prepared a teleportation array to return to the Zhan family. He then proceeded to recount the story of how he had killed the young master of the Yun family to his own family, and they told him that he would be able to redeem for himself a reward when he had returned. And so after he had settled this issue, he went home excitedly. However, as he had exited the guest house, he encountered someone he should not have seen. Yun Feng? Weren't you poisoned for more than 2 days? How could you possibly still be alive? Zhan Xiaoyuan was surprised, his face contorted with an expression of disbelief. Yun Feng said nothing much, his face painted with fear, and he turned to run towards the city outskirts. You're still running? Since you didn't die the previous time, then I shall kill you myself this time. Zhan Xiaoyuan proclaimed, giving chase. Because the city had a rule that prohibited one from attacking another in the city, he would have to pursue Yun Feng out of the city. Now that his family had a reward prepared for him, they could not possibly found out that Yun Feng was still alive. They would think that he was lying to them, and he would not only lose his prize, he would be punished as well. So he had to kill Yun Feng that day, no matter what it took. He chased Yun Feng out of the city, and when he got there, he could take flight, and seeing that Yun Feng had reached the mountain on the outskirts, he continued to chase him there. However, as he caught sight of the group that was at the mountain, his expressions twisted, and he turned around to escape. Unfortunately, before he had realized it, a group of people had surrounded him from the back. Yu Lin, was it him who had pushed you into the poison? Sima Yu asked, looking at Zhan Xiaoyuan. Yes. Sima Yu answered. So it was this fellow who had almost caused him to be unable to see her forever. Damn, this idiot. Without a word, the Yun family's divine ranking fighters started to come up as well. Because Zhan Xiaoyuan had only just promoted to the divine rank, he was quickly overcome, and not even a shred of him remained. Young Valley Master, we will return to our family clans, and discuss how to deal with the Zhan family and the Sage Pavilion. Yun Jinwei said to Sima Yu, seeing that Zhan Xiaoyuan was now dead. Alright. Sima Yu nodded. Thinking about the fact that she had to use the teleportation array, she started to feel sick. If just the restless continent was this huge, if she were to go up where the distance is even greater, wouldn't it be even worse if she were to use her teleportation array? No, I must strengthen my array powers, so that it would be less painful if I use my own arrays, so that when I go up, I won't need to visit the Spirit Lord Guild. She determined in her heart to achieve this. The Sima family members followed the Yun family members to their clan. And just as they had experienced at the Guo family, they felt their warm welcomes and respectful greetings. Sima Yu rested for 2 days, and in these 2 days, no one came to bother her. When she started to feel better, she went into her spirit pavilion to study arrays. Teleportation arrays, teleportation arrays. I must research thoroughly on teleportation arrays. Sima Yu murmured to herself as she searched through the books. Previously in the Little Realms, her teleportation arrays could only send her to a distance of 10 or so kilometers, but she could feel that her teleportation arrays were more stable than those of the Spirit Lord Guilds, and did not feel dizzy. So if she could research properly, she would be able to shake off the discomfort of using the teleportation arrays. Amongst the teleportation arrays, there were directed teleportation arrays and spontaneous teleportation arrays. She needed to be sure of these 2 arrays, so that it would be easier for her in the future. Little spirit, how come I feel that this place is different from last time? Sima Yu said suddenly, looking up. So you just realized that it's different. After you became a spirit paragon, we also underwent changes here. Little spirit appeared in the air, carrying some pills as a snack. What kind of changes? Time is longer here now. Previously, a day outside would be 3 days in here. Now, a day outside is like 10 days here. The spirit energy is also thicker now. Little spirit answered. So is the second level ready yet? Nope. Seeing your abilities, I think it will only be ready when you have achieved the divine rank. The divine rank. Sima Yu felt rather downcast. Creating each level is such a hassle. So if I want to open up the pavilion altogether, how powerful will I need to be? Don't be discouraged, Yu. You can't open the level because your grade is not high enough, an entire rank is not able to compete with increasing in grade in the divine ranking. Little Spirit said. Really? Sima Yuyu's eyes shined. Wouldn't it be easy to open up the pavilion in the future then? But don't get too excited now, the higher your rank, the more effort will be required. It won't be easy to open up the pavilion. Little Spirit dampened her hopes as quickly as she raised them. However, this did not extinguish Sima Yuyu's joy. As long as it was better than she had previously thought, it was enough for her. And now that a day outside was equivalent to 10 days in the pavilion, she would be able to have more time to develop her skills and research in arrays, alchemy and the like. Also, with what Little Spirit had said, as she grew her powers, there will continue to be improvement, and at that time, it would be better than what it was now. Just thinking about it made her happy. Someone's here. Little Spirit warned, and promptly disappeared. Sima Yuyu came out of the Spirit Pavilion, and just at this time, a knock was heard from the door. Come in. Bei Gong Tang brought Yun Feng in. When he saw Sima Yuyu, Yun Feng bowed towards her, and said, Uncle Gua and Pei Pei have arrived. My father invites you to meet us. Sima Yuyu raised her eyebrows. Is this to prepare for the discussion on how to destroy the Zhan family? Sima Yuyu followed Yun Feng to the main room in the building. As they entered, Guo Siwu and Guo Pei Pei were unexpectedly there, along with several others whom she did not recognize. Yun Jinwei sat at the head seat, and the Gua and Yun family members moved to sit on either side of the head seat. When it came to her, she was surprised to be led to the seat right next to the head seat, and everyone who was seating stood up to receive her as she made her way to the seat. Sima Yuyu pursed her lips, boy was it uncomfortable receiving this much attention. But when she thought about her position as the young valley master, she realized that this was not unwarranted. Is this what they meant by riding on the coattails of others? As she sat on the seat, she said, Please sit, everyone. You are all my elders, please do not stand on formality. Thank you, young valley master. The crowd thanked her and proceeded to sit. Young valley master, we are planning to discuss how to deal with the Zhan family and the Sage Pavilion, and we thought that we should invite you to join us. Yun Jinwei said. No wonder. Sima Yuyu said in her heart and smiled, saying, I'm not exactly clear on what's going on with the Zhan family and the Sage Pavilion, you should discuss amongst yourselves, and I'll listen. Alright. The Gua and Yun family members were glad that she was distancing herself from the discussion, as she was definitely unsure of the entire context, and if she were to propose an idea that was not suitable for the circumstance, it might bring them more trouble. Anyway, they had invited her primarily to let her understand their plans. To help her to gain a better understanding of the situation, Yun Jinwei roughly explained the Zhan family to her, telling her how many people there were in their family, and about their assets and so on. As Sima Yuyu listened, a thought popped into her head, that if the Sima family had moved to the primordial lands, they would be able to live well. Previously she had thought about going up on her own and then bringing them along afterwards, but after she had become more familiar with the goings-on in the primordial lands, she realized that going up without sufficient power or strength would be a very foolish thing to do. However, she could not stop worrying about how the Yilin continent might suddenly go into disarray. If they continued to stay there and if anything unfortunate should happen to them, she would regret it to the point of death. If she considered this all carefully, moving them here would be the best option. They would able to lend strength to the Gua and Yun family, and the Sima family would also be able to grow in their might. The environment for training her is much better than training at the Yilin continent. As she thought about these things, she started to make plans for the Sima family. First, she would need to firm up these plans, and then she would have to think of a way to bring them over. Lord Yun, after we destroy the Zhan family, what should we do with the bounty? She asked. Does young valley master have any thoughts? Yun Jinwei asked. Let's split it according to each family's level of contribution. Sima Yuyu suggested. However, I would like 4 parts of the bounty, and if there's a big difference in how much we get, I'll reimburse that amount. Yun Jinwei and Guo Siwu were surprised, since he had said that he was not that interested previously. Why would a request like this suddenly be made? How come young valley master is interested in such a thing? One of the Yun family elders asked. I'm thinking that if I can find a way between the Restless Continent and the Yilin continent, then I would like to bring my family here. Sima Yuyu had not originally planned to talk about this issue, but if she really desired to shift the Sima family here, then she would not be able to do it without the help of the 2 families, which is why she had to bring it up now. Young valley master would like to bring your entire clan here? Guo Siwu asked. Yes. Sima Yuyu nodded. I had not known previously, but now that I know that the Yilin continent is not good for living, I must think of a way to let my grandfather live comfortably. If that's the case, then the Guo family will relinquish our rights to the reward, and will give it up to young valley master. Guo Siwu said. The Yun family will also give it up. Yun Jinwei agreed. Although the Zhan family had a lot of assets, compared to being on good terms with the Sima family, the latter seemed to be more attractive a reward. Since the Gua and Yun family both had family members in the Divine Devil Valley, they must stay on good terms with Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu tapped the table with her fingertips, saying, that's not necessary. My family clan is not that big, even if we have that much assets, we will not be able to utilize them all. I will choose some, and the rest will belong to you. Other than that, I will still reimburse you sufficiently for what is lacking. Although the Yun and Guo family did not require a reimbursement from Sima Yuyu, and did not plan on receiving one, they knew that because she was from the Yilin continent and that place did not have many good resources, they thought that she would have nothing great to offer anyway. Especially because the Zhan family had generations worth of treasures, what they would be relenting to her would not be easily replaced by ordinary things. But when Sima Yu brought out her items and heard her say her name, the Gua and Yun family became breathless, as though they had forgotten about their surroundings, their eyes transfixed on what was in her hands. Young Valley Master, is this really a divinity pill? The Yun family elder gulped nervously, his gaze never leaving the pill bottle. That's right. Sima Yu poured out the 2 pills, passing one to Yun Jinwei and another to Gua Si Wu. I made these 2 days ago, and it has allowed my divine beast to become a sacred beast, so you can be rest assured with regard to its effectiveness. Aren't divinity pills extremely hard to make? Guo Pei asked. Even a 7th of 8th grade alchemist might not be successful in making the pills, and the ingredients needed must be greatly scrutinized. Divinity pills are of such great value. Sima Yu smiled, saying, you guys must have people who have reached the apex of their rank of spirit paragon and yet have not promoted, right? This can help boost them to the divine rank. Is this divinity pill really for us? One of the elders cautiously picked up the pill. For sure. Sima Yu took out the other 2 pill vials, saying, there are 9 pills in each vial, and adding the one in your hands, that's 10 pills. These can help you in destroying the trash with the Zhan family name, right? Definitely, definitely. This is much better than all those other assets. Gua Si Wu said. 10 pills. When just 2 pills would be precious enough. Because once they had crossed over to the divine rank, it would leave a great impact on the entire family, and those assets would barely be of equal value to that. If they had 10 more divine ranking family members, their entire families would have a raise in their social standing. So this reimbursement was definitely more than worth it. Sima Yu saw their excited looks and said, I will first give each family 5 of the divinity pills. If I can find a way to get back home and come back, and bring my entire family here, I will give you the other promised 5 pills. If I don't succeed, then the Zhan family's assets would be worthless to me, and I will give up my portion. Is that okay? Don't worry, young Valley Master. We will help you to find a way. Yun Jinwei said assuredly. Compared to the assets of the Zhan family, they wanted the divinity pills even more, and so they would definitely find a way to help Sima Yu. Looking at how they were behaving, Sima Yu smiled. Previously when they said that they would help her, it was merely for her sake. Now, they were doing it for their own sakes, and would definitely be more diligent in doing so. Alright, so let's now discuss how exactly the plan to get rid of the Zhan family. Previous chapter. In the following discussions, Sima Yu did not say much but listened quietly, not giving her opinions on anything regarding the early plans, but only coming in during the final battle. They discussed for over a day, and only reached a conclusion and a finalized plan in the late night. When they had ended, she passed the divinity pills to the 2 family heads, and then returned to the yard on her own, planning to tell her plan to the Sima family, and telling them about her plans to bring Sima Qian over. When they were told of Sima Yu's plans, the entire Sima family approved of it. After they had been exposed to the outside world, their eyes had been opened, and also felt that the Yilin continent was not suitable for living. If they could bring the Sima family out, that would be the best thing to happen. The earlier parts of the plans do not require Sima Yu and the rest to do anything, and so they went to a valley nearby to train. Before they left, they passed Yun Jinwei a mother stone so that it would be easier for him to locate them while telling him not to look for them if nothing was the matter. Yun Jinwei had lived for more than 100 years and understood what Sima Yu meant, and understood to only use the stone if there was an emergency. So Sima Yu brought the Sima family members into the mountain, set Halcyon to guard over the area, and then entered the spirit pavilion. Now that a day in the world would be 10 days in the spirit pavilion, then since there was no need to, they wouldn't have to go along with the normal timing of the world. As each day passed, half a year had started to pass outside, yet in the pavilion they had already lived for 5 years worth of time. In these 5 years, each person had improved tremendously, and all this improvement would definitely leave one speechless. Where the Yun family was not far from where they were, and so they were at times able to get a feel of what was going on Sima Yu's side. On some days they were able to feel the light of ascension rush up to the clouds a few times in a single day. The next time the Yun family saw the light of ascension, it no longer surprised them. Even if those weirdos were able to promote one by one in each day, they can't have grown that much, right? That day, Sima Yu was practicing her arrays in the mountain valley, and felt movement in the mother stone. As she took it out, she heard Yun Jinwei's voice. Young Valley Master, someone has come looking for you. Yun Jinwei's voice said. Me? Sima Yu was shocked. Who would be looking for me? People from the Divine Devil Valley. Before Yun Yi had finished, Old Man Devil's voice could be heard. You little brat, come out now. Master? Why are you here? Sima Yu never thought that she would hear Old Man Devil's voice, and was extremely shocked. Come out first, then we'll talk. Old Man Devil said and broke the stone. Turning to the man beside him he said. Didn't you say you wanted to? Go ahead. Don't regret it. The man's voice was deep, but when he lifted his head, his face was extremely young. The expression with which he looked at Old Man Devil was blank, his entire being emitting a cold aura. Huh. What do I have to regret? Old Man Devil said. I will suppress my powers. The man said, and flew out. Yuni looked as he went, and said with worry, Second Valley Master, young Valley Master has only just become a spirit paragon, if you are to test his powers right now, won't it be dangerous? No worry. That brat has some good fortune. Old Man Devil sat on the chair and kicked back his leg in a relaxed manner. You're not going to watch over it? Yun Yi was still worried. If you're worried you can go, the sooner they're done fighting the sooner you can all return. Old Man Devil said. Yun Yi deliberated on that for a while, and bowed goodbye to Old Man Devil. Your disciple takes his leave. He then chased down to the valley where Sima Yu would be. You look down on my apprentice. Old man devil scoffed, showing his confidence in Sima Yu. Sima Yu had just come not far out from the valley before she spotted someone in the air, his hands behind his back and his long hair flowing in the wind, staring straight at them. Yu, I think that person is here looking for a fight. Bei Gong Tang said. I can tell. Sima Yu and the rest stopped, and faced the man squarely. Are you Sima Yu? The man said, staring at her with an icy glare, sizing her up. Who are you, and why are you obstructing my path? Sima Yu looked at the man, racking her brains, but not figuring out who the man is. Fight with me. Only if you defeat me can you move on. The man said, and immediately launched an attack on Sima Yu. Go back. Sima Yu shouted to the rest, and rushed towards the man. Crash. The two started to battle in the air, letting out sounds of explosions. The rest escaped far off. A 6th grade spirit paragon? The man cocked his brow, looking at Sima Yu incredulously, launching his next attack with his hands put together, mysterious ice, around his joint hands, blocks of ice started to form, and according to his commands, the ice block started to attack, flying towards Sima Yu. Sima Yu never thought that he would use such skills this early on, and brandished a wall of fire to counter the ice blocks, and taking a stance on guard. Ordinary fire walls were not very good options of defense, but Sima Yu's fire wall was able to move forward and launch an attack. As her fire wall started to gain traction, the ice blocks that were flying towards her started to melt as well. But before she could take a breather, a stronger and sharper ice shard flew towards her, and she could feel the cold wave that the shard emitted as it was coming towards her. But her powers were also ready for an attack, and she brandished a long flaming sword, spitting the ice shard quickly. Flaming attack, as she dodged the ice shard, she lifted her sword and sent it crashing down on the man. Ice shield. A gigantic shield of ice flashed out, and blocked out her flaming sword. Sima Yu felt the icy powers coming out from the ice shield and was confused. This ice shield was indeed of unprecedented strength. How could a shield of ice be able to block a flaming sword? As the shield started to lose its sturdiness against the flaming sword, the man disappeared from his original spot, leaving behind the ice shield. This surprised Sima Yu. Where could he have gone? She closed her eyes and felt her surroundings, and felt a wave of movement from behind her, and felt that danger was coming upon her. Right here. Her heart spoke, and her body trembled, sending a wave of energy out into the air. Crash. Another bout of energy could be felt as well, and the other party was hit by the wave. Although it was not particularly strong, it caused the man to appear once more. But the man did not attack again, only looking at Sima Yu and said, Indeed, there's something. At this time, Yunyi flew over. Seeing that neither party was hurt, he heaved a sigh of relief, asking, Are you guys done fighting? You know him? Sima Yu looked at Yunyi, saying, If you know him, I will not kill him, but will only give him a good beating. Those who coming to me looking for trouble with me, I will not let them go easily. With that, she prepared to launch another attack. As Yunyi heard Sima Yu's rough words, he was wordless, but still managed to say, Young Valley Master had only wanted to test your powers, he wasn't really looking for trouble. Sima Yu stopped in her tracks, looking at the man, and then at Yunyi again. Young Valley Master? This guy was the Young Valley Master? Ying Baichuan? Sima Yu could not believe it and asked, Yunyi, is this guy really Ying Baichuan? Yunyi nodded. You should call me senior brother. Ying Baichuan said coldly. Maybe it's because he is trained in the ice attribute, his entire being looked extremely icy and cold. Don't tell me that you're here stopping me just to test my powers. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. As the Young Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley, apart from one's skills, one's resilience and fighting power must not be weak. Ying Baichuan said. Senior uncle praised you to the heavens today, so I must come and test you. Who is your master? The Great Valley Master? Sima Yu was speechless. That's right. Ying Baichuan said. I have contained my powers to the strength of a spirit paragon, and your performance is not bad. To be honest, her powers were not just not bad, they had exceeded his expectations. Although they had not shown much of their prowess, her reactions, and the speed at which she was able to conjure her skills, her aura and candor surprised him greatly. If she had not met him, it could be said that she was in a class of her own. He remembered the fact that she was able to find him even though he had concealed himself. He asked, Are you an array master? Heh. Sima Yu was annoyed that Ying Baichuan had tried to test her abilities, and refused to answer his question. She turned to wave over the Sima family members, and bade them to come over. When Ying Baichuan saw that Sima Yu was ignoring him, he raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Sima Yulin and the rest had gone out a few hundred meters when Sima Yu had started her duel in order to prevent themselves from getting caught up in the battle themselves and only started to come back after they saw Sima Yu wave at them. Fifth brother, are you alright? He's the other Young Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley. Sima Yu said. Master is still waiting for us. Let's return. Okay. My goodness, so he was here to test him. The whole group moved, and Yunyi proceeded to bring Sima Yu to the main hall, where Old Man Devil and Yun Jinwei were waiting for them. The moment Sima Yu entered the room, she saw Old Man Devil sitting relaxedly and chewing on some spirit fruit, with Yun Jinwei standing beside him, leaning over and whispering something to Old Man Devil. Master, why are you here? She walked over and found a place to sit. Old Man Devil smiled happily and looked at Ying Baichuan as he entered, asking, How was it? Not bad, right? Senior uncle has taken in a good disciple. Ying Baichuan replied honestly. Heh, didn't I say so? If you two were in the same rank, you would definitely be unable to beat him. Old Man Devil said. Ying Baichuan sat quietly, carefully thinking about what Old Man Devil had said. If they really were of the same rank, both of them, who would win? He could tell that while they were dueling, it was not strenuous on him, and his gut feeling told him that he still had a secret weapon that he had not yet revealed just yet. Nonetheless, he was still excited to duel with her once again in the future. You didn't tell Master that you were an array master, he said. An array master? Old Man Devil exclaimed. You even know arrays? Yeah. Sima Yu admitted. Ying Baichuan was indeed sharp, she had only used a simple skill, but he was able to feel out her identity of an array master. Why didn't you tell me? Old Man Devil looked at him indignantly. How could his own disciple have skills that he was ignorant of? You didn't ask. Sima Yu shrugged. What else can you do? Old Man Devil asked. Beast taming. She replied. And then she looked at him, saying, don't you know this, though? Old Man Devil's lips curled upwards. He had seen her tame Halcyon, so he definitely knew that she was a beast tamer master. He was asking for what he doesn't know. Anything else? Nope. Just these three. When I have time I hope to study armament. She said. This was just her plans for now, but whether or not they would come to pass, would depend on whether or not she had the talent for this. Ying Baichuan had never imagined that she would also be a beast tamer master. Adding that on to the fact that she was also an alchemist and an array master, she was indeed worthy of being the young valley master of the divine Devil Valley. Master, you still have not told me why you have come here. She said. Because of you. Old Man Devil said, looking concerned. I had only just returned to the valley, and knew that if you are here, then you will not go down, so I came to bring you back. Also, at the same time to let you know that change has broken out in the Yi-Lin continent. What changes? Sima Yu thought about the ocean boundary and the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Although the creature within the 10,000 Beast Mountain was extremely frightening, the array around it would take a long time to be broken. So it must be the ocean boundary that he was referring to. She remembered that Wu Lingyu had went to check it out as well, and she guessed that something there must have caught the attention of the higher lands. Did trouble break out in the ocean boundary? Old Man Devil saw that she was able to guess the reason within seconds, and replied, that's right. When the Divine Devil Valley members went to Yi-Lin continent to report to your family in your stead, they realized that the continent's ocean boundary was becoming more and more disturbed, so they continued to observe it for a little longer. The latest report said that the ocean beasts were creating trouble, and had started attacking the humans. Sima Yu was shocked. She didn't think that it would be the ocean beasts, but the actions of the creature that even Halcyon could not contain from the Forgotten Worry land. Master, do you know what exactly is causing all the disturbance at the ocean boundary? You'll know when you return. Old Man Devil simply said. I'll call them. She took out the Mother Stone and contacted Sima Yulin and the rest, informing them of the disturbance at the Yi-Lin continent, and everyone rushed over. Lord Yun, if it is all right, I ask that you delay your plans for just a moment. Once we settle what is going on that end, we will bring our family here. Sima Yu said to Yun Jinwei. Please go ahead, second young valley master. We are still in the season of planning. Maybe when you have returned, we will still not have started our attack yet. Yun Jinwei said. Thank you. Rather than definitely wanting to join the fight, but that if she did not, then the Sima family would have no security to their name if she brought them over. The Sima family members gathered quickly. Master, everyone is here. Then we shall leave. Old Man Devil said. Yun-Yi, you come with us too. You have just attained the divine rank, it will be good to test your powers. Yes, second young valley master. Yun-Yi replied. Sima Yu looked over at Yun-Yi, and realized that in the past year he had promoted to the divine rank. Looks like his training in the small continent had reaped some benefits for him as well. Old Man Devil created a portal in the sky and flew straight into it. Next, Ying Baichuan and Sima Yu entered the portal as well. The portal seemed to respond quickly, and swiftly closed up after all the Sima family members had entered its gate. Previous chapter. Next. When Sima Yu and the rest had passed through the portal, they reached Anyang City. It seemed like Old Man Devil did know this place rather well. You should go back. Baichuan and I will go back up. Yun-Yi, you stay here. Old Man Devil said. Master, are you not coming with us? Sima Yu asked. We can't intervene on the going-ons here. Overcoming this problem falls on your shoulders. Old Man Devil said. Why? Sima Yu could not understand. This is the agreement from above. Old Man Devil said. If we intervene on issues in the lower worlds, it will be raided by other powers. There's an agreement like that? Of course. If we just intervened where we liked, wouldn't the entire world be in chaos? The weak must be protected by a mandate. Old Man Devil stroked his beard. What about the Sage Pavilion expanding their power? Although the Sage Pavilion is expanding their power everywhere, the people up there are unable to put their hand on what goes on below. So if anything happens with the Sage Pavilion in Restless Continent, those up there are unable to intervene. Anyway, the only outcome is if the expansion succeeds, and they gain more followers, then Sage Pavilion members in other continents will be able to enter the Sage Pavilion directly. So you're saying that, if we destroy the Sage Pavilion members in the Restless Continent, those up there will not be able to send people to destroy the Yun and Guo family? Sima Yu started to understand. That's right. Old Man Devil said. Each continent has its own vital energy, and the Yi-Lin continent is the weakest. So it has become like this after tens of thousands of years later. Only you can settle what is going on here, but I believe that it will be no problem for you. I will come and check out the situation a few months later. If you guys are still alive, then I'll bring you all out of here. Now, I'm going off. With that, Old Man Devil took Ying Bai Chuan with him, created a portal and left at the blink of an eye. Sima Yu waved before the portal closed and hollered, "Come back to get us quickly, master." The portal closed before Old Man Devil could reply her, so there was also no way of figuring out if he had heard her or not. "Young Valley Master, since this is not an emergency situation in your life, I can't intervene as well." Yun Yi expressed his position. "Alright." Sima Yu nodded. "Let's go to my family home to take a look. I hope everything is alright." Sima Yu Qing said worriedly. As they reached the Sima family grounds, the guards were surprised to see them. All these young mistresses and sirs had left home for more than a year, and they had not expected them to return at this point in time. "Young master, young Mississippi." Sima Yu nodded at them indifferently, asking, "Where is my grandfather?" "The house master is not in the home. Now the young master is taking care of the issues in his stead." The guard replied. The young master was Sima Yulin's father, the one who was next in line, decided by Sima Tai when he had awoken. With that, Sima Yulin and the rest proceeded to look for his father. Sima Jingren was excited to see that Sima Yulin and the rest had returned, and seeing that their powers had surpassed his own, he was surprised, but was also thankful that Sima Yu had brought them along back then. "Father, what's happened?" Sima Jingren heaved a sigh, saying, "We've always been keeping an eye on the happenings at the ocean boundary. 1 month ago, the ocean beasts in the ocean started to get stirred up as if they were mad, and proceeded to attack the humans. Thankfully at that time we had people watching over the area, and we were able to take precaution. So what's it like now? People of different powers have all rushed over. With such a situation, it's impossible for anyone to stay out of it." Sima Jingren said. "That's not all, we do not seem to have the upper hand here. It feels like all the spirit beasts in the ocean boundary are coming. Where have grandfather and the rest gone? Everyone within the clan above the rank of a spirit overlord have gone. I've arranged for the rest of the people to go as well." Sima Jingren said. "We'll go too." Sima Yuyang said. Sima Jingren wanted to ask them to stay in the home since they were weaker, but he remembered that they had now all surpassed him, and so he nodded, saying, "Let's move now, then." And so, even before Sima Yu and the rest had been at their home for more than an hour, they found themselves on the road again, flying straight towards the small city close to the ocean boundary. Sima Tai and Sima Lin and one elder stood at the city walls, looking over the situation at the ocean boundary, coming up with a plan to deal with what was going on. "More and more ocean beasts are starting to gather here," Sima Lin said, worriedly. "What do the other families say?" Sima Tai asked. "All the families have said that the situation is the same where they are. Especially for the Nayland family, they're almost unable to hold on much longer," the eldest elder said. "Several big fights have already broken out. There have been much losses on the ocean beast side, yet they don't seem to be retreating, but rather calling for more reinforcements. This is not a good sign," Sima Tai said. "The most shocking thing is that these ocean beasts can leave the ocean and come up to the shore to fight. This is extremely strange," Sima Lai said. "Have you noticed that on each ocean beast, there is a ribbon of black smoke? This smoke even allows them to launch into the air and fly," Sima Jun said. "We must find out why there is such a disturbance amongst the ocean beasts," a Sima family elder said, after keeping silent for a long time. The ocean boundary had been quiet for the longest time, and the things that were happening right now were definitely not simply a coincidence. If they want the ocean beasts to retreat, they must find out the reason for the disturbance. "We've sent people out to investigate, but those who have gone out have never come back. It's not just our family members, but it is the same for the other family's family members." Sima Tai furrowed his eyebrows, saying. "Yesterday we sent 2 people out with the other families to form a group and investigate what was going on. If they are still unable to uncover the reason, then we might have to do it ourselves. If only that kid, were here. He has a divine beast, and will definitely be able to find out the reason. But now they are at other continents, even if we wished that were so, it would be fruitless." "Ah, are you guys missing us? Aren't you guys at another continent? When did you return?" Sima Yu smiled, saying, "My master sent us back here. We went back home and learnt that you all were here, so we rushed here." "Yulin, have you met your father?" "Father came with us, but he has gone to bring more people over." "Your powers." Sima Lin felt that these people's auras were similar to his own, and looked at the group of them in wonder. Especially for Sima Yu, they had become unable to sense her aura. Didn't that mean that she had become of an even higher rank than them all? Previous chapter. When they heard what Sima Yulin said, everyone paid attention to their auras and realized that everyone had advanced to the ranks of Spirit Paragon. "You guys dash." Everyone was stunned. They had merely left for over a year, but had actually advanced from Spirit Overlords and Saints to Spirit Paragons. Paragons. What in the world happened when they left? Was it really that easy to cultivate in the world outside? "We obtained many fortuitous encounters, so we managed to advance relatively quicker," Sima Yulin explained. "Grandfather." Sima Yuming and the others smiled as they walked over to Sima Lai. Sima Lai saw that his own grandchildren had ranks that exceeded his own, and his heart was leaping with joy. He was so proud that he was speechless. These few years, he had grown in strength with Sima Yu's help. However, he had not managed to break through to Spirit Paragon. Clan leader, I heard you all talking about me just now. Sima Yu did not forget that they had talked about how good it would have been if she were here. That's right. Sima Tai said, look at the sea, you guys. Right now, they were in a city on the cliff by the cliff off the coast. One of the walls of the city were on the coast and the waves that would crash onto shore would occasionally splash below the feet of the wall. Sima Yu and the others turned towards the ocean and realized that it was covered with sea beasts. At a glance, the blue sea had turned black. Furthermore, it was not just on the side of the wall. The entire coastline was filled. Why are there so many poisonous sea beasts? Sima Yu and the others were surprised as well. They never thought that the situation would be so serious. However, the sea beasts are only able to swim, right? We should be fine if we do not go into the waters? Fatty Chu asked. However, reality isn't the case. Sima Lin said. You don't mean they can fly? Fatty Chu had originally just wanted to jest, but he didn't think that everyone would nod instead. Damn, they really can fly? Sima Tai nodded, we don't know why, but those divine beasts can all fly. We saw some faintly discernible black lines on their bodies. We're guessing that must be the reason. Then have you found out what those black lines that appeared are? Sima Yu asked. Nope. We went to try and find out why those sea beasts would rampage, but we did not manage to find out anything. The people that we sent out had disappeared in less than 2 days. We guessed that they had probably been killed, so thought that if you were around, you would have a sacred beast who would be able to find out the reason why. If we don't manage to find out why, who knows how long this chaotic situation will go on for. When Sima Yu heard them speak, her eyebrows furrowed together. She subconsciously thought it might be related to Forgotten Worry Island. At this moment, a guard rushed over and came to the wall. He looked left and right, and saw Sima Tai and the others, then rushed over. Clan leader, the Sang clan has sent men over. The plan this time has failed again. However, what was different this time was that those sea beasts threw the bodies back. The guard reported with a cupped fist. Cruel. An elder clenched his fist, infuriated till his face turned red. That person also said that the other 3 clans planned to gather the brains of all the powers to discuss the next step. That guard continued to explain, also, the Sang clan leader has sent a letter. Give it to me. Sima Tai said. The guard took out the letter and handed it to Sima Tai, who quickly glanced through it after opening it. Clan leader, what do the rumors say? Great Elder asked. It notes the place and time of the meeting this time. Sima Tai said, it even says that the Nalan clan was the first one to raise this up. We're guessing that the Nalan clan has the greatest losses and wants something to be done. The Nalan clan had the greatest losses? Did many of their people die? Sima Yu asked. That's right. Sima Tai smiled, telling of his joy at their misfortune. At that time, the 4 great clans took along the other clans, while the Li clan was in charge of the pills. I told them of 4 locations, then casually mentioned the situation at the ocean. After that, I spoke of one of the situations more lightly than the others, so the Nalan clan's elder immediately snatched the area and went. After that, when he reached there, he realized that the situation was not as easy as expected, and was instead getting worse and worse. It became the worse areas. The amount of people they lose was the most. Then, they didn't come to find trouble with you? Sima Yu didn't believe that the Nalan clan would just swallow something like this. This was a clear trap. What trouble could they make? The place that they had gone to was truly the easiest. It merely turned bad at the end. We merely did not tell them that it would happen. What could they say? Old fox. Sima Yu muttered. He had definitely noticed that this place would appear the easiest to handle at this moment, but had noticed a sign that it would turn worse. However, he only talked about the current situation. While leaving out the sign. As a result, the Nalan clan immediately chose that area in order to take advantage, without expecting that it was a hot potato. Actually, the Nalan clan did get in touch with the Sima clan later on, but the Sima clansmen had said that they didn't know back then. Furthermore, the situation had been the easiest back then and they were the ones who had snatched it. It had nothing to do with the Sima clan. The Nalan clan could only grit their teeth. They knew the Sima clan had trapped them, but they had no choice. They could only continue to stay there. Now that the situation had become worse, they were unwilling to continue to press on. As such, they proposed this meeting. Sima Yu guessed that they would even suggest unifying everyone and bringing them there. Where is the meeting this time? An elder of the Sima clan asked. In Nalan clan station, Leaf City. It takes place in 5 days' time. Sima Tai replied. Then who do you plan to bring with you? Great Elder asked. Yu and Yu Lin. I'll take 2 other guards with me, and that's it. Sima Tai said, the others are to remain here and take note of the situation. As he spoke, he took Sima Yu and Sima Yu Lin with him. The others had no other opinion because they knew she had a sacred beast by her side. How could they still be concerned about the Nalan clan? However, there were finally 10 people who set off, because Bei Gong Tang and the others had tagged along. Wherever Sima Yu was, they would be. There was no teleportation array between the little city they were at right now, and Leaf City. As such, everyone could only take their flying beasts and reached Leaf City after 4 days of flying over the ocean. The Nalan clan had long since dispatched men to receive people at the city gates. So, the moment they reached, the Nalan clan knew about it. However, Sima Tai did not go and meet the Nalan clansmen. Instead, he took Sima Yu and the others to an inn and find a place to rest. This really disrespected the Nalan clan. When the other powers knew about it, they could not help but purse their lips. This Sima clan was really. However, everyone knew of the grudge between the two clans, and also felt that what the Sima clan did was still rational. Leaf City was a marine city anyways, so, when Sima Yu had nothing to do on the second day, she went with Bei Gong Tang and the others to take a look at the situation at the ocean. She realized that the sea beasts here were truly a much more than the other areas. The situation was much more dangerous. Yu, look. These sea beasts look a little off. Bei Gong Tang said while pointing to the peculiarity in the ocean. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu and the others also realized the abnormality in the sea and nodded, saying, there really is something wrong with these sea beasts. Their eyes looked dazed. Could it be that they have been controlled, like the ones back at the 10,000 Beast Mountain? Fatty Chu guessed. There's a possibility. Wei Ziqi nodded. Could it be that it's the creature that Yu talked about the last time at Forgotten Worry Island? Look dazed. Could it be that they have been controlled, like the ones back at the 10,000 Beast Mountain? There's a possibility. Could it be that it's the creature that Yu talked about the last time at Forgotten Worry Island? It would be troublesome if that truly were the case. That's right. Sima Yu sighed. If it really was due to that, then this issue would truly be troublesome. Halcyon had already said back then, that although that creature was not comparable to the one at 10,000 Beast Mountain, even he would have been able to fend it off if it were not being suppressed. She was still filled with fear when she recalled the time where that black fog had swallowed up all the living things on the island back then. Sima Yu thought about the experience this time as well, and was as worried as she was back then. This time, a group of people flew above them and saw them at the shore. They stopped, and one of them came over. The other group of people continued to fly towards Leaf City. Brother Yulin. Sang Qiongli landed on the ground and nodded at Sima Yulin. Then, she looked at Sima Yu and said, I have been looking for you for a long time. After that, I heard that you left the Yilin continent. Sima Yu was taken aback. Looking for her? You've gotten strong. Sang Qiongli could feel Sima Yu's aura, saying, you've gotten a lot stronger than before. Have you already entered the Paragon rank? Sima Yu nodded. She even thought about how this guy had wanted to use her to compare, but she had turned down his challenge. It looks like he must have searched for her in order to compete with her again. Sang Qiongli saw that Sima Yu had admitted it and was secretly shocked. However, he did not show it. Brother Qiongli has always been at the ocean? Sima Yulin asked. Yeah, ever since the sea beasts started making a mess. Sang Qiongli said. Then what did you find out? Sima Yu asked. Sang Qiongli looked at the sea beasts in the waters and said, they seem to be controlled by something. We have also tried finding out why they have been controlled. However, the men that we sent out at the beginning could not even find out a single thing, and none returned. This time, their corpses have directly been thrown in front of us. Their deaths were too cruel. Sang Qiongli voice trembled a little. It looked like this provocation affected him quite a bit. Then how strong are those sea beasts? Are they perversely strong? Sima Yu asked. She remembered, back when she heard Jade talk about the attacks of the beasts back on 10,000 Beast Mountain, they were supposed to be one level stronger than the usual. The spirit beast's powers could be considered to have been amplified by the suppressed beast. I heard from those who had battled those sea beasts, that there was not much different. Sang Qiongli understood Sima Yu's intentions and answered. That's one good thing. Sima Yu commented. Right now, the most important thing is to figure out why those spirit beasts are being controlled. Sima Yulin said, I hope it isn't that. That? Could it be that Brother Yulin knows something? Sang Qiongli asked. Sima Yulin glanced at Sima Yu and saw that she did not object, so he recounted what happened back at Forgotten Worry Island. In any case, the Sima clan could bring it up at the meeting this time, so he was merely giving them a heads up. However, I heard my grandfather say before that they had tried sending people to Forgotten Worry Island, but none managed to return. He recounted. Every single one of them who entered the waters failed to come back alive. Sang Qiongli said. Then, he turned to Sima Yu and said, however, you have a sacred beast. Maybe it's possible. Initially, everyone had placed all their hopes on Sima Yu. However, once they knew that she had already left the continent for over a year, and even found out she had entered the Divine Devil Valley upon entering. However, they didn't say that she had become the young Valley Master. Furthermore, her leaving the Great Continent was to help the Divine Devil Valley. Now that everyone knew she had come back, they would definitely think of getting her to check this situation out again. Just as the few of them were chatting, the entire ocean descended into chaos. Those low-ranked sea beasts that had gathered together before, immediately scattered. After that, a group of divine beasts came in from afar. Just as they were about to reach the shore, they suddenly rose high in the air. No good. They're Orcus. Sang Qiongli cried out when she saw the group of Orcus. At this moment, a long alarm was heard from Leaf City. After the alarm rang, people appeared on the city wall one after another. Seeing those sea beasts ready to attack, the expressions of those on the city wall changed. These Orcus were extremely savage. Their tails were extremely strong, and their shark teeth would strike fear into the hearts of people. How could there be Orcus? Don't the sea beasts rarely appear? Someone cried out. And there are so many of them. We don't have enough people, we have to send those in the inner cities. We won't make it. There are too many orcas this time. We won't be able to hold them back for long. Then what do we do? Could it be that we really have to escape before calamity strikes? No way. There will definitely be a way. What way is there? So many divine beasts are about to invade, and many of them are even above 5th rank. They're divine beasts with the power of spirit paragons, okay. But look how many spirit paragons we have. When faced with a few hundreds of divine beasts, these people flustered. Why are those youths still standing there? Everyone else looked over, and saw that quite a few people were standing out there. They looked straight at the encroaching orca and were so still that it looked as if they had been shocked silly. It's them. Someone recognized Sima Yu and the others and suddenly beamed with joy, exclaiming, haha. There's hope for us. There's hope. Are you crazy? How many of them are there? What are you so excited about? Those who recognized Sima Yu pointed her out. It was as if they saw the manifestation of their hope, saying, it's Sima clan Sima Yu. It's him. The youth generation. It's the smallest generation in the Sima clan, right? You couldn't be pinning our hopes on a child, right? You're the idiot. That's Sima Yu, okay. He has a sacred beast by his side. With a sacred beast, how could anything bad happen to us? I remember. The Sima clan truly has a youth with a sacred beast. Furthermore, I heard them say that he had already left this continent earlier. That's fantastic. The men on the wall were incomparably excited. They no longer had fear in their eyes when they looked at those orcas. Sima Yu stood on the cliff and stared at the orcas that were flying over. It was as if she was studying the something very carefully. It was just as Sima Tai and the others had said. There were faint black lines running on the bodies of the orcas. It was as if they had been dragged along the seabed. However, this wouldn't necessarily be the thing that was controlling them. After that, her gaze landed on a black cloud calmly floating in the sky. For some reason, she felt that there was something strange about this black cloud. Previous chapter. That dark cloud really felt very strange. It was possible for a thundercloud to form on the sea, and this type of dark cloud was also extremely common. That cloud is strange. The others turned to look at that cloud, but they didn't feel that anything was off. They're here. They no longer had time to carefully examine that cloud as those orcas were already near them. I'm not seeing things right. They are spirit paragons. Damn, they really are. They're all spirit paragons. How old are they even? Heavens, this is unbelievable. Everyone pay attention to your own fight. Be careful of being eaten by those orcas. Someone had to remind them, and they finally pulled their gazes away to return to their own battles. Although Sima Yu and the others really were spirit paragons, the opponents had many divine beasts that were above 5th rank as well. Yuni didn't act at all since the beginning. Although everyone was standing there, not a single orca attacked him. It was as if he totally didn't exist. Although they were stronger, someone still died in battle. Sima Yu unintentionally saw a faint image of a person fly towards that dark cloud. What is that? She was shocked as she watched that silhouette fly towards the dark cloud. She was so shocked that she even forgot about the orca she was battling. It was a good thing that Little Rock and the others reacted quickly, pulling her to safety. Yu, be more careful. Sima Yu flew to Little Rock and climbed on. She no longer fought the orca but flew to a side, focusing heavily on the dark cloud. Although that orca did not have any awareness, it did know how strong Sima Yu was, so it didn't go and provoke her. Another spirit master was killed by the orca. She headed to that person and actually saw a faint image of a person float out of the body, flying towards that dark cloud. She could see the fear on that person's face, as well as his relentless struggle. It was as if that cloud was terrifying, and he wanted to escape but couldn't. Very quickly, that person's image was sucked into the cloud. Sima Yu could even see the distorted face as the person entered the cloud. What in the world was going on? She watched that cloud and her expression began to turn solemn. Yu, what are you looking at? Bei Gong Tang flew over. Her current attitude was really worrying. Did you see that image of a person get sucked into the cloud? She asked while looking at Bei Gong Tang. Image? What image? Bei Gong Tang looked at Sima Yu, but couldn't understand what she was saying. You didn't see it? She looked extremely confused. Could it be that she was the only one who could see it? Yet another person died, and the same scene appeared. Look, that image. She pulled on Bei Gong Tang's arm and cried out while pointing at the person's image. Bei Gong Tang looked at where she was pointing, but she couldn't see a thing. It just so happened that Fatty Chu had finished off his opponent, and was stopped by Sima Yu, asking if he could see that image. I don't see anything. Yu, what do you want me to see? His answer was the same as Bei Gong Tang's. There was nothing. Sima Yu immediately decided that she was the only one who was able to see this image. Those powerful orcas were exterminated by Sima Yu's gang and their contracted beasts. The battle was over quickly, and the blood stained the sea. The low-ranked sea creatures that were initially here had now gathered far away. They no longer dared to come close. Furthermore, that cloud had slowly drifted away too. It was the same as when it had came. Aside from the few of them, nobody noticed it. Sima Yu looked at that cloud and her expression was serious. Yu, what did you see just now? Bei Gong Tang noticed that way that Sima Yu was behaving, and it didn't seem like she was just scaring them. It was that she truly saw something that the others couldn't see. I'll tell you when we're back. Sima Yu said. She looked at Yunyi, and saw that he was also looking at that cloud. His eyes flashed. They returned to the inn at Leaf City. Sang Qiongli also wanted to know what Sima Yuyu saw, so she followed them as well. Sima Tai did not go to battle. He knew that with Sima Yuyu there, nothing untoward would happen. However, he still went out and watched Sima Yuyu and the others from afar. When Sima Yuyu and the others headed back, his first sentence was, "Did you realize something?" Sima Yuyu did not think that Sima Tai would be able to distinguish what happened even when they were not together. She nodded, saying, "That's right. Just now during battle, I realized that a faint image of a person would float out of a person when they died. That image would then get sucked into the cloud." What? Everyone was stunned. Why was it that they didn't see that image? You're saying that those images would enter the cloud? Sima Tai asked. Yes. Sima Yuyu affirmed, those images appeared terrified of the cloud, and continued to struggle. However, they were helpless, and finally got sucked in. What are those images? Are those human souls? Fatty Chu guessed. It's possible. Then, why would those dark clouds absorb those souls? Nobody could understand no matter how much they thought. They had no way of guessing what was going on. Yunyi, do you know something? Sima Yuyu thought of his expression back then. She felt as if he must know something. I dare not confirm it. I want to get in contact with it before I make my conclusion. Yunyi said, however, what I am more curious about is why even I didn't see that image you were talking about. Why are you the only one who can see it? Sima Yuyu was taken aback. That's right. Why was she the only one who could see that? Even you couldn't see it, so why was I? You're much stronger than I am. Could it be because she had reincarnated, that she could see this? Maybe this has something to do with you. Sima Tai said, it would be great if we were able to figure this out. Clan leader, let me check it out. Sima Yuyu said, if I am the only one who can see it, it's most appropriate for me to go. Initially, she thought that Xi's situation would have something to do with the creature at Forgotten Worry Island. However, it looked like it was because of that cloud. However, nobody could be clear on whether or not the dark cloud would have anything to do with the creature. At this moment, there was a knock on the door as a guard walked in and said, Clan leader, the Nalan clan has sent word asking you to come. They want to push the meeting forward. It looks like the situation today had gotten the Nalan clan more afraid. They wanted to change the situation immediately. Sima Tai stood up, saying, since they have invited us, we should go. Yu Lin, both of you come with me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yuyu and the others followed the Nalan clansmen to a house, and this house was probably the biggest residence in the entire Leaf City. Right now, it was the Nalan clan's HQ. Sima clan leader, the other clan leaders have already arrived. Our clan leader is currently waiting for you all inside. The guard who led them here said. Because Sima Tai had walked very slowly on the way here, furthermore, he lived in a place far away, the others' powers had already arrived and were waiting for them. The Sima clan leader is truly getting more and more difficult to meet. Everyone is already here and waiting for you alone. The moment they entered the large hall, a peculiar voice drifted over. Sima Yuyu looked over to where the voice was coming from. A very senior-looking elderly lady sat in the center seat. The gaze with which she glared at them was extremely chilling. Who is that? She asked Sima Yulin with a small voice. It should be an elder of the Nalan clan. Sima Yulin guessed based on the seat in which she was sitting. This was an extremely trying season for the entire continent, so the elders in this country had all come out from seclusion. Sim Tai did not mind what that senior lady said, and replied, the inn we are staying at is rather far. My grandnephew just finished participating in the battle this afternoon, so we took a bit of time to comfort them. Sorry for the lateness. He spoke this way, but not a single bit of sincerity could be detected. Speaking of the battle this afternoon, this is the first time that creatures as vicious as these orcas appeared, right? Somebody diverted the conversation topic to talking about the battle. Not only that, but the divine beasts this time were many more. If it were not for the little friends from the Sima clan and their companions with contracted beasts, we're afraid that our entire city would have been in danger. It was only when this was mentioned that everyone recalled that this group of youths and beasts were all spirit paragons. When they thought about their display of powers during the battle, everyone no longer minded the fact that they had come late. The Nalan clan leader sat beside that elderly lady and said, everyone saw it as well. The situation today was the most dangerous. Because of the lack of notice, our side was relatively weak. We almost lost our entire troop. It's true that the situation today was more dire. Everyone agreed. The Nalan clan leader noticed everyone's reaction, and his mouth hooked into a slight smile, saying, this kind of situation happens in other places from time to time. When people nearby obtained news, they would rush over and receive extremely serious wounds. With every person that dies, our strength decreases by that much. This is an extremely big loss to our kind. However, this situation can be circumvented. How so? Someone followed up. If we are able to consolidate our strength and unite, we won't end up in a situation where we aren't strong enough. Nalan clan leader said. Nalan clan leader's point is that we should work together, form an alliance, then choose a leader? Hua clan leader asked. That is exactly what I mean. Nalan clan leader nodded. An alliance. My Hua clan agrees with this wholeheartedly. Hua clan leader said. Our Sang clan agrees as well. Sang clan leader said. We do too. Li clan leader said. Everyone's attention was now on Sima Tai. If the 5 clans all supported this idea, the remaining power would naturally not have any objections. What are you all looking at me for? Sima Tai rested his back on the chair's backrest. This is something involving the human race. Our Sima clan would naturally agree. Nalan clan leader saw that Sima Tai had agreed so readily, and was suspicious. However, only a short time passed before he said, how about the rest? We agree. Agree. Everyone on site agreed with this suggestion without a single opposition. Good. Nalan clan leader clapped his hands. Everyone quieted down before he continued, since nobody has any objections, then we shall choose the leader now. He will lead everyone to battle against the sea beasts. Great. Everyone nodded. I wonder if anyone has someone in mind for our alliance head? Nalan clan leader asked. Naturally, only the strongest person will be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Someone voiced out. Then our Nalan clan elder is naturally the most suited. Right, our Nalan elder is the strongest. It's natural for her to be the alliance head. The other supported this idea. That's right. The Nalan clansmen all smiled. It was because they expected that everyone's elders would definitely not come to participate in the meeting personally that they got their elder to attend. With these people's reasoning, the position of alliance head would naturally belong to their Nalan clan. Once they had become the alliance head, they would definitely arrange the Sima clansmen at the forefront of the battle. Let them taste what it was like to be at the head of the battle. That elder smiled, saying, this elder is merely a bag of bones. How could I handle this responsibility? Elder Nalan, there is no need to be modest. In this place, who apart from you is suited to take the position of alliance head? That's right. Elder Nalan, you deserve this position. When Elder Nalan saw everyone speaking this way, she said with some difficulty, since everyone is saying this, it would only be respectful for me to dash. If we're talking about the strongest person, then it should be Sima Yu from the Sima clan, right? Elder Nalan's words were interrupted, so she had to swallow her final words. Who is Sima Yu? Someone asked. Elder Nalan's smile was stiff. She looked over at the person who spoke, and it was Sang Qiongli. Sima Yu. The Yu generation. Is it the youngest generation of the Sima clan? She looked at Nalan clan leader and asked. It is, elder. Nalan clan leader replied. Merely a youth. How many years has he cultivated for? How could a person like this possibly be the strongest? A youngster like you shouldn't spout random things. We'll just take it as the mutterings of a child behind a parent. Someone voiced with displeasure. Sima Yu never thought that Sang Qiongli would directly say her name, and she absent-mindedly raised her head to look at Sang Qiongli. She wasn't the only one, but everyone else was looking at him as well. Sang Qiongli wasn't angry at all. He merely explained, you guys merely talked about the strongest one, but never said that her cultivation had to be the deciding factor. This Sima Yu's strength may be inferior to you all, but just based on her contracted sacred beast alone, she would beat every single one of you. Sacred beast. That's right. I've heard that a sacred beast appeared in our continent, and had been contracted by someone. I never thought that it would actually be a youth from the Sima clan would contracted him. The Yilin continent was huge, and not everyone knew who Sima Yu was. Now that the heard she was someone who had contracted a sacred beast, their attitudes changed. If they really chose based on this, she was truly the strongest one. Her sacred beast would floor every single person here. The Nalan clansmen never thought that their plans would be thwarted midway. The position of alliance head was almost in their hands, but this kind of roadblock appeared. This Sima Yu is so young. If we gave him the position, wouldn't he be lacking in experience? Nalan clan leader said with a dark expression. Previous chapter. Sima Yu had no interest in the position of alliance head. However, she definitely could not let the Nalan clansman become the alliance head. Otherwise, the Sima clan would be in danger. As a result, when she heard Nalan clan leader's question, she refuted, it's not important whether or not I have experience as long as I have Halcyon's trust. After speaking, she even called Halcyon out. The moment Halcyon appeared, his sacred beast aura enveloped the entire hall. Then expressions of the Nalan clansmen turned dark when they saw Halcyon. The moment he appeared, the possibility of them obtaining the position of alliance head was uncertain. Sima Yu saw the way the Nalan clansmen were behaving, and gifted to them a wide grin, saying, furthermore, if I become alliance head, I will naturally listen to everyone's opinion. I won't act based on my will alone. After speaking, she glanced at Li clan leader. Li clan leader went stiff and said, we support little friend Yu. We support little friend Yu as well. The Hua clan expressed their support for Sima Yu too. We also support Yu. We do too. West Moon's royal family said. The ones who had supposed Elder Nalan earlier, were those who the Nalan clan men had arranged beforehand. They were the powers that had usually mingled with them. The important powers had not said a single word at all. Right now, they unanimously expressed support for Sima Yu. This caused the Nalan clansmen to show extremely dark expressions. This was a huge slap to their faces. Those who had always interacted with the other great clans, saw that their elders had expressed their support and successively expressed that they were willing to support Sima Yu as well. Sima Yu saw that the Nalan clan leader's face has turned so red that it looked like he was about to explode. She said, it looks like more than half of them have agreed. Since this is the case, it would only be respectful for me to accept. I will be the alliance head of our alliance this time. Greetings to alliance head. Some of them greeted her. Even the Hua and Sang clan leaders nodded towards her. It could be counted as their acceptance of her current status. Although the Nalan clan objected again, they had no way of overthrowing everyone's choice. They could only acknowledge her status. I heard that clan leader had left the Yi Lin continent before and merely came back a few days before. I suppose that you don't understand the current situation. How then would you plan to arrange the people in the respective powers? Nalan clan leader asked her a difficult question. I was just about to say this. Nalan clan leader has asked it, so it seems that you are rather worried about this. Sima Yu smiled, saying, just as Nalan clan leader said before, being the alliance head, apart from having Halcyon's trust, I don't have the 100 years of experience as you do. As such, I plan on having a representative leader who will arrange everything. When I am not around, I plan on letting him decide. When Sima Tai heard what she said, he had the sudden feeling that something was not right. As expected, Sima Yu's following words affirmed his gut feeling. My clan's clan leader is strong and his ability speaks for itself. As such, I plan to appoint him to represent the main leader. I assume that nobody has any issue? Sima Yu said. Although everyone wanted to say that they had issues with it, the position of alliance head had already been given to the Sima clan. Wasn't this a monopoly? However, seeing Halcyon, who was by her side, they swallowed their words. The words that came out instead merely expressed that they had no objections. Since this is the case, then it's decided. Halcyon will take the responsibility alliance head. If you are not willing to listen to his arrangement, it will be taken as a provocation. Sima Yu said, furthermore, the alliance head is in charge of all the arrangements. He has my authority when I am not around. I hope that everyone will comply. Yes, of course. Sima Yu looked around and it was as if she was speaking about someone in particular when she said, I'll say all the crude words at the front. If anyone causes a disaster just because they want to defy the alliance head's instruction, don't turn around and blame me for saying X, Y, Z. Halcyon and I are not people who have good tempers and some disastrous event might happen. You all better not blame me for not warning you. Everyone was speechless. This was an unveiled threat. Couldn't she have said it a little nicer as the alliance head? We understand alliance head's meaning. Nalan clan leader said unhappily. However, since everyone has come here to discuss how to deal with those sea beasts, what plan does alliance head have in mind? Nalan clan leader, alliance head already said just now that the arrangements and plans would be done by alliance head. You're asking this now just to make things difficult for alliance head. Or are you saying that you didn't hear alliance head's instructions? Hua clan leader asked. How could I not have heard what he said? I merely feel that it would be better for all ice head to explain it better. He's taking this position, but doesn't know how things had unfolded. How is he going to convince the other spirit masters? Nalan clan leader retorted. Sima Yu smiled, saying, Nalan clan leader is right. However, it's not as if I don't know anything. Then how much does alliance head know? Coincidentally, I happen to be the only one who noticed the abnormality of the sea. Sima Yu said, 3 years ago, my grandfather and I happened to go back to the clan with some other people. There was once that we were looking for a few pill ingredients at Forgotten Worry Island, and happened to have encountered this situation. She recounted what had happened, causing everyone on site to feel the terrifying power of that black ray. It just so happens that because of that incident, the Sima clan realized that the sea has not been peaceful these few years. I believe my clan leader has more authority to speak on this. Sima Yu continued to say. That's right. Sima Tai followed up, saying, at that time, we didn't say this because the situation was too frightening. We did not dare speak lightly of it, in fear that we would scare everyone. Then, why would you speak of it now? Someone asked. Because alliance head has returned. Sima Tai glanced at everyone, saying, if alliance head didn't return and we didn't have his sacred beast, who would dare to meddle in this? It was true when they thought about it. They couldn't even go 10,000 miles into the sea, much less enter Forgotten Worry Island. However, whether or not this is the reason for the sea beasts rampaging still requires more research. Sima Yu said. The ocean has always been calm, but there must be a reason why this kind of situation has suddenly occurred. We will only be able to settle this if we can find out the reason why. I have decided to take Halcyon to the sea to investigate. You all must guard the ocean. We do not want to see that this place has already disappeared by the time we return. Alliance head, you can relax. We will definitely use every ounce of our strength to protect this continent. Someone expressed. Alliance head will face great dangers. I wonder who you are taking with you. The road ahead is dangerous, so I want to do my best to bring as little people as possible. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Initially, I wanted to go alone. If the average person comes along, they will only drag me down. However, now that I've seen Elder Nalan, I wish to ask her to come with me. I wonder if Elder will be willing to be a part of the strength that will investigate this situation. Elder Nalan never thought that Sima Yu would open her mouth in front of the entire crowd. In circumstances such as this, could she say no? Well, definitely not. But the Nalan family would be made into the joke of the continent. Since Alliance Head says so, we will follow Alliance Head on this journey. Elder, you. Nalan Jia looked at Sima Yu angrily. She definitely had an evil ulterior motive for asking Elder Nalan to go with her. How could he agree so easily? Alliance Head, I will go with Elder. He volunteered. You? Sima Yu looked at him blandly, saying, forget it, your powers are too weak, if you came you would just be chasing to catch up with us. Nalan Jia felt so attacked by what she said that he could not say anything. At the same time, there was also no way for him to defend himself. Just a little over last year, everyone was chasing together, yet at the blink of an eye, she had gone so far ahead that she was looking at them from a higher position. I'll come along too. Sima Yulin said. All right. Sima Yu nodded in agreement and turned to the crowd, saying, the situation is urgent, I will go with them from the dawn to check out the situation. We will leave the circumstances here to you all. Don't worry, Alliance Head, we will discuss it properly. Sima Tai said. Sima Yu understood Sima Tai's words, it seems like it would be impossible for the Nalan family to leave now. Elder Nalan, the time is ticking. Let's go. She nagged. Elder Nalan got up reluctantly. He thought that she could give Sima Yu an excuse to not go, not knowing that she had wanted to leave immediately. How would she give an excuse now? But Sima Yu was well aware of Elder Nalan's schemes, so she requested to leave immediately. She took out the Mother Stone and connected with Wei Ziqi to agree on a place to meet, and then took the reluctant Elder Nalan with her and left. When they reached the city gates, Wei Ziqi and the rest were already there. When they saw Elder Nalan, a few of them were curious. Why would she bring this cold old woman with her? Who's that, Yu? Fatty Chu asked. This is an elder of the Nalan family, and she will come with us to the ocean boundary. Sima Yu said. Let's prepare to head to the sea. Wait a minute. Elder Nalan protested. She looked at Wei Ziqi and the rest unkindly, saying, you are coming too? Yeah. I don't agree. Elder Nalan said flatly. Their powers are too weak, if they go they will only drag us down. She had only agreed to go with Sima Yu so that she would have an opportunity to destroy him. Since the sea is a dangerous place, they might not be able to protect him all the time. But once there were that many people, not only would it foil her plans, but it would also put her in danger. Sima Yu laughed coldly, saying, I'm afraid your opinions don't matter here. Don't forget, I am the Alliance Head. Could it be, that once we are out of the sight of the others, you plan to defy my orders? Alliance Head? Fatty Chu looked at him, not knowing what had happened after they had parted. The spirit lords who were clearing the corpses of the ocean beasts looked over as well, extremely curious. Elder Nalan glared at those people, and the powerful aura of a pinnacle spirit paragon made those people shudder, and they looked down slowly. She turned to look at Sima Yu, saying, since Alliance Head insists, if anything happens, the blame is not on me. I won't need to. Sima Yu could not be bothered with her, and got Little Rock out to bring them out to sea. Only after they left, did the spirit lords around them begin to look up, sighing as they looked at their backs turned. As Little Rock flew, he let his fearsome aura emit from him, so that the lower-ranked ocean beasts dared now to show themselves, and they were able to fly safely for the night. However, this was just the start. When they had gone deeper into the ocean boundary, Little Rock had to tone it down, because this region had a lot of sacred beasts. If he had continued to emit his aura they might mistake it as a challenge, and it might attract more of them. If this was like the past, then Sima Yu would not have minded, because these ocean beasts could only stay in the water and could not do them much harm. However, now they could even fly, and this was very dangerous. There is a dark cloud. Bei Gong Tang pointed at the sky on the left, saying. The sky was clear and cloudless, so this dark cloud was definitely eye-catching. Let's take a look. Sima Yu commanded Little Rock. They approached the dark cloud very quickly, and as they circulated it, they could not tell if this dark cloud was any different from a normal one. Should we go into the cloud to take a look? Fatty Chu suggested. All right. Sima Yu had thought similarly. Wait. Yun-Yi, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke up. What's wrong, Yun-Yi? Sima Yu asked. Try attacking this cloud first. Yun-Yi said. Sima Yu did not understand, but she went along with what he said, and directed her aura towards the cloud. Pooh, Chi. Her attack, when launched into the clouds, did not cause the clouds to disperse. In fact, this seemed like it had been swallowed by the cloud, and even made a weird sound. That sound was rather sharp, and it caused all their hairs to stand on end. The hell, what kind of dark cloud is this? It's so weird. Fatty Chu exclaimed. So strange. Ouyang Fei was also surprised. Let's see it again. Sima Yulin said. All right. Sima Yu got Little Rock to go a bit further from the cloud, and launched a more powerful attack. Chi 3. That cloud made an even sharper sound, so bad that it made their ears hurt. No. Halcyon exclaimed quietly, swooping down quickly and covering all of them. It was only as they were covered did the sound stop, but Little Rock and a few of them had fallen and were crashing towards the waters. Sima Yulin quickly summoned out his flying beasts to catch them all, in case any of them fell into the water. A few of them landed on its back, their bodies weak and their heads pounding. After some time, Sima Yu managed to get up. And seeing how the bulk of them had become weak, she fed them pills. These pills contained spirit fluid, and were especially effective at healing spiritual injuries. That sharp noise seemed to have only affected their hearing, but it had actually pierced their spirits, causing them to feel a large amount of pain. After they took the pills, they started to feel better, although they still had some lingering fear because of what they had just experienced. What in the world is that? Elder Nalan was the oldest, and so her injuries were the worst. Although she had taken Sima Yu's pills, she was still weak. Sima Yu also could not understand. Wasn't that just a dark cloud? How could it launch such an attack? She looked at Yun-Yi, who seemed to have grasped the situation and asked, Yun-Yi, do you know what that was? Previous chapter. Yunyi observed the cloud as it floated away, saying, let's chase it first, I'll tell you what it is later. Alright. The flying beast carried everyone and chased after the flying cloud. That cloud was moving faster and faster, shaking of Sima Yu and the rest as they chased it. If it wasn't for the fact that the sky was cloudless, the cloud would have escaped their line of sight, and they were almost unable to catch up. Elder Nalan had never paid much attention to Yunyi, because his aura could not really be felt. Also because he had appeared together with Wei Ziqi and the rest, she had only taken one look at him and then passed him over. Now, looking at him, a feeling of fear started to arise in her heart. Yunyi, now can you tell us what that is? Sima Yu asked. Yunyi looked at that dark cloud, his face serious and said, if I'm not wrong, I think it is a soul-gnawing beast. Soul-gnawing beast? When they heard this, everyone was extremely horrified. What is a soul-gnawing beast? I've never heard of that before. Fatty Chu asked. A soul-gnawing beast is a kind of dark spirit beast, and they only used to be found in the devil realm and ghost realm. But as I read from ancient books, the soul-gnawing beasts in the devil realm and ghost realms have long disappeared. Yunyi said. If they no longer exist in the devil realm and ghost realm, then where did this soul-gnawing beast come from? Sima Yu frowned. Now that the devil realm and ghost realm was implicated, this situation is extraordinarily complicated. At the same time, she connected with Mo Sha in her heart, and asked him about the soul-gnawing beasts. Soul-gnawing beasts? As he heard Sima Yu bring this up, he said, centuries ago, there were soul-gnawing beasts in the devil realm. But because it can devour souls and was too dangerous, the whole devil clan sought to destroy the entire species. As such, soul-gnawing beasts no longer exist in the devil realm. How did you hear about the soul-gnawing beasts? Sima Yu then recounted how she had seen the dark cloud absorb souls, and about how they had been attacked. Mo Sha remained quiet for a while, saying, hearing what you said, I think it might definitely have been a soul-gnawing beast. But why would a soul-gnawing beast appear at the Yilin continent? It seems so outrageous. Why? Because soul-gnawing beasts cannot survive in a bright world for long, so soul-gnawing beasts cannot grow and survive continents with humans. Meaning, that this soul-gnawing beast had come from somewhere else, but the devil realm and ghost realms cannot break the barriers between the realms and the continents. Mo Sha explained. So if a soul-gnawing beast can appear, it must mean that there must be some powerful person manipulating things behind the scene. As Sima Yu heard this, her heart was filled with worry. And, the most important thing is, why is the soul-gnawing beast there to devour the souls of humans? What are its intentions, and is it linked to what is happening in the devil realm and ghost realm? Mo Sha added. I can't be caught up in what is happening there for now. Now, we have to deal with the soul-gnawing beast. Sima Yu said. Can you go against a soul-gnawing beast? That thing was dangerous, it only made a sound and it had caused serious hurt to their spirits. No. Mo Sha said. If I had a flesh body it wouldn't be a problem, but now I only have a soul, and soul beasts are the nemesis of souls, so no matter how powerful they are, it will be overcome by the spirit beast. Then, what is the weakness of the soul beasts? If they could not rely on Mo Sha, then they must find a point of attack. Actually, dark spirit beasts have two natural weak points. Mo Sha said. What are they? Fire and lighting. Mo Sha said. I can't deal with this soul-gnawing beast, but one of the people around you can. Go look for him. With that, Mo Sha cut off the connection, and went back into slumber. Sima Yu knew who he was referring to, it was the ace of all fire types that was resting within her, Crimson Flame. But she had never seen Crimson Flame while it was awake. That punk was always asleep. If she wanted it to deal with the soul-gnawing beast, then she would have to awaken it. When Sima Yu's connection with Mo Sha had ended, she repeated what she had heard from Mo Sha to Yunyi and the rest. This soul-gnawing beast can control spirit beast souls, so they will involuntarily attack humans and after killing them, give their souls to the soul-gnawing beast. So that dark cloud was a soul-gnawing beast? Is that what its original appearance? Fatty Chu asked. That probably isn't its body. Yunyi said. In the ancient books, it is said that soul-gnawing beasts will normally split their bodies into many parts to allow itself to devour souls before joining together to strengthen itself. So that dark cloud is just a part of its body, yet it could hurt all of us. So it must be extremely powerful. Bei Gong Tang said, flabbergasted. No matter how powerful it is, it will be subject to the rules of the place. Its powers must be kept below that of a spirit paragon. It is barely scary. Elder Nalan scoffed. If Elder Nalan says so, it means she must be very confident. We shall leave this thing for you to deal with, then. Sima Yu smiled, saying. Elder Nalan never thought that Sima Yu would say that. Just as she was about to retort, Fatty Chu choked in laughter. If Elder Nalan is so powerful, she definitely would not say no. Fatty Chu laughed gleefully. Humph. What do you know? Elder Nalan could not say anything, but just glared at Fatty Chu, remaining silent. As everyone saw her reacting that way, they laughed to themselves. The flying beast continued to chase after the dark cloud. In a few days, they had passed over the ocean boundary, and the dark could disappeared as it entered an island. That island being the one that Sima Yu had been to before. Forgotten Worry Island. Sima Yu and Sima Yulin both said in shock, looking at the island. This is the Forgotten Worry Island? Fatty Chu and the rest looked at the island, it didn't look very extraordinary. However, thinking about what Sima Yu had recounted, everyone started to be at fear of this island. Elder Nalan looked at the island, asking, is this really the Forgotten Worry Island? Micham. Sima Yu nodded. And that dark cloud entered the island? Although we are rather far, but we all saw it disappear right here. Wei Ziqi said. So do we really need to enter the island? Sima Yulin asked. Yes. How can we not? If we don't, how will we find that soul beast? Sima Yu said. But that soul-gnawing beast is so powerful. If we stay on that island, will we cause it to attack? Elder Nalan said disapprovingly. So what? Didn't you say that this beast wasn't fearsome, Elder Nalan? Fatty Chu said without caring. What he said made Elder Nalan want to throw herself off the flying beast. Let's go. Sima Yu got Sima Yulin to keep his flying beasts, and everyone headed towards the Forgotten Worry Island. Mo Shah had said that the gnawing spirit beast must have been injured, if not it will not be at such urgency to return to its body. If they could find it at this time, they might be able to destroy it more quickly. They must not miss out on an opportunity like this. Previous chapter.